7. With our report to Count Galleon, the agate key quest was over. Asa and I received a huge amount of experience, and as on the 4th floor, we had our choice of item rewards. That was fantastic, of course, but what made us even happier was learning that Kismel was given a full day of downtime. She could do whatever she wanted tomorrow, January 4th, and she didn't need to go to the 7th floor until the morning of the 5th. I was still worried about the frontline group reaching the south area by tomorrow afternoon, but I did pass along the info about that new centipede boss through Argo, so I didn't think there was any danger of them fighting it unprepared. We had to take part in the Labyrinth Tower and floor boss fight, of course, but if Kismel gave us more of those droplets of Vile, we could go straight from the 2nd area to the 5th one, and if not, we could probably still catch up with the group using the normal route in about half a day, assuming the pathway dungeons had been cleared out. I said as much to Asana after we returned to the room on the 3rd floor of the West Wing. And we agreed that we would spend tomorrow taking it easy. When we returned to the hallway to meet Kismel, we went to the basement bath to wash off the imaginary sweat and grime of the day. In order to avoid repeating yesterday's tragedy, we agreed beforehand to keep each half of the bathing area separate between the sexes. But hearing the 2 women chatting and laughing on the other side of the spirit tree roots did not make the process any easier to me. When we were done bathing, we relaxed in the waiting area for a while before heading to the dining hall. The main course today was grilled fish. Not only did it not have the strangely spiced sauce that the game's human cooks like to use, the fish's skin was crispy and fragrant, and I had to go ask for seconds. We enjoyed some tea after the meal, chatting and reminiscing about the events of the 4th and 5th floor. I left the dining hall feeling extremely satisfied. Gizmo left briefly to return the green leaf cape to the treasure repository she borrowed it from. So Asa and I decided to explore the castle a bit. We started walking towards the east wing, which we hadn't yet seen in our time here. Just then, there was a bell ringing in the darkened courtyard. We stopped, noting with muted interest that they still rang the bells after bathing and dinner time, and then I recalled that this was not actually a time for zoning out. Hadn't Kismel said that the bell only rang when the south gate opened? And as a basic rule, the dark elves in the castle did not leave it. The bell was alerting us to the fact that players, aside from ourselves, had shown up in Castle Galley. Asana figured it out at the same time I did. We shared a look, then dashed to a window. When we looked at the courtyard, pressed against the glass, we saw that the mammoth gates were indeed very slowly opening. My first thought was that this visitor was Morche, or the dagger user, or even both at once. Castle Galley was outside the safe haven zone, so nothing would stop them from coming in with criminal orange cursors. All they would need to open the gates were the same sigil of Lysula rings that we had. Last night, I surmised that it would be difficult for them to get through the Dark Elf side of the campaign in time, but there was no absolute evidence of that. "We need to figure out who just showed up," Asana murmured, her voice tense. I pushed away my brief moment of indecision and said, "Yes, let's go down. Make sure you're geared up." "Got it." We turned and started running for the stairs, both opening our game menus. We switched from indoor wear to my usual combat gear, and equipped our beloved weapons. I barely registered the steps as we flew down to the 1st floor of the West Wing. Rather than the main doors to the castle, we rushed to a side door at the end of the hallway and opened it a crack to peer out into the courtyard. The bell was still ringing, but the door was already in the process of closing. If the visitors had already vanished into the spacious castle, it would be very difficult to find them. But even then, we could probably ask the soldiers near the door what the players looked like. I steeled my courage and went into the open, heading toward them along the sheer wall cut into the rock. About after 5 steps, Asana reached out and grabbed my collar. I let out a strangled yelp and came to a stop. What was that for?" "Look, Kirito," she whispered back, pointing in the direction of the courtyard spirit tree, rather than the gate. As soon as I looked that way, I blinked. There were 4 people gathered around the spirit tree's spring, their backs towards us. Their cursors were the very same green color as ours. Based on their number, it probably wasn't Morche's group. And for one thing, Morche and I had an official duel on the 3rd floor, so our names would display for each other, making one of those 4 cursors read Morche, but all I could see were HP bars and guild tags. Cabau's Einkrad Liberation Squad had a tag of gray sword and shield on a green background. Lynn's Dragon Knights Brigade used a silver dragon on a blue field. But this guild tag was neither of those. It was an unfamiliar mark, like the letter Q, in gold against the black background. "Have you seen that insignia before, Kirito?" Asuna whispered. I shook my head. "No, do you? Well, I guess you wouldn't have asked if you did." She did not reply, but I sensed her head bobbing. The system had confirmed that Morche was not among the 4, and it didn't seem likely for them that the PK group, led by the man in the black poncho, would form a guild and register it with such a distinct and memorable logo. But it wasn't confirmed yet that the 2 things were unrelated. This castle was not a safe haven, so we had to be careful at all times. I was standing there, plastered against the rough rock face, wondering what to do when Asuna whispered, "Hey, let's say that some humans, players, get into a fight inside the castle, and their cursors go orange. How do you suppose the Dark Elves would react? Would they ignore it, or..." I didn't have an immediate answer to that one. The reason that the orange criminal players couldn't get into human towns with the anti-criminal code wasn't because of some magical barrier that repelled anyone who was evil. Is because you'd get attacked by tremendously powerful NPC guards. In the beta, there were people who intentionally went orange, then stepped into town so they could try to fight and defeat the Guardians. They called themselves Guardlers. Apparently that was short for guard killers. But unlike the Sudokers in Stachyon, from what I heard, no one had actually succeeded by the end of the beta test. Most likely, the Dark Elf soldiers in Castle Galley were not as unfairly powerful as the Guardians of Peace in player towns, but I felt like they would not simply ignore humans running around with swords inside their castle, either. I could say for certain that if those 4 players attacked us, Kismel at the very least would come to our aid, and if she ordered them to, the castle guards would get involved too. I condensed all that logic into a simple, "I don't think they'd ignore the entire thing." Asuna agreed. "Exactly, so let's just talk to them." "Yeah, I guess that's the only real choice," I admitted. Unless we simply left the castle altogether, there was no way we could lurk around the place without being spotted, and we had still too much to do around here. We walked away from the darkness of the wall, ready to draw our swords if need be, towards the 4 players who still gazed at the spring water before them. Neither of us was particularly trying to hide our footsteps, but even within 10 meters, none of the players with their backs to us reacted at all. They probably too engrossed in their conversation. "You'd better not. You'll get yelled at." "Yeah, but I at least want to try it once. Nobody's ever confirmed if the Blelfs are the only ones who can teleport from the spirit trees." "Fine, test it out, but if you vanish, we're not going after you. If the guards get mad, we're running and leaving you behind." It sounded like the group was 3 men and 1 woman. Based on the content of their conversation, they were definitely running the campaign quests on the Dark Elf side. The term Blelf was mysterious to me, though. We stopped 2 meters behind them, and they didn't notice, so I sent Asuna a telepathic message to take it away and took a half step back. Her look went from the exasperated to the ultra-sociable before she called out pleasantly, "Good evening." The group of 4 was shocked, whirling around on the spot, but no one reached for their weapons. They all stared at Asuna for about 5 seconds, stunned, before their eyes traveled a bit higher. That was probably a sign that they were examining her color cursor. Then they looked at her again, for 3 seconds, before finally noticing me over her shoulder. The first to speak was the woman, who used a large scimitar and a smallish buckler. Good evening. I'm sorry, you startled us. Oh, no, I apologize for shouting like that out of nowhere. Said Asana with a smile, and the apprehension in the other party's face instantly vanished. If I had spoken to them instead, it would have taken 10 times as long for them to soften up. Wow, you really got me jumpy. I never really expected to actually see another player here. That was the small man with the two-handed sword who talked about wanting to test the spirit tree's teleportation earlier. Now he was rubbing his breastplate instead. Next to him was a tall and skinny fellow with a glaive who shrugged. Of course there will be players here. The castle is public. The last man, with an odd combination of a tower shield, thick as a metal slab, and slender short spear. He had a stubby beard and an affable smile as he offered his hand. Hi there. We're in a guild called Quasak. We're going through the Dark Elf campaign right now. So apparently, Blelf was their nickname for Dark Elves. As Asana and I shook the shield man's head, I idly wondered what their nickname for the Forest Elves was. Then came introductions. The scimitar woman, who seemed smart and sensible, was Lazuli. The lackadaisical guy with two-handed sword was Temu. The rather sharp, tall glaive user was Heiston. Lastly, the hardy and bold shield-bearer was Gindo. I didn't recognize any of their names, or the Quasak Guild, neither did Asana. There were 8,000 players currently trapped on this floating fortress, so of course nobody can memorize the names of them all. In fact, I probably knew less than 100 players by name. If we crossed paths at one of the main towns on another floor, I wouldn't think twice about them. But Castle Galley was the wild frontier as of January 3rd. They had to beat as many of those nasty poisonous monsters in the canyon on the way here, and they didn't even have a full 6-person party. They had to be pretty close to us in level. So how was it possible that I'd never seen them before? I almost wanted to be rude and ask if they definitely weren't NPCs, but another glance at their cursors revealed the pristine green. While I was on the mean streak, I glanced at their armor and attempted to price it all. 2 had light metal armor, and the other 2 had heavy, and they were all this deep, rich shine of expensive quality. And despite just having come through a deadly map to get here, their gear looked fresh and unharmed outside of Lazuli's and Gindo's shields. Perhaps they were players who didn't burst out of the gate when the game started 2 months ago, but had the talent to catch up to the frontline players afterward. If so, that was a heartening thought. It seemed likely that the ALS would recruit them before too long, I thought. Are you two doing the elf quest on your own? Asked Lazuli, the scimitar girl, stepping forward. Her dark green hair was tied into a ponytail, and her proud features and husky but piercing voice gave her an air of vitality and activity. I gave Asana another take-it-away psychic message. She looked at me sidelong before smiling again and replying, Yes, that's right. We just got to this castle yesterday, in fact. Does that mean you're in the advancing group? Well, technically, Asana shrugged. Lazuli's big eyes got even bigger. Wow, I've never met one of them before, and you're so pretty. I can't believe it. There was nothing but honest surprise and delight in her voice, but for a brief moment, the 3 men behind her shared an uncomfortable look. What was that about? I wondered instantly, but I couldn't read their minds from their expression alone. After constantly being around Asana for so long, I was only just now starting to understand the way she thought about things, possibly. Asana would have noticed the men's reaction too, but she continued speaking with Lazuli without betraying any hint of suspicion. She talked about how we were part of the frontline group, but not in any guild, and Lazuli mentioned that the Quasak Four left the Town of Beginnings 4 weeks ago. At that point, Asana suggested we continue talking in the dining hall. The hungry adventurers immediately agreed, and we headed through the entrance hall of Castle Galley to the 2nd floor. Kismel's task of the treasure repository would be done by now, but I didn't see her in the dining hall. In all honesty, I couldn't anticipate what might happen when she interacted with players other than us, so I decided it wasn't worth searching for her. The 6 of us sat down at the table by a window. A steward came over, so Asa and I just asked for tea, while Gindo's group ordered the meal course plus bread. And they got seconds of the fish, too. Only Heiston, the glaive user, stuck to his one plate. When we finished first, there was an apologetic look on his gaunt face. "You'll have to excuse them. We're broke as a general rule, so now that we're here at the Dark Elf base and the food is free, they can't help themselves." Temu, whose head was shaved like a high school baseball player's, chomped down on a fish head first, then butted Heiston on the shoulder. "Don't act all smooth and in control in front of the pretty girl. In the 5th floor elf village, you were double fisting those skewers." "And you had 3 in each hand." They were a jolly bunch, but once again, something about them seemed off to me. Heiston said they were broke, but they had the very expensive equipment. And if they had the skill to get this far, and assuming they weren't pouring their funds into sketchy items or gambling, they should at least have enough coal to spend on decent food. And obviously, I wasn't going to pry into their financial situation of a guild I just met. So I sat back and sipped my tea. Then, with the most effortlessly natural smile and tone of voice imaginable, Asuna said, "So how do you all know each other?" Considering that she was like a prickly hedgehog when we first met at Tolbana on the 1st floor, Asuna transformed into quite the pleasant socialite. The thought sent a little snort out through my nose, rippling the liquid in my teacup. Sensing my thoughts, the fencer gently stepped on top of my left foot, sending a very clear signal not to say anything out of line. Unaware that this act of intimidation was happening under the table, the 4 exchanged another look, including Lazuli this time. Gindo, the bearded dandy, though of a different sort than Okatan from the ALS, wiped his mouth politely with a napkin before responding. "We met in the town of beginnings, but we never planned to actually leave the town at first. We were more like an informational exchange fraternity." "Informational exchange?" Asuna repeated. Gindo could sense the suspicion in her voice and explained, "I know this will sound pathetic to you, given your place in the game, but the waiters back in the town of beginnings who chose to stay safe until the game is beaten still get hungry and sleepy every day. You won't die without food here, of course, and you can sleep on the street, but everyone wants a hot meal and a soft bed. That means you need money for food and lodgings each day." This was true, and though I hadn't been back to the 1st floor in a while, I knew that it was much harder than it sounded. The quickest way to earn coal was to beat monsters. SEO wasn't the kind of game that said, "Bugs and animals wouldn't be carrying gold coins." So even the weaklings, wormlings, and boars right outside of the town of beginnings dropped a few coal, killed 10 a day, and you could afford a decent meal and a place to sleep. But even against boars, there was no way to eliminate the possibility of an accident happening. Focus too much on the one monster, and you might miss the sound of another one popping into existence nearby, and end up linking the two in combat. Through repetition of little mistakes or lapses in judgment like this, one gained knowledge, experience, and ultimately strength. But in this world, you had only one life that could pay the price of a mistake. Most likely, the majority of the 2,000 players who already dropped out of the deadly game did so not far from the town of beginnings. And according to Argo's rough calculations, that included a few hundred beta testers. One mistake, one accident leading to panic, was all that it took to deplete your hit points, no matter how much you knew about the game. But we didn't earn our money by going out into the wilderness and beating mobs. As a matter of fact, there are lots of quests in the town of beginnings if you'd look for them, Gindo said. It was my turn to repeat his words. Quests? Yes, of course. We couldn't mess with the ones like go out of town and get this thingy, or beat X number of monsters. But within the city, you can do stuff like errands and finding lost objects, and even some rare ones like house cleaning and pet walking. "Oh, right," said Lazuli, who was picking up at the side of pickled vegetables that came with the grilled fish. "The one where you had to go clean up the hoarder's house? That was a tough one. There were piles and piles of items all throughout the house, and you had to separate them into these huge wooden boxes out in the yard. You had to sort every last item perfectly to beat the quest, and lots of them you couldn't really tell if they were toys or practical items or... Did you know that if you pilfer the coins and jewels and all the stuff in those piles, you get locked in the basement of the mansion for like half a day? Temu added. Hyson sighed. Only you would attempt something like that. The bickering made Asuna giggle. The erstwhile leader Gindo smiled wryly and spread his hands. The point is, there are lots of quests that give you safe earnings, but since they don't endanger your life, they're all tedious instead. We started running into each other so much at the various quest spots that we naturally got into trading information. That's right. At first I tried to keep my distance from this fishy old guy, said Lazuli, pointing her fork at Gindo. He whined, I'm not that old. Although his looks and manners were completely different, I saw a similarity in Gindo's gestures to the scimitar-wielding man named Climb, who I'd spent a few hours hunting boars with on the first day of the game. He stayed behind at the Town of Beginnings to be with his friends. Was he hard at work at leveling up now so he could reach the frontier? Or was he staying put to focus on his safety? His name was still in my friends list, so I could write him a message whenever I wanted, but the last 2 months had passed without any communication between us. I suppose I felt guilty about abandoning him and chose not to draw attention to it by reaching out now. Mentally speaking, the Town of Beginnings felt endlessly distant, but with the teleportation gate, it was, in fact, just a step away. If we had an opportunity to go to Statchen, maybe it would be nice to visit the bottom floor again. Just then, Lazuli said, Still, as a general rule, there are no downside to rewards when doing quests as a group. If you work together, you get it done quicker, and you can use the extra time to search for Japanese books to read. Pretty soon, our little info trading group became a cooperative strategy group. Oh, I see, murmured Asuna, who was satisfied with that answer. She lifted the toe of her boot off my foot onto the table. It seemed perfectly natural that people would work together to clear out city quests in the Town of Beginnings, but this was Castle Gali, right on the frontier. There was a huge mental leap involved in going from a group that banded together to avoid the danger of fighting monsters to an official in-game guild, meaning they completed the tricky and dangerous guild quest on the 3rd floor, with fancy gear that could knock out the scorpions in that dusty canyon on the way to this castle. Heiston sensed my suspicion and turned to look me square in the face with his long purplish hair waving. Now that we've gotten to this part of the story, we might as well see it through to the end. When we started the group, we were making pretty solid income for a while. However, the Town of Beginnings might be big, but it doesn't have an endless supply of quests. Some are daily quests that can only be done once a day, but when the word got around about them, so many people tried them, and you had to wait half a day just to be able to undertake them. Oh, that makes sense, I said. Gindo, bearded dandy, picked up it from there. The city quest got picked up clean before the 1st floor was cleared out, so we were in trouble. Not that I'm criticizing you folks in the front line group, just the opposite. We're very grateful for your hard work, and we feel bad that you're doing all this for our benefit. We couldn't even imagine trying to do what you do, clearing out labyrinths and beating floor bosses. Huh? That's not true, though, I said, a bit more blunt than I probably needed to be. You appear to have some high-grade gear. If you can get to this place, then I wouldn't imagine that you can fight in the labyrinth towers without too much trouble. I wanted to ask them if they'd helped out by joining a raid group, but all 4 suddenly began shaking their heads. No way, we can't. We're not like that, Lazuli started to protest, but Gindo cut her off. Let's explain in order. I told you how the quests in the Town of Beginnings ran dry. Well, at that point, we had some decent savings, so we weren't going to go hungry anytime soon. But even staying in the cheapest inns, the wallet eventually is going to empty out. So the 4 of us talked it over and weighed 2 options. Ration our money for as long as it can go in the town safely, or blow it all and buy gear and potions and leave the town. Huh? If you had that option, you should have just picked that from the start, I thought, before I realized something. Oh, right. If you beat quests, you get more than just money. You get experience points. Exactly, said Temo, fishtail sticking out of his mouth. He worked his lips to pull the rest of it inside and crunched away with a smile. By the time we were done with the interior quest in the Town of Beginnings, we were already level 5. 5? I gaped. Asa and I shared a look. I'd left the town at level 1 after Akihito Kayaba's tutorial speech, but I remembered that when I got the anneal blade at the town of Harunoka, I was still only level 4. A team of 4 level 5 players with good gear would need a disastrous anti-miracle to lose to the worm or in boars around the starting of the town. But the thing about MMORPGs was that the possibility of disaster was always present. For players who stayed in the safety of town for nearly a month to finally leave that safe zone, there had to be some motive that pushed them along. We did feel reassured that our levels were higher, but the reason I argued we should go out into the world was a simpler one than that, said Heiston shyly, holding his teacup with both hands. I just wanted to do more quests. SAO quests tend to be detailed, but many also feel like they've been written by a child. You just can't tell what's going to happen in them. It feels like the moments when we were thinking hard about the clue that will solve the riddle, or running around town looking for that one missing item, and the only moments when we can actually forget we're playing a game that's trying to kill us. Huh? Is that seriously what you were thinking? Lazuli yelped, grumpily, bopping Heiston on the shoulder. The scowl turned into a grin, very soon though. You should have just said that instead. Then we wouldn't have to argue over all those hours. Yeah, well, we all knew that you're the biggest quest lover of the bunch already, Temu pointed out. Heiston flushed and tried to argue that he wasn't that obsessed. Gindo smirked again. At this way, his companions bickered and got the discussion back on track. Anyway, we decided to use just about all of our coal to buy gear and went out of town. First, we went through all the extermination and harvesting quests that we couldn't do before. Then, we all got to level 6 and earned a new skill slot. At that point, I even started to think that at the rate we were going, we'd catch up to the top group before long. Suddenly, the smile left his lips. He clenched his hands into fists. We finished all the quests in Harunoka and Madai with ease. Then we tried to take a shortcut through the swamp to Tolbana. In the week since leaving town, we'd thought we'd gotten good at fighting, and the kobolds around there were easy enough, so we got cocky. We came across a group of 3 kobolds in the swamp and didn't realize one was new to us. Was it the swamp kobold trapper? I asked. Kendo looked surprised but nodded. Yes, I believe that was the name. At the time I used a one-handed sword, but the snare the kobold threw tangled up my blade, and I fell into the swamp. I tried to pick it up, but while I was reaching for the muck for it, another kobold attacked me. You didn't read the strategy guide? Asuna asked, her voice just a little bit harder than before. I'm pretty sure it was being distributed for free in Madai by that point. Gindo turned uncomfortably to look at his friends, then sighed. We made use of it when leaving the Town of Beginnings, of course. It's just, those guild guides are mainly about monsters and items, and their quest info is limited to the big ones and the combat ones. We were proud, arrogant even, about having completed all the quests in the Town of Beginnings. We began thinking that we knew more than the book did, so we only flipped briefly through the updated version in Madai, and when we read it closely afterwards, we saw that there was a full breakdown of the swamp kobold trapper, and warnings about the danger it posted. I opened my mouth to say something, but realized I didn't know what I could actually say. The contents of Argo's strategy guides naturally skewed towards safety information. That was the reason she made and distributed them in the first place, and she was going to need full writing staff to actually cover all the quests that didn't have the potential to be deadly. At That time, I was close to dying, and Temu and Lazuli were in the yellow too, Gendo said, head downcast with shame. I was in full-blown panic. I just wanted to run away, but I was in a swamp, so running was hard. All I knew was that I was going to die. We ran and ran like people possessed, and finally threw them off, but at that point, our spirits were broken. I'd been fighting at the front lines of player progress since SAOs officially launched, but the number of times I'd felt the Grim Reaper reaching for my neck was surprisingly few. But I understood exactly what he meant when he spoke of broken spirits. I still felt a vivid chill run down my spine when I recalled the moment fighting Asterius, the Taurus King, on the second floor, when I'd been paralyzed by his lightning attack, helpless to do anything but look up at the approaching boss. The fact that I didn't drop out of the advancing group and hide safely in town after that was probably because I was with Asuna. I supposed she would say something like, "I'd rather die than give up," and I couldn't possibly leave her on her own devices and return to the town of beginnings. I imagine that these four had probably stuck it through it because they're personal bonds. Meanwhile, Gendo continued. When we returned to Madai, battered and broken, there were about 10 players in the town square shouting about something. When we asked what happened, they said the first floor boss had been beaten while we were out adventuring. That was exciting and wonderful, and we were grateful to the players who did it. But we honestly felt conflicted. Gendo sighed, and close-shaven Temu stepped in. It's like they were defeated and miserable, and then we were hear that news? It just pointed out how unfit we were. Like I played in a youthful baseball league until middle school. Huh? I yelped. Only half of that was surprised that he was actually a baseball player, like I'd imagined. And the other half was that he was willing to divulge real-world details about himself to strangers. Temu seemed surprised by the reaction, but Heiston shook his head with an annoyance. We always tell you don't dredge up or talk of the outside. So what? I can talk about my own life if I want to, right? He asked, turning to me for validation. I awkwardly agreed. Yeah. See, in baseball, it's really easy to tell if you're outclassed. It's true of all sports, of course, but there were always at least one guy in your team that you realize you'll never be better than. And when you play in a tournament and you find monsters that even he can't overcome in competition, only the people who keep at it and don't let that discourage them will reach the top. But I couldn't hack it. When I heard that the boss was beaten, I remembered feeling it again. That feeling of being like in the stands of the park, yelling at myself hoarse, and sensing just how far away it all felt. He trailed off, his eyes gazing into space. It was like he was watching the heat haze over the baseball field in midsummer. As someone who actually present in the battle against Ilfang the Kobold Lord, the first floor boss, I should have said something, but I couldn't find the words, Temu was talking about was being outclassed and feeling like we were so distant. But I didn't share that sensation at all. The only thing that defined the current frontline group was a successful spirit off of starting line, nothing else. None of the floor bosses had been easy. When they were in Madai, marveling at our victory over Ilfang, we were mourning the loss of Diavel, our raid party leader. So, why didn't you go back to the town after that? Asuna asked, wasting no breath. Temu blinked a few times at how direct her question was. Well, if I had to use a single word, then it was stubbornness? He looked at his shoulders, where Lazuli, Heiston, and Gendo all nodded. We knew that we weren't going to get into the frontier group, but when we were still stubborn in thinking that we knew more about the quest than anyone else, so we said to ourselves, before we give up and run back to the safe zone, let's test out how far we can get with quests alone. Quests alone? I asked, while next to me, Asuna gasped. Oh, does that mean the Q from Kwasak is for... Yup, very astute, Asuna, Lazuli remarked, snapping her fingers. At this, thinking he was being called, the dark elf steward rushed over to the table, much to Lazuli's panic. But Asuna took the opportunity to order some honey ale. As the waiter left, Heiston took over the explanation. You're correct. The Q is short for quest, and the sack came from our baseball-playing friend here. To refer to the sacks of gold would come away with. Asuna burst into cute laughter, and I added a stifled gurgle to my own that was much less cute, since the guilds we knew had cool, flashy names like Dragon Knights Brigade and Legend Braves. The sheer simple honesty of Quasac being short for questing for sacks had tickled our funny bones. The honey ale was conveniently brought out at that moment, and I took a swig of the sweet, refreshing liquid to quench my thirst. I see. I'll be honest, I thought you folks were a little fishy at first, but the riddles are being answered for me. So the reason your gear's so good, despite you being broke, is because it's quest rewards? And the reason you looked so uncomfortable when we admitted we were in the front line group was because we felt guilty about dropping out, I mentally added. But something in the way Gindo tugged his short beard told me he understood my meaning. Yes, that's right. You tend to get more experience than money for quests. And between all the rewards, with a selection of loot to take, you can assemble a pretty good set. Unfortunately, you'll need to go hunting to get those sacks of coins, though. Now that you mention it, that's true, I admitted. But there was still one question on my mind. For being a quest-focused guild, how was it that they seemed so fresh and clean after reaching Castle Galley? The giant insects and arthropods in the barren canyons outside were about the toughest and the generic monsters you could find at this point. So, you're telling me that you started the Dark Elf faction of the Elf War campaign quest on the 3rd floor, and you came here to Castle Galley to continue the Hidden Key quest? I wondered. The 4 members of Quasac nodded. That's right. Didn't you? Have you already recovered the key from this floor? Heiston asked. I glanced at Asuna before replying. Yeah, we just got back from finishing it. If you'd like, we can tell you the main points to watch out for. That would be much appreciated, he smiled, inclining his head. Then he turned towards the water. But I suppose the random mobs along the path were tougher than the actual riddle solving. Did you have any trouble with the giant bugs on the way to the castle? I asked. A very smooth, leading question by my standards. My partner saw through this attempt, though, and cleared her throat uncomfortably. The 4 were as straightforward as their guild name suggested, though none appeared skeptical of my question. Oh, we just left the attacking to our escort and focused on guarding the whole time, Gindo said, which didn't immediately make sense to me. Escort? You hired another player? Oh no, we don't have the money for that. I mean, the Dark Elf NPC. Don't you have one too? He asked. I glanced at Asuna again. The first thought in my head at Dark Elf NPC was Kismel, but she wasn't our guard or escort. We didn't reunite her until we arrived at Castle Galley. Or did that mean they had their own Kismel, like us? Did they manage to beat the Forest Elven Hollowed Knight in the Forest of Wavering Mists, avoiding Kismel's death and giving them a companion? I glanced around the dining hall, but saw no one to fit the bill. Perhaps they had already broken up the party by the time they arrived. But that might mean our Kismel is in the treasure repository, might run across their Kismel somewhere in the castle. I couldn't imagine what would happen if that came to pass. Asuna filled the silence I was leaving. She asked hoarsely, "What is the name of your escort?" Name, repeated Gindo, taken aback. He looked at his companions. You guys know the Blelf's name? The other 3 shook their heads. Lazuli said, The cursor just says Dark Elf Scout. Couldn't that be the name? Now it was our turn to glance at one another. Kismel was a knight, not a scout. Her official title was Dark Elven Royal Guard. That made it much less likely that Quasac escorted was another Kismel, but I had to be sure. By the way, what is the gender of your escort? A man. He's a real dick, said Temu. Both Asa and I exhaled. Upon further inquiry, we learned that, initially designed their entry event for the quest featured the Dark Elf and Forest Elf both dying. The four managed to complete the camp commander's quest somehow, but at the final mission on the third floor, retrieving the key, they were given a Dark Elven scout to serve as their escort and fifth party member. Apparently, he vanished at the entrance of the human towns, then reappeared when left them. If they undertook unrelated quests or hunted in any one spot, he would disappear again. He was exceedingly cold as befitted a dark elf, but did not argue in any kind of personal or small talk. When did the Elf War campaign quest in the beta as a solo? I didn't get an escort. What they were expecting was probably a support measure added to the official release. But if the elf was anywhere near as strong as Kismel, I could see how these four quest-centric players had gotten to Castle Galley without any damage. But at the same time, I sensed danger. This questline continued to the 9th floor. That scout escort would vanish there when the quest was over. Would they be able to keep up after that point without someone to do the heavy damage for them? I wondered these things and more as I sipped at my honey ale, but decided that it wasn't really my business. They'd done their other quests outside of the elf campaign without a bodyguard, and Asa and I certainly receive a great amount of tactical, emotional benefit from Kismel's presence. Given that the scout was just a simple bodyguard NPC to them, Quasac might find it easier to move on when the campaign was done without losing motivation. Gosh, look at the time, Gindo said, rousing me from my thoughts. The plates on the table had been cleaned off, and Temu and Lazuli looked sleepy. Gindo closed his window, got to his feet, and patted Temu on the head. Kirito, Asuna, it was a pleasure to chat with you. We're going to get our quests from the Lord of the Castle, so we'll take our leave for the day. No, thank you for letting us take up your time, said Asuna, getting up from her chair. I inclined my head, too. We agreed to meet up again in the morning and watch the four of them leave to the hall. When the doors closed and their cursors vanished from view, I gave my temporary partner member a look. After a long few seconds, Asuna muttered, I guess there are also people like them up near the front line, too. I never considered the possibility of a quest-focused guild. Even without grinding for levels, you can get this far in quest loot alone, I guess. Not that we do that much grinding either, she pointed out. That's true. A lull followed, and eventually we exhaled simultaneously. It was a good thing that more players were becoming focused on leaving the towns and reaching the frontier, and being quest-centric opened up new possibilities for that. Our meeting with Gindo's group was a welcome development, but there was something in my chest that itched about it and refused to go away. Perhaps it was just some infantile irration that others had intruded on our supposed private relaxation time around the castle with Kismel. Castle Galley was a public location, so all players had the right to visit. In SAO, as in many MMORPGs, it was a classical violation of manners to claim a public space and refuse others the right to be there. As a fellow member of the Dark Elf faction of this questline, this was actually a place for us to trade useful information. I told myself to stop being childish and selfish, and to follow Asuna's example in the way she had cordially interacted with Quasac. And yet, earlier, I said that I wasn't a fan of instances. Now I take that back. My partner said out of the blue. I stared at her. Why? Because! Anyway, where was Kismel gone off to? She snapped, clearly trying to change the subject, and looking around the dining hall for no good reason. Virtually all the other Dark Elves had continued on their way, and of course Kismel wasn't here. Maybe she went back to her room? Oh, well, we should go back too, then. Yeah, good idea. The fencer promptly strode away. As I followed her, I wondered if I ever would fully understand the way her mind worked. No, I decided with a sigh. That day would probably never come. 8. When we opened the door to our guest room on the third floor of the West Wing, intent on changing clothes before we visited Kismel's chambers, both Asen and I exclaimed with surprise. The slender elf knight was already sitting on the sofa in our room. "What are you doing here, Kismel?" Asana asked, trotting over to her. The knight lifted a narrow glass in her hand. "I was waiting for you, of course. Have you finished talking with the new visitors?" "Huh? You knew they were meeting with other human warriors?" I asked, which brought a little curl of smile to her lips. "But of course, I keep my distance, not wanting to interfere." "You wouldn't have been a bother at all." Despite my reassurance, however, it indeed is a good thing for us that Kismel had been considerate. Kismel was far more human in her mannerisms and intelligence than other dark elves, and certainly more than a generic dark elf scout accompanying Kwasak. I couldn't imagine how they might react to her, and it wasn't clear what effect it would have on her to interact with players who might speak openly by the fact this world was just a VR game. In online RPGs I played before SAO, I was not good at actual role playing, but somehow it had become natural for me to assume the role of human swordsman traveling across Aincrad when interacting with dark elves, a development that filled me with mild wonder. Kismel waved at us to sit. "Did you finish speaking with the new visitors?" "Yes, they said they were going to visit with the master of the castle," Asana explained. The knight placed a new glass before her and poured a pale golden liquid from the bottle on the table. When she did the same for me, I noticed a refreshing familiar scent wafting up. It must have been that moon-tier wine that her sister till now loved. We shared a toast, and I took a sip of a rather strong alcohol that couldn't actually get you drunk, before saying, "I think those four will be leaving the castle in the morning to go to the shrine in the south, so we won't see them until the evening. It's your valuable day off tomorrow, so we should find our own useful task to..." Softly and suddenly, Asana jabbed at me with her elbow. I looked at her with bewilderment before I realized what I'd just done. The 4 members of Kwasak were going south tomorrow to retrieve the agate key from the shrine, the same key that we just brought back today. The set of 6 hidden keys that would open a mysterious sanctuary device, which the dark elf legend held would destroy Aincrad, and which the forest elves believed would return it to the earth, would not exist in duplicate. As far as Kismel knew, we had gone from the 3rd to the 6th floor through a great trials and had managed to collect 4 of these precious one-of-a-kind keys. But within the game systems, there were as many secret keys as there were players undertaking the Elf War questline. At this moment, Kwasak was receiving a quest from Count Gallion to recover the agate key. What if they left tomorrow and returned after finishing the quest, and Kismel witnessed them carrying a new copy of the key? It could very well happen. What if she asked us why the 4 of them were going to that very same shrine? If NPCs in this game had such advanced AI, shouldn't they be programmed with the ability to integrate that information and take it all in stride? "I see. It is much to ask of you humans, I know," Kismel murmured. She drank down the last of her wine. I picked up the bottle automatically and reached to pour her a glass. Another, then cautiously asked, "Do you know the reason they're going to the shrine, Kismel?" "To retrieve the hidden key, of course." Austin and I stared at the dark elf, who seemed unbothered by the knowledge. When she noticed us staring, she looked a bit curious and then smiled. "Ah, so you did not know then?" Didn't know what?" Asana asked quietly. Kismel smiled and turned a bit apologetic. "The commanding officer of the Vanguard force explained that he was using knights to confuse and mislead the forest elves, did he not? We are arranging a similar thing for the duty of retrieving the keys. What does that mean? Even after we recovered the key from the shrine, other knights and scouts have been headed to the same shrines, carrying false keys mocked up by our priestesses to our camps and fortresses. If any human pledge assistance along the way, we accept it. This is all to mislead the forest elves, remember. Asa and I had no words. The existence of fake keys itself was a surprise. But even more than that, wouldn't that expose those decoy knights and soldiers to danger? I asked, stunned. Gizmo looked down. That is correct. More than a few knights have been attacked by the forest elves, and I understand some have lost their lives. But why do you need to go through such lengths? Asuna demanded, leaning forward. The knight placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Because that is how serious a duty it is to retrieve a sealed key, and the mentality one needs to undertake the mission. Failure is unacceptable. Now the history and knowledge of the collected people of Lysula, Kelo, humankind, dwarfkind are contained within this floating castle, and should it collapse, all will be lost, along with many, many lives. We cannot allow ruin to come to the things that the priestesses of yore gave her precious life to protect. I believe that Her Majesty, the Queen, wants the 6 keys so she can keep the sanctuary doors shut forever. Gizmo stopped there, but my mind was half occupied with other things. After Asuna and I intertwined in the battle between Kismel and the forest elves, the forest elven Hollow Knight back on the 3rd floor, the duels between dark and forest elves had continued without end. This was only natural, as it would be an event that entered into the players into the Elf War campaign quest. But if Kismel's explanation was taken at face value, it suggested that the elves undertook even this unavoidable matter of the story's convenience at risk of their own lives. But had the designer of this quest, some writers at Argus, really considered this angle when designing it? It was common sense that in an MMORPG, the same events occurred from each player. Anything less wouldn't be fair. When seen from inside the game world, it would look like the same character was dying and coming back to life over and over, and no player was going to complain about this being illogical. That little girl from my Anil Blade quest, for example, spent an eternity getting sick, being cured, back and forth. Was it really the game's designers who created these secondary elements like fake keys and decoy knights in order to protect the integrity of our worldview and the game mechanics under the hood, or is it something else, like the world itself? What is it, Kirito? I looked up when I had heard my name and met eyes with Kismel, who had been equally lost in thought. Nothing. Just thinking about some things. I understand how you feel. Sometimes I even wonder if the 4 keys we're carrying around are the real thing or not. For real? I asked. I accidentally slipping into some real-world slang, but that saying had clearly been absorbed into Kismel's vocabulary at this point, and she paid it no mind. Yes, for real. It would have been real because we took it from the shrine, but once it had been placed in the vault or fortress of the castle, there's no telling if the priestesses might have switched it out. Ah, I see. So it's potentially true that both our keys and Kwasak keys are fakes, or maybe the story holds that they're both real. I wondered, once again lost in questions that had no answer. Next to me, Asuna asked, if you're going through the lengths of creating false keys to distract the forest elves, wouldn't it be a bad thing to have the keys, real or fake, collected in the same place? I mean, Yofel Castle got attacked. Yes, there is logic to what you say, agreed Kismel, who looked up at the ceiling. The guest chamber at Yofel Castle had a huge window that afforded a view of the outside, but Castle Galley carved right into the rock, so the windows were only on the hallway side. They compensated with plenty of interior lights, in addition to the wall-hanging lamps that the inns in Statchen and Cerebus had. There was an elaborate candelabra hanging from the ceiling like a chandelier, its little fires flickering. We assumed that Yofel Castle would never be attacked. The forest elves on the 4th floor had only a few small boats, and we couldn't have imagined they would team up with the fallen elves. If you had not warned us, we would not have prepared for the attack in time. Even with Viscount Yofel's power, the castles might have been lost. But Kismel looked back at us and gave a reassuring smile. Even with the wicked cleverness of the fallen, it is impossible for them to attack Castle Galley with a huge army. As you saw for yourselves, I could not take 10 steps outside this place without the Greenleaf Cape. The forest elves will have some kind of similar cloak, but surely only in small numbers. And the cape that was sewn from the leaves of the holy tree, there shall never be another of its kind. Even the boar warriors of the forest elves would not ask to dream of attacking this castle with no more than 10, at risk of losing all treasure handed down since the great separation. What about the fallen elves? Is it possible that they have something similar? Asuna persisted, but Asuna again shook her head. Have you forgotten? The fallen elves were cursed by the holy tree. If they should be put on the cape made of its leaves, they should be burned to ash, or something similar. If not, to such an extreme, the pain and scarring would be intense regardless. Oh, you're right, Asuna said, sticking out her tongue to show how forgetful she was. Kismel chuckled back, but her mirth did not last very long. She folded her arms in a thinking pose. But as Asuna says, keeping the keys in one place for too long is only inviting needless risk, perhaps. There is a spirit tree here at the castle, so I suppose I shall give up on my day's rest, and continue soon as the morning arrives. What? I was going to shout, but Asuna was quicker. No! She practically flew over the low table to Kismel's side and grabbed the knight's hand in her own. I'm sorry that I caused you to worry. I understand now that this castle is safe. Just stay with us tomorrow. I've been thinking about what we would do. Kismel's dark purple eyes blinked several times. Then how many times had I seen this now? Gave the gentle smile of an older girl to her younger sister. All right then. Then I will leave in 2 days, as originally planned. What shall we do tomorrow? It's still a secret. I'll announce it in the morning. So look, forward to the surprise, Asuna said with a grin. I, however, felt a little bit unnerved by that. Minutes later, the slender wine bottle was empty. Kismel slumped against the back of the sofa. Whew. I believe I am a bit intoxicated. I examined her face, but the coffee brown skin was not any different from usual, and I couldn't anticipate what would happen if an AI got drunk. Asuna looked worried, however, and asked, Are you all right? Can you get back to your room? Ha! I am not so drunk that I cannot stand. But, she said, pausing to look at us in turn, the room I've been given is too large for one person. Do you mind if I sleep on this long couch tonight? What? I yelped out of reflex, but in fact, Asuna and I had no reason to refuse her. I was going to tell her it was perfectly all right, of course, until I realized something. In a situation with 2 women and 1 man, it seemed clear which one of the 3 should take the sofa. In that case, you can sleep in the bedroom with Asuna. Kismel, I'll sleep on the sofa instead. As I drifted off into slumber, I hoped that it was the same way for Asuna and Kismel. The night of January 3rd passed in silence. Or so I thought. A forceful alarm woke me, stabbing deep into my brain. Without opening my eyes, I felt for my game window and turned off the alarm that only I could hear. My eyelids rose to see that the room was still dark. Before I entered the room, I had set an alarm for 2 o'clock, so of course it was dark, but now I felt like I shouldn't have been bothered. I focused on the sounds of the room, and I heard only peaceful slumber from Kismel and Asuna, which made me want to go back into that pleasant warmth too. It was willpower alone that forced my eyes to stay open. Once I had maintained 30 continuous seconds of wakefulness, the temptation of sleep subsided. It occurred to me as I crept along that the dark elf, an alarm that only I could hear, would fall under the category of human charms. Still, I carefully opened the door and went out into the hallway. I was 50% certain that Kismel at least would detect my movement, but it seems that I had pulled it off. I opened my window again and equipped my long coat and sword. There was no humanoid figures on either side of the curving hallways. No guard was likely to scold me if they spotted me, but just in case, I stayed quiet as I headed to the staircase in the center of the west wing. When the bell rang early in the evening, I had plunged down these stairs, but this time I was slow and deliberate climbing them. As I remember from the beta, the stairs continued past the 4th floor, which was the highest in the castle. Eventually, they ended in a small door. I turned the knob and pushed it open. Fresh, chilly air instantly surrounded me. The doorway led out onto the roof of the castle in the west wing. There was no man-made light here, but the moonlight was coming from the outer aperture of Einkrad. It was just enough to keep the dark at bay. Then again, the exterior of the staircase corridor itself was about the only feature of note on the vast roof anyway. In a single-player RPG, you'd expect to find a chest or two on a secluded location like this, but here, there wasn't so much as a pebble to pick up. Unlike the polished castle walls, the surface here was rough and pockmarked. I walked along the exterior that bordered the courtyard. There were parapets barely a third of a meter tall, but they weren't going to prevent anyone from falling. It was a good 20 meters down to the paving stones, so a headfirst fall could prove fatal. I made sure I was alone, just in case, then leaned over to stare into the courtyard at the scenery that was a polar opposite of its daytime setting. Countless little torches cast the huge spirit tree in alternating navy blue and orange, and the dew that hung and dripped from its leaves on the branches shone like liquid fire. Pairs of guards marched slowly around it, like a vision from some fantastical dream. After a moment of entranced viewing, I snapped back to the attention and examined every part of the courtyard I could see. Nothing was amiss. The bells hadn't rung, so that means no one had entered the castle, NPC or player. But I still had to check, to make sure before I allowed myself to step back from the edge. When I turned around, I looked at the exterior of the castle instead. Galley was a castle that had been carved into the walls of the previous extant circular stone hollow. So the outer edges were surrounded by sheer natural cliffs. Even from the roof, it was nearly 10 meters to get to the top, so despite the sort of eventide agility bonus, I couldn't quite race up the cliff. But since the beta, I'd always wondered what exactly might be found beyond this rock face. I was sure that the castle gates on the south side were impregnable, but until I saw it for myself, I had trouble ruling out intruders coming from atop the cliffs. I needed to make sure the possibility of a forest elf invasion was no more than zero. I pulled my gaze away from the cliff walls and began walking up to the right. Up ahead loomed the 3 parts gabbled full roof of the castle center building, which was 1 floor taller than either of its wings. The angle was steep, but not vertical like the cliffs. The peak of the roof reached the edge of the cliff, so my thinking back in the beta was I could just climb that structure instead. But no matter how I tried back then, I would always slipped and fell back down after about 3 meters. However, my stats were better now, and my boots were higher quality, with good grip. I came to a stop about 20 meters from the gabbled roof, envisioned the course I would take, and began to sprint. With about 5 meters to go, I hit max speed. Under the roof was a forbidden 5th floor of the central building, which probably included the Count's private chambers, so there was a possibility I could get myself in major troubles. But that was something to worry about later. A massive jump got me into the middle section of the roof, and from there I began to wall run diagonally up the 70-degree slope. I felt my soles slipping at the 5th step, as they gave way a few centimeters by the 7th, but I managed 2 more steps before jumping again. If I grunted with effort, I might wake up Count Gallion just under the roof. So I had to make sure to do it with silent emphasis, stretching out as far as I could reach. My fingertips grasped the lip of the cliff, and I let the mountain boost me, and I scrabbled for all I was worth. I was prepared to be met by an invisible purple barrier set up by the system itself, but it did not happen. I managed to pull myself up the wall and rolled over onto my back, panting for several long moments. What I'd just done didn't, as far as I knew, expend a single calorie of energy from my actual physical body. But when you worked your avatar to its physical limits, there was always a period of heavy breathing afterwards. But in just a matter of seconds, the feeling passed, and I slowly sat up. All that I saw before me was flat. I doubted the designers had cut corners here, but the only thing ahead was rough, flat rock, with hardly any features or change in elevation. I stood up and kicked the ground. It was very tough. At the very least, it seemed like I didn't have to worry about slipping through some polygonal crack or clipping into another dimension. In other words, it could support the weight of hundreds of soldiers. Kismel claimed that the elves couldn't move through the dusty canyon outside of Castle Galley without capes made of leaves from the holy tree. But there was no guarantee that this held true top of this cliff, too. I needed to ascertain if there was another way here aside from the roof of the castle. After a brief survey, I started walking directly north. There wasn't a single monster or even a cactus on top of the flat mountains. So I used the massive pillar supporting the next floor of Einkrad in the far distance as a landmark, utilizing nothing but moonlight for illumination. Asuna liked high places, and I figured she would enjoy the barren terrain, but there was a good reason for not bringing her. Truth be told, I didn't entirely trust the members of Kwasak. It was true that if you beat all the many quests so far, you would earn as much XP if you were efficient in farming monsters, and you would get high-spec gear as rewards. With a powerful, ever-present Dark Elf soldier around as a bodyguard, it wasn't unthinkable for the four to reach this castle, even without much of battle experience. But it still didn't answer the question of why they would do this. Their claimed reason for leaving the safe haven was to earn money for food and lodging. In other words, to make their waiting time in the town of beginnings as pleasant as possible. Apparently, they were surprised to learn how strong they were and temporarily hoped they could reach advancing group. But that dream ended after the disaster at the Swamp Kobold Trapper. So that led it to being quest-centric, forming a guild based around making sacks with quests. That all made sense. What bothered me was the timing of their arrival here at the frontier of the player progress. At present, the only people farther ahead than us were the ALS and the DKB, proceeding on the clockwise route around the floor towards its end, with the Bro Squad and Argo and the info broker accompanying them. There was no good intel out yet on the monsters and tricky terrain of this slice on the 6th floor, and even with a powerful NPC accompanying them, the risk of death was greater than 0. If I were in their position, I would stay one floor down from the frontline group at minimum, and only engage in quests when I had plenty of help from Argo's strategy guides. The Elf War campaign quest wasn't some race to be first anyways. So there had to be some other reason for their rush to reach Castle Galley. Perhaps someone had hired them to do something. Perhaps someone who wished to do us harm. In other words, I couldn't rule out the suspicion that Kwasak had some connection to Morche's PK gang. There was a 99% chance I was overthinking it, but coming right on the heels of the paralysis attack incident, I swore to never be caught unawares again. If Kwasak was connected to the manipulation or manipulated by Morche, they would search for alternate routes into the castle. And the first thing that would come to mind would be the crossing the cliff that formed the back of the half of the castle. As the historical battles of Ichinotane and Itsukushima had shown, the best traditional means of ambush was to come down a cliff. Or maybe I was just being dramatic. I strode across the desolate rock, my eyes careful combing the areas for information. Still, no people or monsters to be seen. I did have a full perimeter lap and encouraged no one. I'd have to give the members of Kwasak a silent apology next time I saw them. What? Ow! The next moment, I let out an actual yelp and struggled to pull back my leg I had extended. My balance rocked, and I windmilled my arms, trying to catch the air. There was no ground beneath my extended foot. Blended perfectly in color between the rock and ground, and the background was an abrupt cliff, as sharp and clean as a cut by a knife. The drop was over 30 feet in meters, it looked like. With the help of the air expelled by my lungs, I managed to pull the center of gravity backward and plopped onto my butt. When my heart stopped pounding, I crawled forward and timidly peered over the edge. The cliff was so sheer it practically an overhang and continued all the way to the ground below. No player or forest elf could climb that surface. It was impossible. I backed up, still on all fours, and only stood once I was safe distance from the cliff. I opened my window and checked the map to find that the distance between my present location and the outer aperture of Eincred was not much more than 200 meters. This was the northern tip of the Rocky Mountain. It was nearly 3 in the morning now, but I had to find out how far this cliff went. I took a bottle of water out of my inventory for a quick swig, then walking east. I thought I was keeping a safe distance from the edge, the darkness and pre-dawn night. It was very hard to tell where the line was. I wished I had a lantern for light. If any other player were on top of the mountain, they would have certainly seen it. There was no cover at all on this plateau's surface. The trudging continued, with maximum care given to the ground around me. Occasionally I approached the edge and peered over, and never saw any change in angle. I started to wonder if I was just overthinking things with regards of a forest elf ambush or a sinister Quasac angle, until about 15 minutes later when I saw something I absolutely did not expect to see. It was not a protrusion from the rock floor, but a hollow, a descending staircase cut right down into the stone without any structure overhead. Like something from an early RPG, there was a faint flickering coming from the farthest down of the stairs. I stopped 2 seconds before my brain started running again, and then I silently got down to one knee. A little touch on the edge of the stairs told me that, like the castle itself, they were carved straight down into the rock. The chisel-mark texture was very similar to the castle's, but I couldn't yet be sure that it's also done by dark elves. If there just so happened to be someone hostile down there, and they were dangerous enough that if I died in a fight, there was no way I could ever apologize to Asuna and Kismil for my foolishness. For both figuratively and literal reasons, of course. Sadly, I knew I ought to avoid the danger for now, and go back to speak with the women. But when I stood up to leave, I sensed an olfactory input that was out of place. It wasn't a nasty smell, just the opposite. In fact, it smelled like spices, onions, and fatty meat cooking. There was nothing else I could compare it to. It smelled like a good old hamburger steak. For 3 seconds, my mind went haywire. My stomach curled up, and saliva flooded my mouth. Only when it threatened to drool out my lips did I come to my senses. There, on my knees, I considered the situation. If what awaited at the bottom of the stairs was some kind of ogre that lured prey with the smell of steak so that it could kill and eat them, then going down there to my death would make a world-class idiot. But, what if there was some kind of chance that this staircase was an invitation from the hamburger steak fairy, who only appeared one time a year? After all, there were cacti that only fruited for 30 minutes out of an entire year. So couldn't this miracle happen as well? I clenched my fist for about 10 seconds and finally came to my decision. Asuna, Kismel, I'm sorry. Even knowing this might be a trap, I believe that I was meant to walk down these stairs. Then I got on my feet and took a step down into the narrow stairway. The opening was a square barely over a half meter to a side. So just from taking these 3 steps down, my stomach hit the ceiling side of the opening. It seemed like the opening to a stairway should be rectangle, I thought, grumbling, and leaned backward so I could essentially slide down the steps. Only when I was about 20 steps down did it finally end into a hallway tall enough for me to stand. And even then, my head nearly touched the ceiling. and I was not particularly tall. This space, too, was narrow enough that it almost impossible for two people to squeeze past each other, so I knew I wasn't going to get attacked by an ogre or a giant in here. There was no light source in the passage, but the red flicker of flame reflected from the curve about 10 meters ahead, and the smell of cooking meat was getting stronger. I stepped lightly and slowly onward. When I reached the right turn, I stuck the corner and peered around for just a moment, pulling my head back. I played back the still image in my mind, like I'd caught it on film, but it was confusing. At the end of a hallway was a room about 3 meters to a side. In the middle was a small table and chair. The right wall was wooden shelves, and the left wall featured a small door. On the far wall was a black cylinder that looked like a heating stove, in front of which stood someone in a black robe who was peering into a frying pan on top. The pan, clearly the source of sizzling sound and tempted smell, but sadly, I couldn't make out the contents. The black-robed figure had its back to me, so I couldn't tell if it was human, elf, or some other demi-human monster like a goblin or orc. At the very least, it was shorter than me, so I couldn't be some man-eating ogre. I peered around the corner again, this time looking long enough that the figure's color cursor came into focus. Surprisingly, the black robe seemed to be made of very fine material like velvet. Unruly curls of gray, almost white hair ran down the back. And on the head, there was a pointed hat of some material as the robe. The cursor floated above was yellow, an NPC. The figure's name? Bohrum, Dark Elven Anecdotist. I couldn't make out how to say their name, and I had no idea what an anecdotist was. But I could definitely tell they were a dark elf, so they weren't going to just attack me out of the blue. Probably. I steeled my nerves and rounded the corner, passing through the hallway and into the room. Good evening, I called out, and the robed dark elf instantly leapt over a third of a meter in the air, its curly hair flying upward, and spun around to face me. Who goes there? Demanded the elf, who was revealed to be, in human terms, an elderly man of at least 80 years, with his skinny, wrinkled face framed by a small pair of rounded spectacles. But of course, there were those characteristic long, pointy elf ears protruding from the curls, so in fact, he could be hundreds of years old. There was a silver beard that hung from his chin nearly down to the floor. Of all the people I'd meet in Aincrad, this was clearly the closest to a classical representation of a wizard, but it also struck me of another reason. I've a slight feeling of déjà vu, like I had met this fellow somewhere before. Perhaps, but I would never forget someone so distinctive. At the very least, the old fellow did not recognize me. His tiny eyes bulged behind the glasses, and his lengthy beard quivered as he shouted, "Boy, you're human, aren't you? How did you get into my secret chamber?" "How? The normal way down the stairs," I said, pointing out the hallway I just walked down. The old man raised a fist. "You fool! That is not an entrance!" "Huh? Then what is it?" "It's my chimney vent. And besides, that is a bald mountain top up there, where even birds do not dare to cross. How did you climb up there?" "Well," I stammered, thinking I would probably be in trouble if I told him the truth. Then again, I was clearly already in trouble with him, so what was the difference? "I climbed up the roof of the central castle building." Now both the man's eyes and his beard mouth hung round open, an expression that lasted for over 3 seconds before he finally emitted a strange burst of noise. "You're telling me that a young man, human boy, climbed his way up the roof of little Milen's bedchamber?" Apparently, the ka-ka sound was his laughter. He lowered his raised fist and stroked his beard with the other hand. In a softer voice, the old man continued, I see. So the human swordsman who's been helping with the keys collection must be you. I understand now that you are not a thief, but what would bring you to climb the mountain in the dead of night like this?" "Well, I was out for a night stroll, a little night mountain climbing." and I wondered what was at the top of the cliff was like. I wandered around until I found your stairs, your vent, and smelled something nice coming out of it. Ah! The old man screamed, and now it was my turn to jump. He wasn't angry, and his AI hadn't just gone haywire, apparently. He spun back around with tremendous speed and grabbed the handle of the frying pan barehanded. Yow! He transferred the hot pan to the table and blew on his reddened palm. It was all so sudden and alarming that I didn't know what to do until I saw what was sizzling in the middle of the pan. It was an elliptical slab of minced meat, about 15 meters long and seared to a beautiful brown. This was a perfect hamburger steak, the likes of which I'd never seen in Eingrad before. The old man noticed my gaze and ceased blowing on his hand so he could exclaim, "What do you want? It's not for you. This is my one delight a month, and I haven't money left to enjoy. Why, you nearly caused me to char it black." If the food was one of the white fish or chicken dishes that elves so often served at their camp castles, I would have won my saving roll against the temptation and claimed, "I didn't say I wanted to eat it." But this was a hamburger steak. It wasn't my number one favorite dish in the world, but without curry or ramen in Einkrad, the sheer impact of the smell and appearance was nothing short of explosive. The mental image of a knife sinking into it and producing a rush of meat juice from inside the crowded out every corner of thought in my brain. If only there was some way to get this stubborn old man to give up half his steak, even a third. My mind was working as fast as when Morche attacked, when I was struck by a humbled inspiration. I sucked in a sharp breath. The old man used what looked like a wooden spatula, transferred the hamburger steak to a metal plate. As calmly as I possibly, given the circumstances, I asked, "Are you just having that?" "What do you mean?" asked the old man suspiciously, moving the plate away from me. "Oh, the human custom would state that such a delicious meat dish cannot be eaten simply on its own. Only with a side of bread or mixed vegetables can the flavor of the meat truly be appreciated." "Ha!" the old man mocked, waving his free hand. "I grew tired of vegetables over 100 years ago. It's bad enough that the cooks at this castle try to feed me leafy greens and fruit every day, because it'll make you live longer. To put that rubbish on my plate would ruin my precious fricatelle," asked the old man suspiciously, moving the plate away from me. "Oh, the human custom would state that such a delicious meat dish cannot be eaten simply on its own. Only with a side of bread or mixed vegetables can the flavor of the meat truly be appreciated." "Ha!" the old man mocked, waving his free hand. "I grew tired of vegetables over 100 years ago. It's bad enough that the cooks at this castle try to feed me leafy greens and fruit every day, because it'll make you live longer. To put that rubbish on my plate would ruin my precious fricatelle." Fricatelle? I just barely contained my impulse to ask him how that different from a hamburger steak. As long as it looked and tasted like one, it didn't matter what the elves called it. Instead, I waved my hands to call up my game window. The old man clearly hadn't seen much of the human art of scribing, as he reacted with curiosity, but I promptly found what I was looking for and pulled it out of my inventory. Then, what about this? In my fingers, I held a long, elliptical, vivid purple object. It was the last of the sweet potatoes dropped by those half-fish monsters. A regular potato was the best match for this hamburger steak, but I didn't have any, and this would do fine anyway. "What is that?" asked the dark elf elder, who had apparently lived centuries without seeing such a thing. His gray brows drooped in consternation. I rounded the table to show him. "It's a sweet potato you can find on the 4th floor. If you crisp this up in that frying pan, it'll go great with your fricatelle, I bet." If Asuna were here, she'd use ample vocabulary and knack for lyrical expression to charm, convince more than a few stubborn old men to try it out. But it had been my decision not to wake her up first. The man still looked suspicious, and he lifted his spectacles to get a better look. "Sweet potato, you say? It has a strange color." "The insides will be proper shade. It'll be hot and sweet and creamy," I said, like I was some kind of pitchman for the roasted sweet potato cart. The old man glanced back and forth between my face, the potato, and at last cleared his throat. "Ahem, ahem. Well, I suppose I can try it out. If it's as good as you say, I will even give you half of my fricatelle. The potato will go entirely to me, however." That seemed like an abuse of privilege, but I had eaten a number of ichthyoid potatoes, so I should let this slide this time. The old man took the potato, then placed the frying pan back on the stove. Still slick with the juice and fat of meat, in the right corner was a tiny kitchen area, and he went there to slice the sweet potato into slices less than 2 meters wide. Then he dropped the pieces into a pan, which had begun crackling again. Soon a sweet scent filled the air. He peered into the pan, murmuring and exclaiming to himself, and I watched him more than a little consternation. You didn't need the cooking skill to employ primitive methods like thrusting them into an open fire. But it seemed like frying one up in a pan with oil required some amount of expertise. Assuming he had made the steaming hamburger meat out of ingredients items, it appeared that he would have to possess the cooking skill. A minute later, the old man lifted his plate and used a long meat fork to transfer the potatoes one by one. The circles of sweet potato, fried and golden, looked perfectly cooked. How is it?" I asked eagerly, forgetting my manners. He glared at me from the corner of his eye. "I would tell you if I had eaten a bite yet. Now then." He switched to a normal fork and popped one of the smaller pieces of potato into his mouth. He chewed it for a good long time, swallowed, and groaned. "Ow!" "How is it?" I repeated. This time the old fellow looked me straight in the eye and said, "It's not bad." "Not bad?" It seemed like a deal was off, but if so, I felt that now I had the right to eat all the sweet potato he rejected, until he said, "But it would really be terrific with a dab of butter on top." Butter? At first, I was surprised. There's butter in Eincrad? But before my eyes, the man pulled a jar from the top shelf to the right. He placed it heavily on the table and said, "Well, don't just stand there like an idiot. Sit down, human boy." Yes, sir." I sat down on the other little stool at the table, and the old man set another metal plate in front of me. "You win, boy. Enjoy half the fricatelle, and out of my great magnanimity, these 2 pieces of potato." Before I could say a word, he sliced the jumbo steak in 2 and transferred 1/2, juices flowing outward, onto my plate. Then he set 2 pieces of sweet potato next to him, dumped the rest onto his own plate, and sat across from me. After that, he pulled the jar closer and stuck a small knife inside, scooping out a heap of creamy white substance that he dropped on a potato slice. I did the same when he passed the jar to me. The metal plates must have been some kind of heat-retaining magic on them. I didn't have the vocabulary to express the devastating sight of rapidly melting butter on top of fried sweet potato right next to a hot, juicy hamburger steak. It was time to turn off my brain and indulge. I lifted my knife in one hand and fork in the other and declared, "Let's dig in!" Across the table, the old man had cut a large piece of meat loose, and lifting it to his mouth, he chewed a few times, popped in a piece of buttered potato, chewed some more, then put on an expression of bliss and moaned, "Ah!" Instantly, I had another blast of deja vu. I had definitely seen this old man before. It wasn't the last 2 months trapped in Eincrad, but before that. Yet, that was obviously impossible. I didn't know any ancient dark elves in real life. So where? "Aha!" I shouted, rising out of my seat. It earned me a suspicious look from the man. "What is it, boy? Why are you eating?" I will. But before that, sir, are you the master of meditation?" The old man grunted, raising just one eyebrow and glaring at me. Boy, do you know who I am? Yes. I am the great storyteller of Lysula and the master of the art of meditation. Buhroom, the great sage. Have we met before? We have, in the beta test, I exclaimed in my head. My mouth flapped pointlessly. Over the month-long beta test, the only extra skill we found was meditation. It was a hidden skill that only appeared as a choice when certain conditions were fulfilled, much like the martial arts skill earned through the rock-breaking lesson on the second floor. In fact, Argo the info dealer found martial arts in the beta too, but it was right as the test was ending, so the info didn't get around. Therefore, meditation was the only hidden skill I earned in the beta, but I remember it being finicky, that I didn't have much use for it. The appearance, voice, speaking style of the NPC with the meditation training quest were identical to the steak-cooking old man, only his clothes and long ears were different. The meditation NPC was a human elder, a simple brown tunic. He did not live in a cave near the castle galley, but in a little shack deep in the swampy western area of the 6th floor. His attitude was mostly grumpy. I did not recall him having any special love of hamburger steak. But right before the moment I unlocked my meditation skill, the old man gave me a satisfied smile, and that was absolutely identical to the smile I saw on the dark elf elder as he savored the marriage of steak and buttered sweet potato. Yes, this is Buhroom, who pronounced it Buhroom, was the same figure as the meditation NPC from the beta, just placed within a different setting and context. I had to choose my words carefully now. No, I haven't met you, but I heard the rumors. Aha! So word of my skill and fame has reached even the human towns? He cackled, then stuck another piece of meat in his mouth, looking positively intoxicated. I realized that I needed to eat my portion too, and stuck the knife into the end of the half of the steak on my plate. The seared surface was resilient, but the inside was a light perfectly cooked. The moment I cut through it, the meaty juices oozed out, exuding a spicy scent. The anticipation caused the muscles of the inside of my mouth to tighten, and I lifted my first bite of hamburger steak in over 2 months to my mouth. I gave Austin a silent apology and swore that I would take her here when we got the chance, and opened my mouth wide. Just then, the man said, I should ask, just in case, do you wish to understand the meditative arts? Huh? I stared, open mouth wide. To my surprise, there was a golden question mark over his head, the symbol of a new quest, though Buhroom himself did not see it. Well, I stammered, despite the bite of meat 2 centimeters away from my mouth occupying a majority of my thoughts. If I answered no, I would probably never get another chance to learn the meditation skill. By coincidence, I reached level 20 just 2 days ago, and I had an open skill slot, but the meditation skill was of questionable benefit. You had to assume a funky Zen-like pose for a certain time to receive a continual healing buff, and a negative status resistance buff. The shared opinion among beta testers was that there was better skills you could use a valuable skill slot in. It was possible that the effects of the meditation had been buffed for the original official launch, so I could just go ahead and take it, then remove it from the skill slot if it didn't work out. But remembering how long and arduous the martial arts training period was kept me from saying yes. I groaned, hoping to delay my answer so I could at least eat my steak. This was admittedly rather optimistic of me. If you wish to train in it, boy, you must not eat that fricatelle. Huh? Why not? Because that is your training in the arts of the awakening, the special meditation technique. Awakening? I'd never heard that term before. For a moment, I actually forgot about the meat on my fork. A straightforward interpretation of what he meant in advancement of the tree meditation skill. There was a higher ability called awakening, but the meditation NPC on the beta test made no mention of it. I had no idea what it did. Besides, is that something you can't train on unless you already have the art of meditation? I asked. Buhrum took a third bite of his hamburger steak and smiled. A very intuitive youth you are. That is correct, of course. But the conditions to train in the art of awakening involve solving a mystery in the castle library and discovering the existence of this little room. You managed to find me here, although it was through a ceiling vent. You have fulfilled the requirements. My eyes traveled from Buhrum's face to the small door on the left wall. You mean, on the other side of that door is the Library of Castle Galley? Correct. I suppose I could just leave that way then, I thought, trying to avoid facing the challenge before me, the juicy hunk of meat facing on the end of my fork. If I accepted old Buhrum's words at face value, the moment I stuck this hamburger in my mouth, I would no longer be able to acquire this mysterious awakening skill. A rational player would find a single dish of food to be far outweighed by the opportunity to gain the ultra-rare skill, which even probably Argo didn't know about yet. But in reality, the allure of meat just centimeters away from my mouth, its appearance, smell, and supposed flavor, it was just too much to resist. This might be my only chance of getting the awakening skill, but I'd also gotten this hamburger steak after some tricky negotiation, and I also might never get to eat it again either. What should I do? What should I do? I clenched my jaw. My fork hand trembled. As I was trapped in a tug of war between my brain and my stomach. Across the table, Buhrum was stuffing hot meat and buttered sweet potatoes into his mouth and muttering provocations like, "Ooh, it's so good." I stared at my hamburger steak again and, with all the willpower I possessed, lowered with my right hand. When I'd first started to lift my mouth, I had given a silent promise to the sleeping Asuna that I would bring her here one day. That was a promise dependent on having one more opportunity to eat this food. I couldn't make a choice that would permanently take that option off the table. Over 5+ agonizing seconds, I lowered my fork to the plate, breathing heavily, and asked the old man, "Before I train in the art of awakening, can I at least eat the potatoes?" "You may not," he said mercilessly, then scooped the last bits of hamburger steak and buttered sweet potatoes into his mouth. His face went slack, and he moaned, "Oh, it is the best." I waited for him to swallow, before I said, "Old man, I mean, Mr. Buhrum, please teach me the ways of awakening." Abruptly, the question mark symbol floated over his head, turning to exclamation point, indicating that I had accepted the quest. Buhrum pulled the handkerchief out of his robe carefully and wiped his beard before stating imperiously, "Very well, but the training will not be easy. I have lived a very long time, but I can count on the number of people who have passed the trials and mastered awakening on my 2 hands, and none were human." Trials? Not a training period? If it was something like, go to this place, defeat so-and-so and a monster, that would actually be preferable. In fact, I prayed he would say so much. The old man stroked his silver whiskers and placed into place and said cryptically, "It is training and a trial. First, straighten your back." "Huh? Okay." I sat up atop the round stool. This time, his robe produced a short staff, which he used to tap the metal plate before me. There was indeed magic upon the plate, because the cooling heat suddenly began to sizzle again. The scent of fat, spices, and butter wafted up, rich and thick, attempting to reawaken the appetite I was keeping at bay. "What you must do for the next 3 hours is to cast aside your distractions and maintain the tranquility of your heart. If you can do this, boy, then you will stand at the entrance of the path of awakening." Tranquility of my heart? Faced with a baffling trial, I glanced back and forth from the steak-loving old man to the old man's beloved steak. It did sound like an appropriate training method for meditative skill. But how was he supposed to determine whether or not my mind was filled with worldly thoughts and distractions? It wasn't really that hard to avoid moving your body or facial muscles in Aincrad. You can maintain the same avatar posture for hours on end without getting a dead leg or a sore back. Unless you found it truly bizarre position, the hidden fatigue stat rarely ever came into play. I'd never intentionally frozen into place for 3 hours, but I felt like I could do it if need be. Whatever the actual effect on the skill was, the unlocking condition for an advanced extra skill couldn't be easier than martial arts. I had to assume that Bohrum had some means of detecting if I was distracted by something. Or more accurately, that SAO system itself, through Bohrum, had that ability. At that point, I realized something. The nerve gear over my head in the real world was monitoring my brain's electrical activity in close detail all the time. So my brainwaves should be radically different between periods of intense concentration and periods of lazy distraction. And the system in this Bohrum could tell the difference that way. If I wanted to earn the awakening skill, I couldn't just hold my avatar still. I need to exhibit true mental concentration for 3 whole hours with a sizzling steak under my nose. The awakening skill was intriguing, to be sure, but as a teenager and more interested in food than the opposite sex, I couldn't imagine myself keeping focus for that long. No, wait. Couldn't I just use the situation to my advantage and focus nothing but the hamburger steak instead? The nerve gear might be cutting-edge technology, but it couldn't actually tell the contents of my thoughts. Think about nothing but a steak for 3 hours straight? I could do that. All right, begin the clock whenever you want. It was after 3 o'clock in the morning. By the time I finished my training, it would be after 6. But if I sprinted, I could get back to the room before Asuna and Kismel woke up. As they're prepared by taking a deep breath, the old man removed a new item from his robe and set it on the table. It was a large hourglass with a wooden frame. It looked essentially the same as a real-world item, except that the sand was contained in the upper chamber and not a single grain was falling. Very good. We will now begin your training in the arts of awakening. Begin! Bohrum tapped the hourglass with his staff, causing the mysterious green sand to silently spill into the lower chamber. I began to stare voraciously at the hamburger steak. It was perpetually heated by the magical plate, but its juiciness hadn't dried up in the least. The meat along the cut shone brilliantly, and the juice flowing out of it mixed with the butter on the sliced potatoes, forming a bewitching marbled puddle on the plate. I wanted to set aside the knife and just stab the whole thing with my fork in one go. I could see myself slicing a roll in half and turning it into a hamburger too. In this case, I would throw on some barbecue sauce and even sweet spicy teriyaki mixed with mayo. Oh, how I wanted it, wanted it, wanted it! Kah! Bohrum suddenly screamed, smacking me hard on the shoulder with the short staff. You fool! You've gone and drowned yourself in impure thoughts! Start over! Huh? Could you tell what I was thinking? Do not mock the great sage, Bohrum. Your head was full of crass, greedy desires for fricatele. Oh, okay, you got me, I said, drooping my head. The old man snorted. Will you give up, then? No, I'll keep going. Aha! Very well. He tapped the hourglass again, and the small amount of sand instantly returned to the upper chamber. And now, once again, begin. With a third swing of the staff, I closed my eyes. So Bohrum, as an extension of the SAO system and the nerve gear, had better perception than I counted on. If my plan to think only of hamburger steak wasn't going to work, that made it difficult much higher, but I still had to challenge the task of extreme meditation. I would shut out all sensory information and relax my mind. Fortunately, spacing out was a skill of mine. I let my mind expand in the darkness, thinking nothing, but sleeping. Just becoming empty. Empty. What a wonderful smell, though. And the tempting, sizzling sound. I could use this sound as a morning alarm. Oh, what a smell. How could I go for a Terry Mayo burger right about now? Kah! Whap! He hit my shoulder a bit harder than before. I yelped, Ow! That was exactly the same as last time, boy. I opened my eyes to see Bohroom with his staff raised overhead. Your first attempt lasted 10 seconds. Your second attempt was 20. You will never reach 3 straight hours at this rate. Naturally, even with my eyes closed, I could not shut out the sound and smell of steak. If anything, they were even stronger. My hunger was rising, too. It was not going to be easy at all to maintain an empty mind. Will you continue? The old man asked, his look dismissive. I grumbled. I knew the moment my hamburger-focused plan failed that my chances were slim, but I hated the idea of giving up now. Upon the fresh consideration of the act of continuing a perfect lack of thought for 3 whole hours was impossibly hard for a video game quest. Perhaps there was some strategy here, a trick that could be employed to make it easier. Bohroom said to cast aside your distractions and maintain the tranquility of your heart. I felt like the key was in the interpretation of tranquility. Keeping your thoughts focused was not tranquil if the content focus was wanting to eat hamburger steak. So if I could fix my mind on a target that would not involve desire or agitation, perhaps I would clear the requirements. Something that I could imagine in detail, but brought peace rather than agitation. The first thing that came to mind was my sword. Its appearance, texture, weight, and already etched into my mind. A sword was a tool of combat, of course, but when I was feeling down or worried, clutching an entire scabbard relaxed me for some strange reason. And when I was ready to stand and fight again, the vitality to do so came flooding upward. All the players trapped in this world who hoped to beat the game felt the same way to a greater or lesser extent. One weapon offered a mental support. But I wasn't sure if I could really maintain the state of tranquility for 3 straight hours. I was just thinking about my sword. The worst that would be if I hung there for an hour or two, then lost my grip. If I had to start over with a 3-hour countdown, I definitely wouldn't be able to get through it. And I could easily imagine Asuna waking up and sending me messages. It had to be something with a stronger attachment than just my sword, and with a more vivid memories attached. For one thing, it had been a while since I had one lonely night against an inn wall or a tree trunk, clutching my sword with both arms to keep the anxiety away. That was because, I gasped. But, however, Bohroom interrupted that. He then taunted, "What do you say? Are you giving up? If you do, you may eat the fricatelle." "No, I'm doing this," I announced, telling myself that this would be the final attempt. "Very good. Now begin!" He tapped the hourglass with the staff, and recharged the green sand began to fall in silence. I closed my eyes, tilted my head just a bit downward, and opened the door to my memories. A silver meteor split the darkness of the screen that was my mind. It wasn't a real meteor. It was the shining light of a sword skill, finishing off a dangerous ruins kobold trooper deep in the first floor labyrinth. The basic rapier thrust, linear, executed by a fencer whose name at the time I didn't even know. The first thing I had said to the fencer, who slumped back against the wall after defeating the heavily armored kobold, was a little bit overkill if you ask me. Not the most elegant or poetic of sentiments. When she failed to understand my meaning, I explained the concept of overkilling, and the fencer replied brusquely, "Is there a problem with doing too much damage?" That was how I had first met Asuna, my current ongoing game partner. At the time, Asuna kept her hood on at all time, even when eating. She held her conversation to a minimum, and she never smiled. The first time she showed me anything resembling a smile was, yes, it was when I had beaten the ill-famed kobold lord, boss of the first floor. When I had left the boss chamber first to go activate the second floor teleport gate, she came chasing after me. She said that for the first time, she found something she wanted to do in this world. When I asked her what that was, she just smiled and said it was a secret. That had been December 4th, and today was January 4th. A full month had passed, but that smile was still the same, burned into my memory. Somehow, I'd forgotten about the sound and smell of the hamburger. And moreover, that I was in the midst of a trial for the awakening skill. Instead, I simply relived the route that Asa and I had traveled together since then in minute detail. On the second floor, Asuna's wind fleuret got swept into a weapon upgrading scam, which took a lot of work to unravel. On the third floor, we met Kismel and went on an adventure for the secret key. On the fourth floor, we engaged in water battles, riding a canoe we dubbed the Tilnell. On the fifth floor, we tackled the boss in a tiny group to avoid an all-out war between the ALS and the DKB. Throughout all that time, both Asa and I had found many more occasions to smile than before, it seemed to me. Nothing had changed about this deadly place where the game over was forever, and it was hard to hold much hope for the future when we'd only reached the 6th floor out of 100 total. But nevertheless, the two of us, and sometimes 3 with Kismel, worked our hardest to survive each day. We nearly died many times. I'd tremble with rage, been devastated by despair, but I kept walking forward through it all. And that had to be Asuna's presence. Thanks to her. I knew that this arrangement, our partnership, was not meant to last forever. We met in extreme circumstances, and we must have sensed something in each other that made us choose to fight together. If we had never gotten involved in SAO, passed each other on the street somewhere, neither Asuna nor I would have stopped or given it a second thought. For now, I didn't know how our temporary partnership was going to end, but that moment would come, whether we broke our duo or not. Either our HP would reach 0 and the nerve gear would fry our brains, or we'd beat the deadly game and be returned to the real world. So as long as we keep fighting at the front line, one of those endings would inevitably come. So I didn't want to give a name to whatever emotion I felt towards the player named Asuna. My role as a former beta tester was to tell her everything I could and keep fighting on her side when that was no longer necessary. Asuna had much, much greater ability and potentially than I did. She could be a true leader, more than the DKB's Lind and the ALS's Cabal, and even Diavel, the Knight himself. Perhaps the entire meaning of my presence here was that this prison was to ensure Asuna survived until that grand moment. On the other hand, I didn't think of myself as a simple shield or disposable pawn. I had received many things from Asuna in return. Every last thing I saw with my eyes closed like this, even her puffed up, skulking face and the feeling of an elbow in my ribs, was a brilliant entry into my memory and gave me the strength to continue living. Until I became trapped in here. Really, until I met Asuna. I thought that dealing with other people was nothing but a bother. I didn't try to make friends at school. I put up walls between myself, my parents, and sister. And I only sought out trifling substitutes for human interactions online. But the truth was, I'd been built as a person by the parents who raised me for 14 years, the sister who looked up to me despite my disdain, and all the people I'd met in my life. Every human being gave something to others and received something in return. Even Morche and his friends, in the act of trying to kill Asuna, were no exception. I didn't know what reason they had going after us. Morche, the dagger user, I suspected was Joe from the ALS, and the man in the black poncho, who was their leader. They might have their own motives, their own sympathies, even their own kind of justice. But when I had decided to use Rage Spike on Morche, that choice of mine was to kill him in order to protect Asuna. Technically, the Sword of Eventide's accuracy bonus kicked in and struck his heart, even knowing that the continual piercing damage would kill Morche within seconds. I did not attempt to pull it loose. I only had 2 hands, and I could not save every last player. Whatever the PK gang's reason for trying to kill Asuna, I would strike back as many times as necessary. I would do anything to protect that gentle smile I saw on the back of my eyelids. Pointed at me. "Very well, that is enough," said a voice, but I could not open my eyes right at that moment. But when I recognized whose voice it was, I recalled the situation. I lifted my downcast face. It didn't seem like 3 hours had passed at all, but the green sand of the hourglass was entirely filling to the bottom of the chamber. "Is the training over?" I asked, my throat hoarse, as I looked at the robed old man across the table. I am willing to lower my requirements and admit that you have passed the hurdle to learn the awakening arts. I suppose for a human boy, there is only one thing more precious than fresh-cooked fricatelle. He made it sound as if he could tell exactly what I was thinking, but I stopped myself from asking to confirm this suspicion. It would be beyond uncomfortable to hear him spell out my innermost thought in detail. Later, I realized that when I restated my desire to fight against Morche's gang, my mental state had been drifting further and further away from tranquility. So perhaps the old man did not yell, "Ka!" was a sign that he really was observing my thoughts. But at this point, the rebound of having thought exclusively about one thing for 3 hours meant that my mind was half unresponsive. I watched the dilly golden exclamation point above the old man's head vanished. But as I started to get up from the stool, I realized that the hamburger steak on the metal plate was still hot. Since the training is over, can I... Before I could say, eat this, Bokhroum quickly yanked the plate back and snapped, "No! If you eat this now, your training will be for naught." What? Really? Extra skills were still a part of the game's system, so once you had it in your skill tree, there shouldn't be any way that eating a steak would cause it to disappear. But after how forcefully the old wise man stated it, I really couldn't argue. I stood up, vowing to myself that sometime in the future I would bring Asuna here and eat that damn hamburger. As I stood, Bokhroum sat, sticking his knife into the plate meat he'd just taken from me. "Now, get going. And if you ever want to visit me again, use the proper entrance rather than my ceiling vent." Yeah, I grumbled, looking at the door on the left wall, which I assumed was the proper entrance he was talking about. Going through that door should put me in Castle Galley's library. It was probably a shorter trip back to the room that way, but I still had business to conduct on top of the Rocky Mountain. "Well, I guess I'll come back sometime. Thanks for everything, Bokhroum," I said. The sage sent me along with a warm, "And next time, bring the 3 of those sweet potatoes. No, 4. I left the little room, headed up the cramped stairs, vent in the southern hallway, and returned to the flat mountaintop. According to my game window, the time was 6:15 in the morning. The sky through the aperture of Eincrad was violet now, with red rays arriving from the east. I sucked in a deep breath of chilly air, hoping to kickstart my fuzzy mind. It really was an odd experience, like it had been a strange fairy tale, but when I turned back to look, the square entrance was still there, on the rusty red rock face. I shook my head slowly, then switched my window to the skill tab. On the left side, it indicated 5 skill slots. On 4 were occupied by one-handed swords, martial arts, search, and hiding. Their proficiencies in that order were 168, 97, 142, and 117. Martial arts was lowest because I used it only in a complementary way, but hiding was my next lowest because thanks to my partner and the number of times I needed to use it, it was lower than my own. Briefly, I considered removing it from the slot, but I didn't go through with it. Just moments ago, when unlocking the Awakening skill, I had reminded myself that my partnership with Asuna wouldn't last forever. When I returned to being a solo player, I was going to need that hiding skill. My first line of business was going to check out what had unlocked the extra skill actually did. Asuna and Kismel would awaken any time. I needed to wrap this up and rush back to the castle, but surely I could just do this first. I sorted my skill list by the unlock date, and as soon as I saw the skill at the top of my list, I let out a yelp. What I found there was not awakening, as Bokhroum had mentioned so many times, but the old skill from the beta, meditation, which I hadn't really used all that much. What's going on here? I felt like crawling back down to the vent to ask the great sage to his face, but sadly, I didn't have the time. I craned my neck back and forth, debating whether to slot it or not, and eventually went ahead and dragged the meditation icon to the left. When it dropped in the 5th slot, I gasped again. What? There should have been a number 0 next to the skill to indicate the proficiency, but it was rising with incredible speed. In a blink, it was over 100, then 200, without slowing down, 300, 400, and only at 450 did its pace begin to slow, with the tens and single digits rotating, until it finally came to a stop exactly at 500. After 3 seconds of no thought at all, I rubbed the numbers with my fingertips, just in case. It did not magically vanish, of course. Proficiency 500. I had been using one-handed swords every single day for hours on end over 2 months straight, and it was only at 168, and unlike weapon skills, which rolled a small chance for ticking upward with each attack, the meditation skill only received proficiency when you assumed the Zen pose, for close to a minute until the buff kicked in. I couldn't even imagine how much Zen meditation you needed to do to get to a preposterous number like 500. I forced my stiff finger to tap the skill name for a dedicated pop-up. It was a mod screen that I found the source of the strange phenomenon. It oddly simplistic mod tree. There was a small awakening note next to where it said proficiency 500. So awakening wasn't the name of a different skill, it was just a mod for the meditation skill? I muttered, looking forward to the vent. Only in my imagination did old Bohroom actually pop his head out of the opening and yell, "That's right!" A mod, short for skill modifier, was a special effect that applied once a skill's proficiency reached a certain level. There were other terms for this concept in other games, like perk or extension, but they all meant the same thing. It was a major feature, as the decision of which mod to use could have a drastically different effect on how the skill worked for the player. For example, when I reached proficiency 50 with one-handed swords, I chose shortened sword skill cooldown, 1, and at 100, I picked quick change. I hadn't used my 150 choice yet, but I was probably leaning towards an increase of critical hit chance, 1. But one of those critlers who obsessed over landing critical hits would probably use up all 3 mod selections on increased critical hit chance 1, increased critical hit chance 2, and increased critical hit chance 3. In this sense, skill mods could encourage a vastly different playstyles, even among players using the same type of weapon. Pretty much all of the other skills had mod selections at proficiency 52. Martial arts, which classified an extra skill, was no exception. I powered it up right after gaining during a period of collecting upgrade materials, and selected relax equipment conditions, a crucial mod that gave me the ability to activate martial arts skill with an open hand or leg, even when I had a weapon equipped in my dominant hand. But according to the skill tree, there was no mod selection for meditation until you reached proficiency 500. In other words, because I passed Bohroom's trial and earned the awakening mod right off the bat, the game's systems most likely ensured that this was possible by instantly raising my meditation proficiency to 500. It seemed ridiculous, but there was no other interpretation. Wondering what sort of effect that a mod could require that such a thing proficiency would offer, I tapped the awakening label and read, for the explanatory text appeared. Focuses concentration to the extreme and draws out hidden strength. What the hell is this? I shouted, all alone on an empty rock. It said nothing about the actual concrete effect. I figured I would just go ahead and use the skill, but there was no use button. That meant it wasn't an active mod like quick change, but a passive one that conferred its effect just by having it unlocked. The problem was that not only did I not know what the effect was, there wasn't even a new buff icon next to my HP bar that might tell me. All I knew was that now I couldn't take meditation out of my 5th skill slot. It wasn't locked there by the system, of course, but I had a feeling as soon as I took it out, that 500 proficiency would go back to 0, and I would lose the awakening mod too. Perhaps if I sat down to meditate and activated the meditation skill, the effect of the awakening mod would kick into automatically, but I didn't have time to sit around messing with that. Instead, I closed the window, trying to suppress my irritation. It was around the time Asuna might send me a message, but I had to finish the job I'd been doing before I returned to the castle. I glanced around the mountaintop, which was much brighter now, confirmed that there was no other figures or monsters in the vicinity, and started running along the sheer cliff just to the west. Since I didn't have to worry about where I stepped like I had in the middle of the night, I was able to sprint at full speed. After a minute, the ground vanished up ahead of me. I put on the brakes so I could look straight down at the cliff. All I saw were the grand carved castle gates. That meant that Castle Galley was surrounded on all sides by sheer vertical cliffs, and that even Mountain Goat couldn't climb, and it was impossible to get inside except through the gates. It seemed impossible for the Forest Elves to come over the mountains to sneak attack. With that concern ruled out, I exhaled in relief. That hadn't eliminated the possibility that Quasac might be aligned somehow with Morche's gang, but if they could only get in through the front gate, then as long as I heard the bell first, there was no worry about waking up to find an intruder with a knife over my bed. We'd probably see the group before again in the dining hall, so next time we met, I could get them to clear up the issue of why they came to the frontier so early. Just as I stretched and began to ponder how I could get back to the room, a breezy sound effect in its icon alerted me to an incoming message. I hunched over my shoulders and guiltily tapped the icon, bringing up a simple message from my current partner. "Where are you?" A second later, I replied, "Morning walk, be right back." A glance around showed that I was currently atop the mountain, connected to the east side of the Castle Galley's gate, but our guest room was in the west wing, so there was no direct route back. I had to go circle around the cylindrical mountain to go back down the triangular roof in the center of the building and on top of the roofs again. As I pondered this, my eyes traveled down the sheer cliffside again. Atop the thick gate was a walkway with parapets, which a single dark elf was patrolling now. The drops from where I stood to the walkway was about 6 minutes, impossible to scale barehanded, but a jump I could handle with my current stats. Of course, if a sudden gust caught me, I missed my landing, I could plummet to the ground far below to my instant death. Pointless challenges like this were verboten now in the game where death was real, but for some reason I got the feeling that this was a good test whether or not I could get from the mountains to the gate walkway while I had the chance. I lined myself up with the right for the attempt. When the guard was headed farther in the other direction, I jumped. The walkway was close to 2 meters wide, so outside of an emergency, I didn't think my judgment would be off. I kept my arms wide to maintain the balance and landed smack in the middle of it. I didn't suffer any damage, but I couldn't prevent the sound and the guard heading the other way whirled around. He raced over, long spear ready, so I quickly held up my hand with the sigil ring on it. I wasn't sure that I was going to do anything, but at any rate, the guard lowered the spear and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing up here?" "I'm, on a walk," I said, repeating my excuse to Asuna, and said the guard seemed to buy it. "I see. You are free to walk about the castle, but do not impede on official duties. This gate is the key to the Castle Galley's defenses, and we cannot allow the tiniest mouse to sneak in under our noses." I understand, of course," I said, then asked, "Has any foe ever attacked the castle before?" "If by foe you mean the forest elves, never. The elves shrivel and weaken when traveling across those dried sands," the guard said, pointing south of the gate. I saw how the canyon, bordered by cliffs much lower than the one I'd been just atop of, continued along for hundreds of meters, with a bridge of stone that crossed the piles of white sands on the canyon floor. A new question suddenly occurred to me. I turned to the guard and asked, "In that case, who lined up those stone platforms? Wouldn't the dark elves who constructed this castle in the distant past have trouble working on the canyon too?" "You are correct," he said, turning around to look at the huge spirit tree that loomed over the inner courtyard of the castle. "Human swordsman, do you know why the spirit tree has been living for centuries upon centuries?" "Because it's sucking up the hot, bubbling water from the earth, right?" "So you have done your homework," the guard noted with satisfaction, his shining black helmet bobbing. He pointed at the spring around the roots of the tree. In the distant past, there was a project to create an aqueduct from the spring that would travel out of this castle so that more trees could be planted. The idea was that if the trees could take root in that dusty canyon, we might be able to venture outside the castle. But just after 100 meters of channel from the castle, the spirit appeared ready to dry up, and the project was hastily cancelled. The stone looked like a pathway, but in matter of fact, it was a remnant of that ancient aqueduct. Oh, I had no idea, I said, noting to myself that though the hamburger steak became a facatale, they still used real-world distance units. Thank you for teaching me all these things. It is no matter. In return, I ask that you only offer your protection to your knight. Well, of course, I said, leaving his side, descending the stairs on the west side of the walkway, this entrance being properly rectangular, thankfully, and proceeded to the courtyard, where I raced for the door on the west wing. I dashed up the nearest staircase and flew into the third-floor guest room, where I met gazes with two women sitting on the sofa. The moment I smelled the fragrant scent of tea wafting up from the cups on the table, my stomach grumbled, a complaint over the lack of hamburger steak in it. But now was not the time for that. Hey, good morning, Asana, Kismel, I said with an utterly natural and pleasant smile. The fencer glared up at me. In a tone of voice notably cooler than usual, she asked, "Did you enjoy your morning walk?" It was cold, and I got hungry. I'm not surprised. It's January. I could tell she was quite displeased. Fortunately for me, the dark elf knight threw me a bone. Don't be so cross, Asana. It is the nature of boys his age to simply get up and wander off. Boy seemed like a mean word to use, but when I considered that I turned 14 only 2 months earlier, I might as well be a baby to the long-lived elves, and from that perspective, my partner didn't seem that different in age, still a child herself. But she turned to Kismel with the smuggest of look I'd ever seen and said, "If he was going for a walk, he could have at least left a note. He's not a child." Gosh, I'm really sorry about this, I said, bowing with my hands pressed together. At last, Asana's expression softened. She turned to me and looked me square in the face this time. When I woke up and realized you weren't in the room, I was worried. You haven't forgotten that we're outside the safe zone, right? The fact that she used the video game term safe zone in front of Kismel and didn't even realize it, she told me that her concern was real. I put on a serious look and told her the truth, if only half of it. Sorry, but I was really curious about something, so I went inspecting the mountains around the castle. Oh? Kismel murmured, more interested in what I had to say than the safe zone term. She lowered her teacup to the table. You climbed the outer ring of the castle? How? I raced the roof here up to the Lord's bedroom. Kismel's reaction was much the same as both rooms. Her eyes bulged briefly. Then she chuckled in a way that I rarely ever seen from her. I see. Then you are a more mischievous lad than I took you for, Kirito. Even till now, the tomboy never carried out such a bold plan, even if she had the thought of it. No, really, it wasn't that special. I don't think she was complimenting you, Asana snapped. My eyes swiveled back to Kismel, who was composing herself after all the chuckles. And what were you looking for the outer ring? I wasn't looking for anything specifically. I decided that I wasn't going to tell them what I did find, the storyteller's secret hideout, and stuck to my original mission. I was just wondering if the forest elves might climb over that mountain to attack the castle. I see. I had never considered that possibility. Well, it ended up being wasted effort. The mountain that had no human could ever climb it, so I think we could rest easy on that knowledge today, I announced. Asuna blinked several times. Kirito, you went up there to inspect the mountains just for today's sake? Well, I guess that's true. I see, she murmured, then smiled. Well, in that case, I forgive your unapproved leave of absence. Now, let's go get some breakfast. Yes, I agree. And you are the one deciding what we shall do today, Asuna? Kismel confirmed, getting to her feet. Asuna patted her on the back. Of course, I look forward to it. All I could do was hope. I followed them out of the room that we weren't going to spend the day doing a full tour of various baths. We enjoyed a healthy but fulfilling breakfast of green salad made with basil-like plants from the courtyard, an omelet mixed with crushed nuts, a yogurty substance with a sliced fruit inside, and a crisp, thin toast. But Asuna did not unveil her schedule for the day as we ate. She really wanted to draw out the suspense until right before we left. After the meal, we had tea and went back and forth about ideas. I bet we're doing such and such over at blah 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 blah. Bzz, wrong again. Until eventually, the 4 members of Kwasak appeared in the dining hall. They were proddingly sleeping along. When they noticed us and shuffled over, I was inwardly alarmed. Unlike last night, this time we had Kismel at the table, but I wouldn't be unnatural to get up and leave, and we couldn't simply shoo them away. As I waited, praying that they wouldn't start talking about in-game systems, Gindo's group sat down at the table right next to us. After a few moments, I said a good morning and introduced Kismel as the Dark Elf Knight adventuring with us. Fortunately, Temu, who seemed the most likely to flip out over this situation, was half asleep at the moment, and the introductions went by without extra comment. Kismel had told us about the decoys and fakes keys last night, so I thought we'd be safe if the topic of today's quest came into conversation. But just in case, I decided to bring up a different topic to start things off. To kill 2 birds off with 1 stone, I asked Kwasak why they came to the front line region so suddenly, when there was very little information surrounding it at this point. Hyson's answer didn't sound fishy in the least, but it stunned Asa and me nonetheless. Well, the truth is, we expected to take another 3 days or so on Stachen's series of quests, but we had to call that off for an unexpected reason. What happened? Wait, you guys don't know? The central figure of the quest, Lord Silent, just up and vanished. It was in the night of the 1st, I think. Ask any servant at the mansion, and none know where he went, and there's no hint about it in the quest log. We just didn't know what else to do but move on. 9. After seeing off Kwasak on their quest to recover the agate key, Asa and I shared a silent look for a good 5 seconds. Is the reason Silent vanished because Morche's group killed him? He said it happened the night of the 1st. It matches the time of Morche and the dagger user's ambush. But is that even possible? I would assume that our Silent is dead. But everyone's Silent is still alive and well in the mansion. I muttered. Kismel looked over. What are you talking about? Oh, it's a quest we're doing in Stachen. We say a quest. It's just a human word like request or duty. I explained, before launching into a brief explanation of the Church of Stachen, a murder that took place 10 years ago and a missing golden cube. Lord Silent hired us to find it, and he made us search an abandoned home in the nearby town of Cerebus. The Lord himself showed up there and paralyzed us. But while on the ride back, loaded onto his carriage, Silent was abruptly, shockingly murdered. By the end, Kismel's brows were low. She murmured, So you went through all of that before arriving here? And the ones who killed this lord were the brigands who attacked you? You claim they had the poison needles of the fallen. That's right. Then this cannot be overlooked. Asana, she said, turning to her right towards the fencer. I am very eager to learn how you plan for us to spend my day of rest, but should we not investigate this first, to find out how to use those 2 keys you've acquired? What? Asana blurted out. We were both wide-eyed at this. I'd been concerned about the Curse of Stachen questline since we left it hanging, and I wasn't against the idea of taking this time to move it further along, but if Kismel was going to join us, she'd have to set foot inside of the town of Stachen. I opened my closed mouth several times before I figured out what to ask the knight. Well, your presence with us would give us strength of 1,000, but are you sure you want to go walking into a human town? It is not as if an elf fails to draw breath within the town limits, correct? I have never been within one, but there are more than a few stories of my commanders sneaking into towns out of curiosity for some secret mission or another. And before the Great Separation, it was common for humans and non-humans to come and go from one another's villages. If I wear a hood, they might not even notice my long ears. That may be true, but even when your ears are hidden, they'll see the NPC cursor that says Dark Elf Royal Guard, I thought, sending my partner a look for some reason, though. Asuna beamed at Kismel. Yeah, let's go! As a matter of fact, I was planning to give you a tour of Stachin today, Kismel. What? I yelled. That was your plan? Technically, the teleporter gate in Stachin, the elf spirit trees only start on the 3rd floor, right? So I figured that neither Kismel nor the other dark elves have ever seen the 1st or 2nd floor of Einkrad, she said, turning to the woman. That is correct. Some elves have explored the Pillar of Heaven's tower that connect the floors vertically, but only from the 3rd floor upward. As far as I know, not a single elf has set foot on the first 2 floors since ancient times. I will be able to boast to my relatives and comrades on the 9th floor that I passed through a human gate to the 1st floor. I can even tell till now, whenever we are fated to meet again. Smile never breaking, Asuna reached out and brushed the knight's back with her hand. I too felt a bit teary over this, but I couldn't stop myself from considering the logistics of it all. There were hundreds of NPCs in Stachin, and the players weren't going to go inspecting cursor names of every last NPC that wandered through the streets, but that didn't clear up all of my concerns. Could an NPC even travel through a teleporter gate? Of all the main towns I'd been through in the game, I had never once seen an NPC use the gates. What if the 3 of us walked through the gate, but Kisnel failed to travel and was left behind? Well, then Asa and I could go just right back, but more seriously, what if some system's error caused Kismel alone, or even all 3 of us to be sent to some random coordinates? In the worst case scenario, perhaps Kismel herself could be entirely deleted from the system. I couldn't rule out that possibility. No, wait. A sudden idea came to my mind. I opened my window over the table. In my message inbox, I still had an instant message received outside the cave on the fourth area yesterday. I tapped it and used a reply button to send a new question. What happens if you go through a teleporter with an NPC in the party? It took Argo, the informant, no more than 30 seconds to send a reply to this abbreviated query. A quest NPC gets removed from the party. Guard NPCs you're hiring with money stick with you. 100 coal. And, as a bonus, FR are in the middle of the 3rd area. So I'd run my tab again, but at least I got the information I wanted. In the larger towns were guard barracks and facilities of that sort, where you could hire bodyguard NPCs for a certain amount of coal per hour. I never made use of the service, and hardly ever seen parties with such NPCs either, so I simply didn't know what happened to those guards when you went through a teleporter gate. Asa and I weren't paying Kismel for her companionship, of course, but our quest for Hidden Key of the 6th floor was already finished. At this moment, Kismel was accompanying us of her own will, so it was hard to tell which of Argo's 2 outcomes this fell under. At the very least, it seemed that the system was prepared for the possibility of NPCs stepping into teleporter gates, and we wouldn't have any accidents with being teleported to random variables, or Kismel becoming corrupted and deleted. I looked up at the interrupted the women, who were now talking about the 9th floor. I'm thinking that Kismel can use the teleporter gate too. So, with that settled, let's get going. It'll take a while for us to get to the Stachin from here. Indeed, I am ready to leave at any time. Me too. With my female companions on board, I leaped to my feet and stuffed the last bit of Asuna's toast into my mouth, chewing as I walked. I heard a complaint about my poor manners over my shoulder and hunched my neck downward. Both Kismel and the elf women at the nearby table giggled. I expected the trip from Castle Galley to Statchen would take at least 4 hours, no matter how we traveled, even avoiding battle wherever possible in the open. The dungeon that separated the first and second areas was a straight shot with nowhere to hide. The thick forest that covered the center of the first area was an unmapped zone, so it would have to swing far west to travel through Cerebus instead. But ultimately, despite taking 10 minutes for Kismel to receive approval to borrow the Greenleaf Cape again, we ended up nearly having the 4-hour time I expected. The primary reason was that Kismel gave us the droplets of Ville again, allowing us to walk over the lake to the first area rather than going through the tunnel dungeon. The second reason was that when we approached the forest of the first area, Kismel regained her energy with an extra to spare, proclaiming that we would go directly through the woods and then guiding us the whole way. We even found a small ruin deep in the forest, beat its boss, and got some treasure. If not for that, it might have only taken an hour and a half, not 2. And the third reason, of course, was having Kismel's tremendous fighting ability on our side. When the trees started thinning out, brilliant white Statchen appeared in the distance. Asuna marveled. Wow, straight ahead. How did you know the way without a map, Kismel? You would not underestimate my ability, Asuna. We elves are never lost in a forest. That's incredible, she said with delight. On my own, I wondered cynically if she was accessing game map data. Right on cue, a scene from yesterday's adventure replayed in my mind. In that dungeon housing the agate key in the 4th area, we'd been faced with a sliding puzzle with 35 tiles, and Kismel had solved the entire thing in a minimum number of moves without even taking much time to think about it. This was not something you could explain away by the brain power of an AI. Traditionally, computers attempting to solve NP problems like n times x grids, puzzles in the most efficient number of moves required a vast amount of CPU power. On the other hand, SAO system itself generated that puzzle for Dungeon Door, so the system, at least, had to know the quickest solution. What if Kismel, without being conscious of it, accessed the system's stored solution, the way that elves could travel the forest without getting lost because they had the map data there at their fingertips? Deep in thought, I followed the 2 women out of the forest, my head tilting left and right. There was an open field before us, slightly brown in the winter chill, beyond which lay Statchen, with its odd steeped layout. Kismel, stretched in soft sunlight, lowered the hood of her navy blue cloak, the precious Greenleaf Cape long ago stashed away in her pouch. Then she swept the back of her cloak around for the front and tied the rope around her Pagoda Royal Knight's emblem so no one could see she was a dark elf by appearance alone. Asuna pulled down her own dark red hood up, which made me want to join in, but I thought a group of all 3 hiding their faces would be suspicious. The main group was out fighting giant frogs and water bugs in the distant swampland of the 3rd area, so it was unlikely we could run across anyone we knew in Statchen at this hour. We cut straight across the field, eventually meeting up with the main path, and paused just south of the town limits when Kismel stopped to gaze up at the white-colored town. "It is beautiful," she murmured. "But what an odd place." Asa and I were used to it by now, but it was indeed true that Statchen and its uniform construction of 15-centimeter blocks was very strange. "Are all large human towns built this way?" No. It's only this town that's especially weird," Asuna quickly explained. "Remember when we told you about the golden cube disappearing from the town's lord's mansion? This entire town is constructed of blocks of wood and stone cut from the exact dimensions of that cube." "Ah. But let's not stand around and chat here," Asuna said. "I'm hungry." Thanks to Kismel's help with the shortcuts, it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, but I felt a little hungry too. I was just thinking that it would be nice to show Kismel what human-styled cakes were all about, before we got tackling the Curse of Statchen quest at Honest. I was a bit nervous walking through the gate, but nothing about Kismel changed after the safe haven sign appeared in my vision as we crossed the boundary. She didn't seem to see the same visual marker as us. I recalled that she must have snuck into Zoomfoot on the 3rd floor too. There were more than a few players on the wide main street of town, but most were just tourists coming up from the lower floors to check it out. As I expected, nobody stopped to examine Kismel's yellow cursor. Relieved and relaxed, I suggested, "Should we stop by for some tea? We can spend the rest of the morning investigating the Lord's disappearance, and then we can take the teleport gate down afternoon." "Agreed. I believe that will be acceptable," Kismel added. So I steered us towards a restaurant with ample sweets menu, not far from the southern gate. We turned west off the main road and down a smaller one. After a while, Kismel came to a stop and rubbed one of the dark brown wood blocks used for buildings. "You cut trees down to this size, then stack them up again? Humans do the strangest things." Asa and I shared a look. The elves, dark elves, forest elves, even the fallen elves, would never cut down a living tree. If they use any wood in their building and furniture, it would only come from the trees that had fallen at the end of their lifespan. In that sense, the lower part of Statchen on the south side was perhaps the biggest waste of wood in any major human town. Maybe this wasn't the best place to have chosen as a destination, but despite my concern, Kismel just gave us a glance and blinked in surprise. "Oh, I am not complaining," she said, smiling. "Elves have their way of life, as do humans. The old me, in fact, all dark elves, since the long-distant path, have scorned other races as foolish and below us. But since meeting you and accompanying you at the times, I have learned that humankind possesses many virtues as well. For one thing, when I first met you, you saved my life from the forest elf who was about to defeat me. I suppose having my life saved by humans is bound to change my mind." As Asa and I shared another glance, then looked bashfully, when we saw the two elf knights fighting in the woods, the biggest reason that I chose Kismel over the forest elf and hallowed knight was because is what I did in the beta. I just picked the familiar route. So why did I choose her in the beta? At the time, I wasn't a solo player, but I was hanging around a 4-person party of strangers, so it wasn't my decision alone, but no one else had protested. And I seem to remember that we reached the consensus in just a matter of seconds. Perhaps it was because the other 3 were also guys, and Kismel was a beautiful older woman, but it was often the case in other games and novels that the Dark Elves were antagonists. The Forest Elf looked every bit of the heroic Shining Knight, and we could have cast our allegiance with him for that reason. Had I felt something in that moment, besides the fact that Kismel was a woman? Kismel, Asana mumbled, stepping closer to the knight. "The truth is, when we stepped in to help you on the 3rd floor, I briefly panicked, unsure of what she was about to say. But there was no chance to step in or hear the rest, because Kismel grabbed Asana's shoulders and pulled her close while looking over my shoulder and shouting, 'Who goes there?' The tone of alarm in her voice made me spin around to look. There was no one in 3-meter wide street. We weren't in the shopping area, so only buildings lining the road were homes with their doors shut tight. I looked about, but saw no hint of green, yellow, or even, impossible in this place, orange cursors. But just then, a small silhouette practically melted out of the shadows of a building. It was dressed in a full gray hooded cloak, hiding its identities. The cursor over its head was yellow, indicating an NPC. Kismel promptly grabbed the hilt of her saber, and I reached backward for the sword over my shoulder. However, the figure shook its head and, just loud enough to hear, said, "I mean you no harm." The voice belonged to a very young girl, and it was familiar somehow. Where had I heard it? I wondered, but I could not arrive at an answer. The name under the cursor was Maya, but that did not immediately ring a bell for me either. Gizmo repeated her question. "Who are you? Why were you following us?" She had her own black hood pulled low, so in clothing the two looked very similar, except for the issue of height. Kismel was a fair bit taller than me, but the gray-cloaked woman across from us seemed more the size of a child. "I merely wish to speak with that swordsman over there," the NPC said, pointing at my face with a skinny hand. "Huh? Me?" "Sir Swordsman, do you have one of these?" she said, opening her hand to reveal a small key hanging from a little string. Now this item I recognized. Kirito, isn't that? Asuna whispered, and I nodded. I opened up my inventory and materialized the same item that I had just gotten 3 days earlier. It was the iron key, one of the 2 that dropped when Morche killed Silent. I lifted the key up, which also strung on a little loop, closed my game window, and let it dangle like the NPC girl was doing. Then, something very strange happened. The completely ordinary gray key began to thrum with a faint ringing, vibrating gently. Across from me, the NPC's key was exhibiting the same reaction. Who are you? And what does that key do? I asked. The gray-cloaked NPC stashed away the key and approached. Gizmel kept her hand on the hilt of her saber, but did not draw it. As long as we have these keys, we are not safe, even in town. Let's go somewhere else, said the NPC named Mia. I shared a look with Asuna and Gizmel. We couldn't discount the possibility of a trap, but we had come to this town to investigate the mysterious of Silent's 2 keys, and here was a major clue, so there was no point of backing away now. All right, said Asuna. Where should we go then? The NPC nodded, glanced around, and whispered, Follow me. We followed the cloaked woman to the western end of the south half of Stachon, where the construction was the most dense. She used yet another key, one colored bronze, to open the door to a small house there and ushered us inside, then peered around outside to make sure the coast was clear before shutting and locking the door again. There was a living room at the end of the short hallway. Despite it having just passed 10 in the morning, it was quite dark inside. The shutters were down over the largest window, so the sunlight could get in through a few smaller windows around the room. The NPC lit a lamp hanging on the wall, then turned around to apologize. I'm sorry that I can't open the window for you. Hang on, I'll put on some tea, she said, heading for the kitchen, but Asuna pulled her back. No, there's no need. Please, tell us what you have to say. Oh, I see. The NPC paused, then motioned to the sofa in the middle of the living room. So the 3 of us sat down on it. She took an armchair across from us and lowered her hood. Asuna gasped. I felt stunned too. Based on her height, I assumed the woman was very young, but seeing her features in the light now, she was actually just a child, perhaps no more than 10 years old. Just in case, I glanced at the ears under her neatly bobbed blonde hair, but she was not an elf. My name is Mia, she said, and all of a sudden, I understood how the name Mia was meant to be pronounced. It was a simple name, but somehow mysterious. I am Gizmel the Knight, said the elf, who kept her hood on. Asuna and I followed her lead. I'm Kirito, a swordsman, I guess. I am Asuna. I'm a swordswoman. Gizmel, Kirito, and Asuna. Do I have that right? She asked, using the familiar NPC routine for checking pronunciation. She looked right at me with grayish-green eyes. Kirito, the iron key that you possess came from Lord Silence of Stachon, correct? Yes, I agreed, then realized I might be creating a dangerous, mistaken impression. But I didn't take it from him, by force. Technically, I picked it up off the ground. I stammered. Asuna calmly asked, Mia, do you know what happened to Silent? Yes. The girl nodded, her long-lashed eyes downcast. I heard from Tiro, the gardener of the mansion. Silent, my father was attacked by brigands outside of the town 3 nights ago and died. Gardener? Father? The 2 words collided in my brain, and it took a while for them to fall into the proper places. The only ones who knew Silent was dead were me and Asuna, Gizmel, Morche, and the dagger user, and the large NPC man who served Silent. That would mean the large man who rode off in the carriage was the gardener named Tiro. That was all well and good, but the girl also called Silent her father. Taken at face value, it would mean that she was the daughter of the late Lord. The morning after Morche's attack, Asuna asked me if Silent had any family, and I said I didn't recall any wife or children at his mansion. I had never seen Silent's family in the beta, or this time around, but that wasn't proof that Silent had no family at all. Mia, you're Silent's daughter? Asuna asked, getting to the root of everything I was thinking. Mia acknowledged she was. Asuna hesitated for a brief moment before she offered, I'm sorry, Mia. We were present when those brigands attacked your father. In fact, the truth is, the bandits were after Kirito and me. Silent was just a victim. I felt as though my head were splitting in two. Mia was an NPC, and the conversation with her had to be part of the Curse of Statuen quest. But Morche killed Silent, and he was a player. It was a spontaneous event, not programmed as a step of the quest story. How was it that in just 3 days it had been incorporated into the quest scenario? I was certain that after we saw Silent die, another identical Silent would pop up in Statuen so that the quest could proceed for all players regardless. You don't need to apologize for that, Mia said, mature beyond her years. I lifted my head. I heard about everything from Taro. How father gave you poison, abducted you, and was going to lock you in the maze beneath the mansion, forcing you to perform the duty. No, the atonement he was meant to bear. Atonement, I repeated without realizing. Mia turned her mysterious green eyes on me. I summoned my courage and asked the NPC girl, Do you know what your father did? Yes, Mia said, looking down. My mother told me everything the other day. Mother? I parroted back. Mia's mother would have to be Silent's wife, I assumed. When Asuna jabbed my arm with her elbow, the shock helped my synapses finally fire properly. I had already explained to Asuna, no less, that Silent had a lover 10 years ago. Does that mean your mother is the previous lord's servant? I said, nearly saying the word apprentice by mistake, based on my knowledge from the beta. Fortunately, Mia didn't seem to notice or find it suspicious. Yes, she said. My mother's name is Theano, and I've heard that she served Pythagoras, the previous lord of Statuen, until 10 years ago. Theano. I met her 4 months ago, during the SAO beta test, but she left a strong impression, and if I closed my eyes, I could summon the image of her handsome face right away. If I tried, I could see some of those details in Mia's features too. In the Curse of Statuen quest on the correct route, well, at this point there was no telling what was correct, so let's call it the beta route, I was paralyzed by Silent in the house of Cerberus and stuffed into a bag and taken back to Statuen, then saved in the back streets by none other than Theano. She was once a servant at the Lord's mansion, a puzzle expert who earned Pythagoras' admiration, as well as a skilled fighter with the sword. One night 10 years ago, she witnessed a furious Silent bludgeoned Pythagoras to death with a golden cube. She could have told the guard at once, but after much anguish, Theano decided to keep her silence. This was because Silent was also her lover, and while Silent killed Pythagoras for not naming him as the successor. In fact, Pythagoras' plan was to name the next lord of the town the person he was secretly training, Theano. When Silent left the room, she slipped in and took the bloody cube, then locked it into the deepest part of the dungeon of trials, beneath the mansion. She then placed the key to the dungeon in the hideout in Cerberus and quit her job as a servant. Theano hoped that Silent would regret his sin and reveal all that he had done to her. Only then did she plan to tell Silent where to find the key. But Silent claimed the body, whose face were crushed beyond recognition, belonged to a nameless traveler, and that Pythagoras was the one who killed the traveler. The result was a curse of puzzles that befell Stachin, and was steadily expanding beyond the town to this day. In the beta test, Theano and I snuck into the mansion, convinced Silent to see the error of his ways, and used the golden key to go into the dungeon beneath the building. The three of us completed many puzzles and blazed through the astral-type monsters that shouldn't have appeared there, until we reached the end of the dungeon. There, we beat Pythagoras' vengeful ghost in a puzzle battle, retrieved by the queue, purified it with holy water, then offered it to the grave of the traveler, actually Pythagoras. Then his ghost appeared again and forgave Silent, bringing the story full circle. But this time, Silent couldn't atone for his sin and undo the curse, because he got killed by Morche the PKer. This event, which should have now only affected the quest for Asuna and me, somehow now applied to all players. Silent had seemingly vanished off the face of Aincrad altogether. There was no longer a way to complete the quest in the same order of events that I used in the beta. I had the golden key in my possession, so we might be able to get into the dungeon and retrieve the cube, but wouldn't that alone undo Pythagoras' curse? And why weren't we being visited by the crucial Theano herself, but by her daughter, Mia? Theano, where is your mother now? I asked gingerly. The girl's lips pursed and shook her head. She pulled the iron key out of her shirt and stared at it. I don't know. The morning after she learned that father had been killed, she left a note and this key behind and vanished. What did the note say? It had an apology to me, the truth of the traveler's murder at the mansion 10 years ago, and a reminder to visit Barrow if she never came back. Who's Barrow? I asked, thinking that the name sounded familiar too. To my surprise, it was Asuna rather than Mia who answered. The gardener at the mansion at the time Theano worked there. Remember? We talked to him 3 days ago. Oh, yeah, I mumbled. Mia nodded and explained. Barrow is the father of Tero, who tends to the gardens now. 10 years ago, my father killed Pythagoras, the previous lord. Although he made it sound as though the traveler was killed and Pythagoras went missing. After that, many of the servants left their jobs there, including my mother and Barrow. But Tero was having trouble learning his words, and they said he wouldn't be able to support himself in town. So my father, the new lord of Ceylon, agreed to take him in. Oh, I see, I said, recalling the silence and obedience of the large man who showed up at the secret hideout. It seemed like perhaps Ceylon wasn't utterly evil to his core after all. I sighed. A heavy silence settled upon the scene. It was broken by the voice of soft Kismel. Mia, you said that as long as we had the keys, we were not safe in town. Why is that? That was a curious point. It was true, but more interesting was the nerve-wracking to me that two NPCs were interacting in a way that could not have been pre-scripted into the story. I wondered if they would actually hold a logical conversation when... The night that my mother left this key and letter behind, a thief broke into the house where we lived for years, right near the town square. I was awoken by the sound and went into the living room, where a brigand dressed in black was holding this key and drew his dagger to attack when he saw me. I managed to fight him off and take back the key, but I realized it was dangerous to remain in the house, so I moved here as soon as I could. Oh? Whose house is this? My father's. This is where Lord Ceylon lived before he went to dwell in the mansion as Lord Pythagoras' apprentice. My father never returned, but my mother would bring me here to clean the place every once in a while. I see, Kismel said, crossing her arms. So the brigand does not know about this house yet. Next to her, I hummed to myself. I see. So this is the original home of Ceylon. If we look around, we might find some clues to... No, wait. Before that. Didn't Mia say something odd? Wait. Just a moment. Mia, You said that the thief with a dagger came to steal your key. Did you fight him off by yourself? Asuna asked, while I was trying to recall just what she had said. But yes, that was the part. Mia had said she had fought him off, but how could a girl of only 10 years or so do such a thing? With new eyes, I stared at the bob-haired girl. Even with the gray cloak on, it was clear at a glance that she was incredibly thin. Resting atop her knees, her hands looked like a doll's. Could she even swing a knife, much less a sword? Mia nodded to Asuna and said, without changing expression, "Yes, from a very young age, my mother..." But we didn't get to hear the end of that. There was a loud, hard crash, and a small window in the back end of the living room shattered. "What was that?" I shouted, rising to my feet. Bouncing our way along the ground was a black sphere. As soon as she saw the baseball-sized object, Kismel shouted, "Everyone hold your breath!" I sucked in as much air as my lungs could handle and closed my mouth. The ball split in two and began to emit a thick purple smoke. Not more poison gas, I swore in my head, drawing the Sword of Eventide +3 from my back. I didn't know what kind of poison it was, but no events of this nature were going to end with just the gas. At my side, Asuna had her window open, materializing a mask-like object. The leather-made item was the gas mask that Silent dropped when he died. I thought she was going to put it on herself, but instead she leapt over the table and stuck it over on Mia's face. More glass broke. This time, the large double window shattered, shutters and all, and the two dark figures leapt into the room. They tumbled smoothly over the floor and popped onto their feet, drawing short, curved blades in unison. The cursors above their heads were yellow, the text reading "Unknown Burglarer." They were NPCs, not players. As soon as the blades pointed our way, glinted like razors, I finally remembered that we were inside town. This was a quest event, that battle, I assumed. But this house was within the anti-criminal code, safe haven of town. No monsters could get inside the zone, and players' HP were protected from harm, and would not lose a single pixel, no matter what. That was one ironclad rules of SEO, as I understood it. But wait. A player attacking a player was a crime, but would it be a crime if an NPC acting according to the story attacked a player? I never experienced this for myself. Was it possible that if a story battle occurred within town, the safety code might not actually protect us? I wanted to shout to Asuna and Mia to get back, but I couldn't do that with my breath held. The purple smoke, half translucent, was already up to face level, and as soon as I breathed it in, I was going to suffer some kind of debuff. If the code didn't work and I took continuous damage, for example, I could chug potions to stay safe. But if this was paralyzing poison again, I had no means of counteracting it. I gave a hand signal, hoping the message got across, and held up my sword. Just to my right was Kismel, saber drawn. She had that ultra-rare antidote ring on, but that didn't mean much in the midst of the ghast. The black-clad attackers had their faces entirely wrapped in cloth. Plus, they had gas masks on that they were different from Silence, hiding their features from view. They held up their gleaming curved blades, but I failed to attack. They simply didn't need to. We would run out of breath in just 30 or 40 seconds. In other words, we had to eliminate our enemies in that time frame. Kismel and I made the briefest of eye contact before charging together. The black masked burglars leapt too. A split second later, the instant our blades crossed, the enemy cursors turned brilliant red. Even for me, at level 20, the color looked dark. The power they exhibited was about the same as Deadly Forest Elven Inferior Knight at Yofel Castle on the 4th floor. I gritted my teeth and pushed hard against the enemy, but my breath was already running out. Sparks were flying from Kismel's sabers where she pushed too, but even the elite knight's arm strength was not enough to bull back this foe. We had to break the stalemate somehow, before the poison got us.
"Kirito! Kismel! Pull inward!"
shouted a brave yet young voice from behind us. I leaned to my right and saw a bright red flash shoot past my left side. Crackam! Went a series of shocks, and the brigand in the black flew backward, bearing 3 damage effect lines on his chest. A moment later, Kismel's opponents suffered the same fate and slammed against the far wall. It was Asuna who had helped Kismel out, and my own rescuer was Mia. Like Asuna, she had used the 3-part rapier thrusts skill Triangular. Stunned, I looked down at the masked girl and her short but fancy-looking rapier. But not for long. We couldn't let this opportunity pass. Kismel and I bounced forward to deliver the finishing blows to our tumbling foes. But the burglars each put a hand onto their waists, pulled something from their belts, and threw. I managed to deflect it with my sword, but they used the opportunity to stand and essentially backflip out through the broken window. Their footsteps rapidly scurried away. You're not going anywhere, I thought, leaping through the window to the backyard. With fresh air finally flooding our lungs, I swept through the wooden gate and looked left and right, but there were no people in the midday back alley and no red cursors. They got away, said a voice from behind me. I spun around to see the dark elf looking severe. I nodded to her and went back to the yard, pulling the wooden gate shut. They were pretty tough, and speedy too, I said. It's a good thing you were with us, Kismel. Of course, I'm sorry you didn't sign up for all of this. But she did not change her expression. That might not be entirely true. Huh? The Curse of Stachin was an incident that happened entirely between humans and had no relation to the elves at all. I wanted to protest, but until Kismel thrust a long, narrow object towards my face. It looked like a throwing pick the burglars threw as they escaped, but when my gaze brought it into focus, my jaw dropped. Held between her fingers was a wicked poisoned needle with a spiral hexagonal shape, a spine of Schmargor. At first, I wondered if the masked attackers were none other than Morche and his dagger-using friend, but that was impossible, of course. Their cursors were as yellow as Kismel's before they turned red, and if they were players, they would turn orange rather than red. But then, who were they? I recognized the thin crescent blades they used, she said softly. Those are weapons of the fallen assassins. You mean the fallen elves? I asked, perhaps unnecessarily. The elf knight arched an eyebrow. Gather your wits, Kirito. Have you ever heard of the fallen goblins or fallen orcs in Aincrad? Actually, I would prefer those, I thought to myself. Right. Of course, but what are the fallen elves doing here? The elves have nothing to do with this incident. Yes, indeed. It is possible I was followed leaving Castle Galley, but in that case, they could have attacked us in the wilderness or the forest at any time, rather than waiting until we entered this human town, Gizmo pointed out. She was absolutely right about that, which meant that the target was... I spun around, just as Asuna and Mia emerged from the back door to the right of the broken window. Asuna was in maximum alert mode, surveying the area with her chivalric rapier in hand, while Mia still wore her gas mask. The rapier she used to execute the triangular was now encased in its sheath, hung inside of her gray cloak. The girl trotted over, remarkably calm for the immediate aftermath of a dramatic attack. She seemed to have heard the conversation between Kismel and me, and when she spoke, her voice was muffled by the mask, but not enough to be indecipherable.
They were dressed the exact same way as the thieves who snuck into my house 2 days ago. Like the last time, I think they were after my mother's key.
I see. In other words, this girls of no more than 10 fought off not typical burglars, but fallen elf spies or assassins of some kind, all by herself. After witnessing how her sword skill was just as sharp as Asuna's, I still had a hard time buying it. She couldn't be more than a year or two older than the poor sickly Agatha, whose quest I completed to earn the anneal blade back in the first floor. But something was more important right now than solving that mystery. I took the iron key out of my waist pouch and held it up at the height of Mia's leather gas mask. The key around her neck reacted, the two resonating faintly. I asked, Mia, what are these keys? Do you know where they're supposed to be used?
No.
She said, shaking her head.
All my mother's letters said was that it was a memento of her time with father, so she wanted me to take good care of it. If she knew that dangerous people would come after it, I don't think she would have left it in my care.
I see. This appeared to suggest that we wouldn't know the truth until we found the missing piano. Kismel bent down and said to the girl, Mia, how did you find us? You were following us before I detected you in the alley, weren't you?
Yes, I'm sorry for having done that, but I wanted to make sure that you weren't with the burglars.
No, I'm not blaming you, Kismel said kindly. It only makes sense that you would do this, considering the circumstances. The girl in the gas mask nodded and pressed her tiny hand over her chest.
The key my mother left me and the key that Kirito holds belongs to my father, are drawn to each other. Even when separated by great distances, they always vibrate faintly, trying to point to the other.
Huh? Really? I shifted the height and angle of the key I held to point directly at the key hanging from Mir's neck. Indeed, the key vibrated subtly at the end of its string. Mia twitched, feeling the same sensation from her key. So the keys use vibration to indicate direction and sound resonance to indicate distance to each other. Once you knew that, it wouldn't be hard to find us, even in the crowded complex interior of Stachin. Still, that didn't answer the question of what locks these keys were meant to open, and why the unrelated fallen elves would want to steal them. As I stared at the fine detail of the key Silent left behind, Asuna, who still had hand on Mia's shoulder, seemed to figure out something. Say, Kirito, does the golden key we found at the hideout in Cerebus react to the iron key at all? Huh? Oh, I don't know. I opened my window and pulled the gold key of the key items tab and checked my quest log too, just in case. But the latest hint hadn't updated. Lord Silent of Stachin has been killed by thieves. You must find the right place to use the key before he left behind. Ignoring the question of who actually wrote that synopsis, I closed the window and hung the iron key from my right hand. The golden key didn't have a string, so I held it directly in my left hand and pointed them at each other, moving them closer and farther apart, but they produced no vibrations or sounds. But on closer inspection, they were very familiar outside the color. The keys of Einkrad were all old-fashioned ward lock keys, keeping with the medieval fantasy style. So while they were all kind of look-alike, I could see many shared elements in the head design and the teeth of these keys.
Is that?
Prompted a soft voice, and I looked up from my examination. Mia had taken a step forward and was looking closely at the golden key through her mask.
Is that the golden key? The same one that my mother took from the mansion 10 years ago?
Yes, I think so. We found it at Pythagoras' hideout in the town of Cerebus.
Then maybe...
Mia said, looking briefly gloomy.
Maybe my mother went to search for that key.
Huh? I grunted, but Asuna seemed to understand. Yes, I think that's possible. Taro the gardener was following Silent's orders, but while he knew he was supposed to paralyze us and locked us in the dungeon beneath the mansion, I don't think he actually knew the purpose of that mission, so I don't think that he would have been able to explain what happened to the golden key to Theano.
Yes, when Taro visited the night before Mother disappeared, I was there too, but he didn't mention anything about a key.
So, did Theano go to the hideout in Cerebus? But the basement of the dungeon won't open without this key, so she wouldn't have known the key was removed. After Silent was killed, only brigands and our group could have the key. So, has she been searching for us for the past 3 days? I wondered. Kismel said, No, that is not possible. The one with the golden key would likely have an iron key. Theano knew that the two iron keys reacted, so if she wanted to find the current holder, she wouldn't leave her own iron key at home like that. Oh. Yeah, good point. Trying to find the other key holder without bringing her own key would be like trying to find 7 something balls without so-and-so radar. So where was Theano then? Think carefully, Kirito, Kismel said. Like a big sister or teacher, I gaped. Huh? About what? A key does nothing on its own. For a key to be stolen, there must be a place where it is used. Oh, I get it now, I mumbled, looking to the northern sky, over the roofs of the woodblock houses lining the little alley. The chalk-white mansion could be seen at the far north end of town. After she heard the story from Taro, Theano must have deduced that the purpose of the brigands who attacked Silent was to steal the golden key. Of course, Morche's real aim was not the key, but our lives yet. There was no way Theano could have known that. If she was looking for the brigands who stole the golden key, she wouldn't need the iron key, in the low probability that different people had the golden and iron keys. It would be a waste of time. More importantly, Kismel said a far better choice would be to stake out the place where the brigands would need to use that key. When we fought together in the beta, Theano was a clever and patient warrior. It was quite possible that she was hiding out near the entrance to the basement dungeon for the thieves to arrive. Unfortunately, that was the biggest waste of time of them all. I still had the golden key, and Morche's gang seemed to have no interest in the keys or cubes. If Theano's at the mansion, we should go find her and explain the situation, I suggested. Kismel and Asuna agreed, but Mia said nothing. A few seconds later, her masked face rose again as quietly as was still audible, and said,
Kirito, Asuna, my father deceived you, poisoned you, and abducted you, and hoped to force a dangerous duty upon you. Evil acts only beget more evil. It was divine punishment when he was attacked and killed by those brigands. If my mother was trying to avenge his death, you have no obligation to help me. I only wanted to warn you of the danger around, so why are you going to these lengths?
Well, her question was perfectly reasonable, but I had no answer. Theano had saved me, but only in the beta test. She didn't know my name or face in this version of the world, so she had no reason to help avenge the death of Silent, who was paralyzed, Asuna and me stuffed into a sacks. The Curse of Statuen quest was still ongoing, of course, but Mia wouldn't understand what that was, and I was rapidly losing interest in whatever the correct route for this quest was. I just didn't know how to actually explain all this, but luckily, instead, Asuna circled around Mia's front and bent down. It's not about logic or reason. You tried to warn us about the danger we're in. If you're in trouble too, then of course we'll help. You're worried about your mother, aren't you? Mia said nothing for many seconds, before finally nodding her head.
Yes. Thank you, Asuna, Kirito, and Kismel.
It's no matter. I have my own meaningful connection to those ones who attacked us too, said Kismel with a smile. Then she asked, But Mia, how long are you going to continue wearing that mask? The poison is long gone. Mia lifted her hands up to the side of the mask before turning to look up at Asuna.
Do you mind if I borrow this mask for just a bit longer?
Huh? It's all right, of course. But isn't it stuffy?
I'm fine. I feel more secure when I have this on.
Oh. Asuna looked skeptical still, but then she froze. I understood what she was thinking. The gas mask Mia had on belonged to Silent. They'd been apart for 10 years. Possibly she had never actually met him, but now the young girl was able to smell her father in that mask. If it put her at peace, how could we demand she take it off? My partner straightened up again and put her hand on Mia's back. In that case, let's go to the Lord's mansion together. I bet we'll find your mother there.
Okay,
Mia said brightly. Just then, a fourth HP bar appeared under the 3 already present, in the upper left-hand corner of my view, when I saw the little number next to the name, Mia. I nearly shouted. What does that mean? An abbreviation of what does that mean? Currently, my level was 20, and Asana's was 19. After splitting off the 5th floor, Kismel passed us to reach 21, and Mia's was level 23. Kismel was an elite class NPCs whose stats were higher than other NPC or monsters of the same level, so the comparison wasn't direct, but at very least this meant that Mia had battle power to match Kismel's. I'm glad she didn't suspect me of killing Silent, I thought. In fact, at this rate, we're going to end up with more NPCs than party members soon. Feeling a bit awkward and self-conscious, I trudged through the gate into the alley. 10. Unfortunately, we did not find Theano underneath the Lord's mansion, and she was not the only one we missed. There was something else, not a person but an object, that was incredibly important but gone from the building. Because Lord Silent was dead, or missing as the official word went out, most of the servants were gone, and the mansion greeted us in desolately quiet state. Our party of 4 headed first to the entrance of the dungeon on the 2nd basement floor. But Theano was not there, and the marble door was shut tight, so we went outside to look for Taro the gardener. When we found him in the corner of the yard, Taro refused to answer any of our questions, claiming he didn't know or understand, and it wasn't clear if he even remembered Asuna and me or not. But when Mia, still wearing the gas mask, demanded he explain what he was hiding, the big man spilled the beans at once. The day after Silent's death, the morning of January 2nd, Theano showed up out of nowhere and got Taro to help her open the secret back door to the underground maze. This time, I did not hold back from shouting, "The hell, man!" as a contraction of, "What the hell, man?" A back door. If that existed, then the key to get into the dungeon was completely pointless. Silent could have just gone in there and whisked out the golden cube himself. I was so stunned that I fell into a sitting position with my arms around my knees. Asuna knelt down to whisper in my ear, "Don't dungeons usually have some kind of hidden passageway or door at the very last room that you can use to get out?" The fencer hadn't really played an RPG before getting trapped in SAO, so even if she was calling me out with basic knowledge like this, I had to suck it up. And upon closer reflection, only a person who had been through the dungeon before would know about the secret back door. Given that this was under the mansion, that would leave only Pythagoras and Theano, and the former was dead. I'd been through it in the beta, but I recalled being teleported back to the entrance after I got the golden cube. Thinking back on it, there were very frequent uses of teleportation in the beta outside of teleport gates and activation of the anti-harassment code. But it seemed like nearly all of them were removed in the final release, including, of course, teleporting to Black Iron Palace when you died. It was with this in mind that I stood up, composed myself, and allowed Taro to lead us to the dungeon and the back door. The large man used his considerable length to shift the entire base of the stone statue in a corner of the yard, revealing a staircase below. The 4 of us filed through into the final chamber of the dungeon, bypassing all the puzzles and ghosts and boss monsters in the process. As I expected, there was no sign of bloodied golden cube or Mia's mother, Theano. We left the mansion without much of a show for it, and came to a stop about 10 meters from the stately gates. Silence dominated the group. "Shall we just find a quiet place where we can re-examine the situation?" Asuna suggested to Kismel and Mia's agreement. I was with them, of course, but I knew that the 2 players and 2 NPCs, 3 of us hooded, would attract attention, and we'd already been attacked inside a locked house, so there probably wasn't anywhere safe to go inside the town. Maybe the open terrace seats along the main road with all the traffic are less likely to get us attacked, I proposed, thinking we should just accept the visibility and focus on safety. But before Asuna could say anything, it was Kismel who said, "Do you and Mia still have any reason to be in this town?" Huh? Asuna and I shared a look, then went back to Kismel. We did have plans here. After we did what we could about the quest, we were going to use Stachen's teleport gate to visit the first floor and show Kismel the town of beginnings. But in this situation, we'd have to be prepared for an attack while sightseeing, and it wasn't right to drag Mia along with us. I stammered, which was all Kismel needed to hear. I could see her smiling under the deep hood. She turned to my partner and said, "Asuna, I am very touched to learn that you have planned many things for us to do together, but I cannot ignore Mia and the fallen attackers and go sightseeing. The old me might not have cared at all about the squabbles of humankind, but much as you two saved me, now I wish to save Mia." Asuna closed her eyes slowly and opened them again with a smile that was breathtakingly gentle, even loving. "Our plans can wait. We will have all the time in the world. I can get set up something else once we've solved all these problems. And both Kirito and I aren't in the mood to abandon Mia either." She rested her hand on Mia's shoulder. I was sure that Asuna had seen the girl's level, but she didn't seem to be viewing the situation through that particular lens. And for Mia's part, she didn't hold her own considerable skill in any other kind of high esteem. She bowed deeply to us.
Thank you. I cannot imagine where my mother is now or what she is doing. Please, I would appreciate your help.
"But of course," Kismel said at once, before looking at me. "Now I have a suggestion. Why don't we take Mia back to the castle? There's no concern of the fallen attacking her there, and we will find plenty of places to relax and speak openly." "What?" I yelped. But if it was true, the anti-criminal code wasn't going to help us now. Then no place would be safer for us than Castle Galley. The only issue was whether Mia would agree to leave her home in Stachen and travel that far. So I explained about Castle Galley to Mia. Behind the ports of the gas mask, her eyes were big and sparkling, in a rush of the words that came tumbling out.
"Of course, I want to go see an elf castle."
We left Stachen, taking the short route back through the woods, and we used rapidly dwindling stock of droplets of ville on our shoes across the Lake Talfa. While crossing the wasteland on the second area north, we found another fruiting cactus and took a short break to pick it clean. Mia took off her mask for the first time in hours to eat and exclaimed that she had never tasted such delicious fruit before. Gizmo proudly explained to her that cactus fruited only for 30 minutes through an entire year. The giant scorpions of the canyon area were as tough as always, but we made quick work of them, with the addition of not one, but two high-powered NPCs. The gamer in me wanted to just hang out and farm for half a day, but my conscience got the better of me. I knew it wasn't right to use a 10-year-old girl as powerful leveling tool. Still, with what we had earned in the South Area dungeon yesterday, the reward bonus for the agate key quest, I got the level 21 and Asuna reached level 22. Kismel and Mia gave us both a round of applause when it happened. A few minutes after 1 o'clock, we reached the canyon just after Castle Galley.
"Oh."
Mia marveled at the massive castle in the distance. She hadn't been out in Stachen in 10 years, so the wonder seeing the stately dark elf building had to be far beyond when I first saw Kawagoe Castle in the real world. For that matter, Kawagoe Castle didn't even have any towers, so its profile was much less impressive. A while ago, I would have agonized over the question of what does a sense of wonder really mean to an NPC, but my view of NPCs, and AI in general, had been updated many times in recent days, and I couldn't just assume that only Kismel and Viscount Euphilis were special NPCs above the rest. As we approached the castle over the stone bridge that was apparently once an aqueduct, the bells began ringing and the heavy gates started to open. Only then did it occur to me that Mia was a human and had not accepted any dark elf quests, but the guards did not seem interested in accosting her. Perhaps because Kismel's presence. I made a mental note to ask about getting the girl another one of the sigil rings we trotted through the half-open gates. Mia exclaimed again as she looked up at the vast branches of the spirit tree and the looming castle behind it. Castle Galley ran an arc along the curved cliff, which had been a delightful change from Statchen and all of its relentless, strange angles. Once this was all done, we could take her to see Kerluin on the 5th floor, Yofel Castle on the 4th, and Zumfut on the 3rd. Meanwhile, Kisma lowered the hood of the Greenleaf Cape and said, "Shall we speak in your room, Asana, or in the dining hall?" "I suppose so, but I do feel like there aren't many hard facts that we can go off of," Asana said, so I decided to go ahead and list off what we knew, which I'd been arranging and mulling over in my head on the trip to the castle. Let's look at it in a chronological order. First off, 10 years ago, before the incident started, Statchen's lord Pythagoras, the genius and so-called puzzle king, while his primary apprentice, Silon, who'd been serving the woman Theano, lived at his mansion. At that time, Silon and Theano were lovers. "I wonder if Pythagoras was aware of that," Asana murmured.
"No."
Mia piped up.
"Mother didn't speak often of her time living at the Lord's mansion, but she did say that no one else there knew about her and my father."
I see. And just before the incident, I'm guessing Theano became pregnant with Mia, I said, trying to be as mature as possible for a middle school boy talking about the concept of pregnancy. But that statement made me wonder, on a whim, about how the game systems handled the concept of babies and birth. Then I changed my mind, realizing that NPCs wouldn't go off and create children of their own accord. After all, this murder case from 10 years ago wasn't some actual event that happened in Einkrad. It was just a series of memories given to these NPCs to build the story for the player. I thought. I was pretty sure. I cleared my throat and continued. So, one day, 10 years ago, Pythagoras tells Silon that he was choosing another apprentice to be his successor. And in a rage, Silon beats Pythagoras to death with the golden cube that is the symbol of the town's lord. Theano, who witnessed it, couldn't bring herself publicly to accuse Silon, her lover and the father of her unborn child, of murder. While Silon was out of the room, she snuck in and removed the golden cube and the golden key. She locked the cube in the dungeon beneath the mansion, and she hid the key in Pythagoras' secret second home in a nearby town. Then she left her job at the mansion. I'd explained this all to Asana on multiple occasions, but I had beta knowledge that might have been filling the gaps where details had changed in the final release. Mia did not correct me at any point, however, which told me I had a broad details correct. After Pythagoras was killed, one cursed puzzle appeared in the town of Statchen each day. Theano went back to her original home, focused on raising Mia, and waited for Silon to come to her and admit his crime. But Silon invented a fictional traveler who had been killed, took the position of lord, and asked the adventurer who came to the mansion to seek the golden cube. After 10 years, Asana and I came along, went to the separate home of Cerberus on Silon's request, where we found the golden key. That made it sound like we were just that much better than anyone else who tried it. But it was inevitable because that was just how the story of the quest was set up. The problem was the next part. Then Silon appeared, paralyzed us with poison gas, stole the key, and had Taro help take us back to Statchen. But on the road there, thieves attacked and Silon killed. Taro fled to Statchen alone, visited Theano's house, and explained what happened. The next morning, Theano left Mia a note, and the iron key she always kept on her, went into the dungeon below the mansion via the secret door, and took the golden cube and vanished. That same night, a burglar got into Mia's house, trying to steal the iron key, but failed. Where is your mother's key now, Mia?
It's right around my neck.
She said. Oh, that's good. I exhaled. It was impossible for a fallen elves to sneak into this castle.
And where is your key, Kirito?
She asked. I was going to say in my inventory, but I realized I couldn't do that. It's, in my book of mystic scribing. That was the elvish term for it, but fortunately Mia seemed to understand.
Oh, you mean that ancient charm that only adventurers can use?
Oh, I see, I thought. Then another thought occurred to me. And then I asked the girl, Say, is it all right with you that I'm holding that key? That was Silent, your father's key. So shouldn't you have both?
No,
She said, without an instant of hesitation.
if it's not too much trouble, I want you to have it. I think there's a reason there were 2 keys and that each of my parents kept one. I feel like it's best to keep them from being too close until we discover the proper use for them.
Oh, okay. Asuna said, So if we don't know where to use the 2 keys, and we don't know why Fiano took the golden cube out of the mansion, then we're kind of stuck. I have no idea where we should go and what we should do next. About that, Kismel said. Who finally broke her silence? Why don't we show the keys to the storyteller? It is clear they are under some kind of magical charm. I am not an expert, but the storyteller might be able to tell us something. And if I'm not mistaken, Kirito and Asuna, you wanted to ask the elder how to defend against the evil dragon's poison, yes? It was 2:00. The 4 of us downed glasses of cold water together, then headed for the library on the 3rd floor of the castle's east wing. As I walked behind our guide, Kismel and Mia, I found myself filled with both excitement and worry. If we got new information on the iron keys, it could propel us forward in the stalled quest. But I was fairly certain that the storyteller Kismel mentioned was none other than Bohroom, the eccentric old man I met in the outer mountain ring early this morning. I didn't dislike the steak-loving old coot, but I still didn't know how to use the awakening skill, not actually a skill but a modification of the meditation skill that I'd worked so hard to get, and he didn't give me a single bite of the Hamburg steak either. I had a hard time imagining him giving us honest answers about the key, and on top of that, how should I act around him when I meet him in the library? Hey Kirito? Said Asuna quietly into my ear. I quickly looked in her direction. What's up? When do you think Kwasak will return? Oh. Until she had said that, I had completely forgotten about the other group of players. My eyes wandered for a moment. They said they were going for the agate key quest today, so it might be as late as Eve. No, wait. They can't take the shortcut across Lake Talfa, so they have to go from the northwest area where we are, counterclockwise, through the west and then south. That's a long journey. I'm guessing they'll spend the night in Ghost Sky on the southern end, then be back tomorrow afternoon. I see. So they won't happen across Mia until that point? At last, I understood what Asuna was worried about. We were able to explain Kismel's present because she was our bodyguard NPC for the Elf War questline, but it was clearly abnormal for the human NPC to be hanging out in the castle galley. I could easily imagine, given his status as an expert on the quest, that Gindo would ask all sorts of questions to satisfy his curiosity. Well, I suppose we ought to come up with some kind of story that seems natural enough, I muttered. But Asuna frowned. I don't want to lie to people who are really taking on their quest seriously, but if we find out that the Curse of Statuen quest is still ongoing, they'll definitely be curious about it. And if it's going to get messy if they end up targeted by the Fallen Elves too. The unknown burglars in Statuen were definitely tougher than the Fallen Elf soldiers we dealt with in the Elf War campaign quest. And if they use paralysis needles. They're even deadlier. Depending on the circumstances, we might want to leave the castle before they return tomorrow. On the other hand, we needed a destination before we left. Without any idea about Theano's current whereabouts or goal, our only hope was that old Buhroom knowledge was and item appraisal. A moment later, Kismel spun around, her long cape twirling. "This is the library. The storyteller should be within." She opened a heavy door there. On the left side of the hallway, a scent came flooding out of the doorway, dried plant matter, but not unpleasant at all. Beyond the threshold was a very spacious room, filled with huge bookshelves that stretched all the way to the ceiling. I'd been imagining a library, like the kind in school, but the crimson carpets running the aisles and the huge oil paintings on the walls were even more posh than the decorations in Pythagoras' secret home. I reached out for one of the polished, heavy decorated bookshelves in order to remove one of the leather-bound books, but as usual, the contents belonged to the text some European country and were completely illegible to me. I put the book back and hurried after Kismel. We did a 180 around the aisle and found a small room-sized open space ahead with a table and sofa, a large resting chair. The space seemed empty at first, but as we approached, I noticed that the easy chair, which was pointed towards the far wall, was making an odd noise. Kismel and Mia came to a stop, so I went past them to get a view of what was in the chair. Peacefully asleep was an old man with a black robe, black hat, long white beard, and a little round glasses on his nose. None other than Buhroom, the self-styled sage. "Well, it would seem the storyteller is resting now. So, what should we do?" Kismel wondered, looking troubled. I gave a glance, then grabbed the backrest of the easy chair and began to hurtle it back and forth. What is this? What's happening?" shouted the old man instantly, leaping upward. He then saw me, his glasses askew, and shouted again, You! The potato boy! Why are you here? I already told you, you can't have any of my fricatelle!" An NPC sleeping on the job. Disappointed, I told him, "I'm not Potato Boy. My name is Kirito, and I'm not here to eat any fricatelle." The old man hummed, fixing his glasses. He looked around and finally noticed Kismel, Asuna, and Mia standing behind me. He leaped immediately to his nimble feet, rubbing his long beard into place and clearing his throat. "Ahem! Ahem! Beautiful knight of Lysula and human swordswoman, how may this old man help you?" Wow, that's not the welcome I received. I couldn't help but notice. Since the women were too stunned to respond, I decided to pick up the mantle instead. "We came because we need your help with something. Grandpa Buhroom, I was hoping you could tell us a few things." I explained our early morning meeting in an abbreviated form as possible, glossing over the secret chamber and hamburger steak, then went into my game inventory to pull out one of the iron keys. I dangled it before the old man's eyes and asked, "Gramps, do you know what this key goes to?" Buhroom took the key, scrutinized it closely, then tilted his pointed hat to the right. "Well, it appears to have been an old charm placed upon it, but I do not recognize it." Look closer. You're our only hope now, Gramps. I mean, Master Sage. "Ah, so you only suck up to me with the Master Sage routine when you need something?" The old man muttered, resting an easy chair again. He glanced at the women, who still looked stunned, and gestured to the sofa with a wrinkled hand. Forgive me for keeping you standing. Please, young ladies, have a seat. There is tea and some cups at that table. Boy, so go and do the thing." I decided to swallow my complaint and went off to the table. If I had to grind it from the whole leaves, it would be beyond my means. But fortunately, the large glass pot was already full of reddish-brown liquid. I set 4 cups on the silver tray and carefully poured out the tea, then took it over the low table. I put 1 cup before each of the women on the 3 cushions couch and started lifting fourth one to my lips when a hand stretched from the easy chair and snatched it away. The old man sipped the tea noisily and looked up from the dangling key to my face. "You have another one just like this, don't you?" he gruffed. Yeah. How did you know?" I almost wanted to remark that I thought he was just some steak-loving old coot. On the couch, Mia silently pulled the other key from her shirt and held it out, only silence emanating from her gas mask. The old man took it and let it hang so he could inspect it. Buchroom returned his teacup to the table and moved the key closer to mine. A high-pitched ringing echoed off the high library ceiling, and each time the keys were directly facing each other, they shook as if alive. The old man pushed the keys even closer together. I don't think we ever actually stuck the keys together, which is funny, because usually these things don't take their true form until you combine them. No sooner had the thought occurred to me than there came a silver flash, bazzack sound. The keys hurtled out of our hands and struck a wall and bookshelf. Neither I nor the women could react in the moment. The sound only came from Bochroom himself. "Fwah! Hey, you were the one who did it!" I shouted, going to look for the key that flew out of my hand. I saw it hit the wall and bounce off, but after that, it was probably around the tea table in the corner. I found it. The string had snagged around a tall teapot, and the other key had flew towards a bookshelf, and Asana got up to retrieve it from between the shelves. She gave it back to Mia, and then, having apparently adjusted to Bochroom's personality, finally addressed him with her usual way. "Mr. Bochroom, what just happened? It looked like the keys repulsed each other." Yes, that is because they did. There is a powerful charm placed upon the keys that prevent them from making contact." "Placed upon?" I asked. In other words, it didn't already exist until someone cast the charm on the keys? "Well, obviously," he said, about 3 times ruder to me than he had been to Asana. Undeterred, I pressed. "Who would do such a thing, and why?" "How would you expect me to know that?" he snorted, infuriated. Next, it was Kismel's turn. "But, storyteller, you are said to be one of the greatest minds in all of Lysula. Do you not have any deductions, any hunches? We will take any clue we can get at this point." "I certainly do that much," Bochroom admitted. He glared at the key in my hand. "From what I can see, those 2 keys were originally meant to be combined before use. The head and teeth of the keys are carved to align perfectly." "Huh? Really?" I looked back and forth from my key to Mia's, but I couldn't tell from their appearance, and I couldn't test it because they would hurtle away from each other. But I also couldn't imagine that the self-styled sage would just make up something off the top of his head. So I assumed that my hunch that they combined to take their true form was actually not far off the mark. In that case, if we could undo the charm on the keys and combine them, we might gain some new clue or bit of information. "Undo the charm, Gramps," I said promptly. He glared at me. "It's not that simple. I just told you it was powerful charm. I suspect that only the one who placed this charm can undo this effect." Then tell us who put the... Gah! He snapped, the familiar voice I heard multiple times during the awakening training. Without getting out of its chair, he brandished a fist at me. "Just because I am a great and wise sage does not mean I know everything. I've told you all that I know about those keys." "Or that you know anything." I snapped from the safety of my innermost thoughts. Once again, I consider the keys. Even Bochroom's wisdom did not bring us much new insight. But on the other hand, without Morche's interference and killing Cylon, this was not an item that was officially meant to fall into players' hands, so I couldn't complain too much about the lack of explanation. Hopefully, the old man could at least live up to his billing with the other topic we wanted to hear about, but that remained to be seen. I grabbed Asana's half, finished tea, downed the rest, and broached the second topic. By the way, Gramps, we'd like to ask you about a wicked dragon by the name Schmargor. 10 minutes later, I left the library alone. Asana, Kismel, and Mia remained behind to train under the old man. Our mission to ask about a means to counteract the fallen elf's poison needles was a success, if in a different form than what I expected. Buhrum did not know how to craft the platinum shield that the ancient hero Selm used to protect against Schmargor's spikes, but he was able to suggest a substitute means of knowing. It was, in fact, through using the meditation skill. Training for meditation was not as difficult as breaking a rock for martial arts. All you had to do was hold a pose that activated the skill for 1 continuous hour. In the beta, the sitting place was atop a pillar no more than 15 centimeters wide, so it was difficult to get a hang of it. By this time, when the lady suggested learning the skill, Buhrum methods of training was still to stay for an hour atop some soft, puffy cushions on the floor. I couldn't help but yell about that one. But there was no point to ranting about how the beta was different. I wanted to observe this alternative training, but Asana kicked me out of the room, claiming that it was embarrassing to have me watching. Certainly, holding a Zen-like meditative pose wasn't exactly glamorous or cute, but if you wanted to use it in battle, you had to do that pose, regardless of location. I told her she needed to get used to the idea of people watching, but she shut me down and booted me out of the library. At least I knew, given the cushy setting, that all 3 of them should pass the test on the first try. It seemed unprecedented that NPCs could pick up extra skills, but the bar for surprising had risen considerably over the last few days. Nothing was going to truly shock me anymore. Unless you told me, say, Kismel and Mia were actually being controlled by human players. But enough about that. I shook my head to clear it, and headed for the window on the southern side of the hallway. It was still before 3 o'clock, meaning the sunlight filling the castle galley's courtyard was growing just a faint tint of gold. But there still time until sunset. I wanted to put this extra hour to good use. But I didn't want to go grinding outside the castle, in case Asana noticed my HP bar go down and she got distracted by it. So my options are nap or snack. 3 seconds later, I settled on snack. My store of sweet treats was rather lonely, but I could probably find something good if I went to the dining hall. I walked west down the hall and went to the second floor of the center building. The dining hall was quite empty because it wasn't mealtime, but when I sat down in a sofa along the wall, a servant approached at once. I asked for the dessert lineup, then selected a chestnut and walnut tart and herbal tea. The tart was a luxurious one, with sweet boiled chestnuts, fragrant cooked walnuts, and a heap of smooth, sweet cream. And it quickly vanished into my virtual stomach. I sipped the sour tea and was considering ordering another tart when a strong desire to sleep hit me like a ton of bricks. Suddenly, I recalled that I'd been forced myself awake at 2 a.m, went exploring around the rim of the castle, and completed Buhrum's awakening training in his little hidden room. Then I marched all the way to Statchen and returned not long after. After that hard schedule, it was no wonder that sitting on a comfortable couch and eating a piece of cake made me feel sleepy. I tried to resist, but the weight of my eyelids accelerated with each blink. There would be another 40 minutes until their meditation training was over. Surely I was allowed to get a bit of nap until then. If this was a restaurant in the real world, a stern waitress would be by to ask if I wanted anything else, but certainly the dark elf stewardess would be nice enough to let me sleep. Sharp sound of a bell pulled me out of my comfortable slumber. I tensed up at first, then realized it was just Quasac returning from their quest. I imagined it would have been tomorrow, but maybe they just rushed through the steps without any stops or side questing along the way. There I sat, pondering that idea with my eyes closed, half asleep, when suddenly the speed and intensity of the ringing jumped in pitch. "11. I leaped up from the sofa and sprinted across the dining hall to the door, almost entirely on autopilot. The chilly air of the hallway helped to banish the last lingering embrace of sleep. I pounced towards the window across the hall and stared through the glass down into the courtyard. The first thing I saw was the wide open gate to the castle. The flickering white flashes I saw intermittently coming from there were definitely the visual effects of battle. I pushed open the window, hardly thinking about what I was doing, and the sound of sharp clanging and shouts rose in volume. The servants gathered in the doorway behind me, shrieking. Fighting at the inside of the gates were the familiar dark elf castle guards against a group of black-clad warriors with similar features, but who sported a distinctive face-covering mask. I squinted, focusing on the group, and saw the brightest red cursor appear with the subtitle, Fallen Elven Warrior. Fallen Elves. I had an inkling it was them when I first saw them, but to have it spelled out officially by the system made the shock bigger. They'd led a small ambushes and sneak attacks in the wilderness and dungeons before, but no large-scale assaults like this. They'd kept in the shadows in the background of the struggle between the forest and the dark elves. So why would they lead a head-on invasion of the castle galley? Perhaps the best defend of the dark elf strongholds? How had they gotten the guards to open the gates? And I thought the elves weren't supposed to be capable of getting through the barren valley without help. The question came hard and fast, but they weren't going to answer themselves. If I just stood here and watched, I had to make a decision about what to do. For the moment, the invasion seemed to be contained between the castle gates and the spirit tree's pools, but more and more fallen elves were pouring through the open gates by the moment. There had to be 20 at this point, possibly 30. More guards were rushing forth from the palace to defend it, of course, but the fallen seemed more powerful individually. I had a feeling that relying upon the guards to defend this castle might not be a winning strategy. But my highest priority at this moment was the lives of Asuna, Kismel, and Mia. Working backward from that conclusion, I supposed we should try to escape the castle while the guards were still holding back the fallen elves. On the other hand, proud knight Kismel would never flee and abandon her comrades. Asuna would surely want to fight at Kismel's side. In any case, the first step was to regroup with them in the library. I pulled away from the window and began to run. I heard myself gasp. The dark elf guards fighting in the courtyard's line of defense faltered, 3 of them dropping at once. Their cursors showed their HP at still over half full. I was stunned until I noticed a certain ominous icon blinking below the bars. Paralysis. Some distance away, along the side walls of the castle, a number of enemy labeled fallen elven scouts were throwing something at the guards. I couldn't see it from here, but I understood instinctually that those were the poison needles again. Dark elf guards had a metal armor on, but it was not full plate. Much of their arms and legs was uncovered, making for easy targets. The hole in the defense line reformed with new guards, and the collapsed members were pulled back to safety. But it was clear that if too many more got paralyzed, the line would quickly crumble. To regroup with Asuna or to rush to the aid of the guards. I myself was paralyzed with the indecision for a moment. Until, at last, I sucked in a deep, sharp breath and broke into action. I opened my window and plopped down onto the ground of the hallway. First, I sent a brief, possibly unnecessary message to Asuna, finish the training, then folded my legs into the Zen lotus position. In real Zen meditation, I was supposed to form an elliptical sign with my hands, but in this world, I simply had to stretch out all of my fingers and place my palms atop my upturned feet. This was the activation pose of the meditation skill. In the beta, you had to hold this pose for a whole 60 seconds before the buff would take effect. Since there was no way to make that kind of time once the battle started, it was quickly labeled as a worthless skill. But now I had leveled it up to 500. That probably lowered the pre-activation time. Please let me be right about that, I prayed. The system didn't respond, of course, but by the time I silently counted to 20, an icon that I hadn't seen in several months appeared on my HP gauge. It was the silhouette of a person in a Zen pose, the meditation buff. If I was to take Bohroom at his words, this buff could nullify level 2 paralyzing poison. If it didn't, that would be very bad news for me. But if I stood here and watched, the same thing would happen anyway. All I could do was trust the old man and act. I undid the lotus position, stood up, and commanded the servants behind me. Go to the storeroom and bring all the healing and antidote potions you can to the courtyard. Most of the servants shrank back towards the dining hall, looking terrified. But the oldest looking of all of them said bravely, I understand. Come you lot, let's go. And lifted up her long skirt to run up for the east wing. Her younger co-workers, properly chastised, shared a brief look before rushing after her. I started running without a backward glance. I would have loved to jump down into the courtyard from the window, but the fallen scouts would spot me. I wanted to get at least one by surprise. I sprinted for the end of the west wing, sending my second message to Asuna in the meantime. Make sire, all 3 of you have med buff before going down to courtyard. I sent, too quickly to bother correcting my typos. Based on the present time, it had been about 50 minutes since they began meditation training. If the training was over the moment the bell started clamoring, then none of these instructions mattered. But the fact that there had been no response was a sign that the training still continued, I assumed. I had a feeling that the matter of whether Asuna's group gained the meditation skill or not, or whether they could utilize it in time for the fight or not, would be key to the victory or defeat. On I rushed from the main building to the west wing, leaping down the stairs 10 at a time, when all of a sudden I heard the memory of my partner's voice in my head. You're not going to rush off without a word at me again. You must be within my sight for all 24 hours. Is that understood? That had been 3 days ago, after we talked with the DKB officers in the inn room in Station. I'd kept her command since then, excepting only of unavoidable situations, like the hot springs changing room, but I'd assumed that Castle Galley was safe and apparently let down my guard. Asuna told me not to watch them train, but there were all those bookcases in the library. I could have just waited around the corner of one. And right during that lax hour, as if I specifically timed, the fallen elves attacked. It was a coincidence, of course, but it felt like a sign. I picked up speed, trying to outrun my foreboding, and blazed through the side of the door at the end of the West Wing's first floor. I had to put on the brakes, satisfying as it had been just to kick down the door and rush through it. Instead, I opened it just a bit to check the presence of nearby enemies. Because the side door was quite close to the interior wall, if I went out, heading along the wall, I should reach the scouts throwing the poison needle soon, but it was only 3:30 in the afternoon, and there was little darkness that would hide my presence. I couldn't wait until nightfall for cover. Obviously, I just had to draw my blade and head out into the open. A wall of sound met me there, swords clashing and bellows of combat enraged. I hunched against the noise and ran along the wall to my right. The round hollow that entirely swallowed Castle Galley was a bit over 200 meters across, and the spring that had fed the spirit tree in the middle of its ground was about 30 meters wide, so that made about 80 meters from castle wall to the hot spring. The defensive line of the castle guard had already been pushed back over half of the way. If they managed to break into the castle, it would be very difficult to prevent the fallen from reaching the treasure room on the 4th floor of the main castle building, where the 4 sacred keys were currently held. We had to stop them in the courtyard, and eliminating the fallen scouts throwing their paralyzing needles was paramount. As soon as I saw the first scout ahead of me, I went from staying low and quiet to a full-on spring. The scout sensed me and turned, wearing a mask with only holes for eyes. He pulled a black pick from his belt and wound his arm back. When I saw the glint of the throwing needle, a memory of 3 nights ago flashed back in my memory. The feeling of being helpless on the ground, unable to move a finger, staring up at the horrifying sight of Morche approaching. became a liquid cooler than ice that shot through my veins. But I gritted my teeth, withstanding the fear, and readied my sword of Eventide on high. The fallen scout's hand blurred, a spine of Schmargor, coated with level 2 paralyzing poison, rushed for my chest. Whistling faintly, it was too late to dodge or defend. If my meditation buff didn't protect against this paralysis, I was going to land helpless on the ground in the midst of the chaotic battle. There was a light impact below my left collarbone. A dark bolt appeared out of the lower corner of my eye, but I cut off my sense of touch and sight, focusing entirely on my mind and the sword in my hand. The blade shone blue. The invisible hand of the system assistants pushed my body. No, paralysis! Go, I shouted. The word trapped behind closed lips, and I activated the 4-part slash skill, vertical square. The scout's eyes widened just a bit when he realized I wasn't paralyzed. He reached behind his waist for a dagger, but it was too late. My first blow struck the scout's left shoulder, leaving a shining vertical line in the air. In a single moment, my sword bounced back upward, completing slashes straight down and straight up, leaving parallel visual effects from head to toe. These 3 slashes took down nearly 60% of the scout's HP. Then, my sword returned to its original position and arched farther, nearly to my back, before unleashing the devastating 4th strike. Once again, I felt the hilt of the sword of Eventide trembling in the palm of my hand, but rather than fighting against the sword's will, I added a boost of force to its adjusted course. Zoom! The elf upgraded blade dug itself heavily into the fallen scout's breast. The weak point critical blow obliterated his remaining 40%. The completed square of blue light slashed brighter and dispersed, and a moment later, the scout's body shattered into countless pieces too. I'd killed over 10 fallen elves since the start of the Elf War campaign quest. It was a simple matter, of course, as I had to do it to finish the quest, or so I had always assumed, but that probably still counted as a kind of murder. Regardless, I couldn't stop now. I was helping the Dark Elves, and I had to protect Asana, Kismel, and Mia from harm. Asana treated the NPCs as even more human than I did, and she wouldn't hesitate at all to fight against the Fallen. Through the polygons melted into the air, I saw the other 2 fallen elf scouts throwing their needles at the guards from the other side of the castle gates. I couldn't imagine that they hadn't noticed my attack, but for now, they prioritized helping their comrades fight farther in. For just an instant, I glanced left and saw that there were now slightly more red cursors for fallen elven warriors than yellow cursors for castle guards. Before my gaze could return to the 2 scouts, I noticed something and squinted. The fallen elf combatants, dressed in all black and fighting with their backs to me, had something odd tucked into their sword belts. There were narrow rods with brilliant green shards of something tied to the top. No, those were not actually artificially fashioned objects. They were tree branches. The branches were about 1/3 of a meter in length, with leaves at the end, as though broken off of a nearby tree. I would think twice of any player carrying around the same thing, but the fact that these were fallen elves changed the situation. They, like all elves, could not harm living trees. I remember General Nolza saying as much in a submerged dungeon on the 4th floor, where the fallen elves were secretly buying lumber from humans.
Eons since we were removed from the blessings of the holy tree, yet we are still bound by the taboos of the elven race.
The circuit of how the Fallen had moved through the canyons was definitely contained in those branches. However, they had circumvented the taboo. They seemed to be protected by a kind of personal barrier cast forth by the branches, which meant their next likely move was... Gah! A scream from the courtyard distracted me. A dark elf guard at the front line of combat collapsed on the ground, struck down by a fallen elven warrior curved blade. Before his companions could reach out to him, his body turned to blue shards and vanished. Damn! I swore, banishing the mystery of the branches from my head. Our first priority was to turn the tide of battle. My meditation buff would eventually wear off. I had to eliminate the other 2 scouts before it did. I switched my sword to my left hand and pulled out my paralyzing needle stuck under my collarbone. It was still usable, so I wound up and threw it at one of the scouts located near the right gate tower. Until I used meditation skill in my 5th skill slot, I'd been considering putting throwing knives in there. Thankfully, even without it active, the needle still managed to land in the right leg of the scout, who was it was a nice stationary target. He didn't seem to have any paralyzing defense himself, and he collapsed without a sound after a green border appeared around his cursor. The other one rushed to give his partner a potion, but I was already charging at full speed again. The last scout gave up on his curing of his partner and readied a dagger. I gave him a simple high slice. He evaded with a backstep rather than guarding it, but I was expecting that. When I froze briefly following my big swing, the scout deftly darted forward and whipped his dagger at me. This fierce blow was a fair bit sharper than I'd seen from the fallen thus far, but I was already lunging into his range, so I could pull off Flash Blow, the basic martial arts skill I used against Morche. The dagger grazed my right shoulder while my left fist slammed into his side. The NPC and monster algorithms, whether intended or not, had a habit of responding just a bit slower to sudden uses of a different type of attack skill. Ugh! Flash Blow's damage wasn't much to speak of, but the scout grunted and froze. This would be my chance to use a sword skill, but instead, I reached around the scout's back with my free hand. As I expected, my fingers brushed what felt like a tree branch. I grabbed it and pulled it out of his belt. I didn't expect this to cause the fallen elf to immediately collapse. After all, we were in the courtyard beneath the spirit tree's protection. They wouldn't need the branch unless they went out of the gate. But the scout's eyes bulged behind the mask as he shouted hoarsely, "Give it back!" Before he could scramble and lunge for it, I held the tip of my sword in eventide to the elf's throat and demanded, "How did you get this branch?" "That is nothing you need to know, human!" The elf spat, lowering his weapon in favor of dialogue. There were fires of hatred in his eyes. "And what business does your kind have in this fight? The enmity between elves has nothing to do with humankind." "Your kind," I repeated, sensing something off about this. I glanced around, but the only figure nearby was a third scout paralyzed. Asuna and Mia had not joined the battle. The scout clicked his tongue angrily that he apparently spoken too much. He leaped backward to get away from the tip of my sword and reached his dagger again. Sensing that I wouldn't get any more information out of him, I held the branch high in my free hand. The moment his gaze traveled upward to follow it, I tossed it to the side and lunged. The scout looked back, but it was enough to delay his reaction. I took advantage of this, using the close range 3 skill sharp nail. 3 slashes of red light, like a claw of a fierce beast, glowed in the scout's chest, and he flew backward, slamming against the castle's wall. When he bounced back to me, I added the single strike horizontal. His torso cut in two. The scout silently came to an unnatural stop in midair and disappeared. I turned around as the shards enveloped me and ran. The paralyzed scout had another branch behind his back, too. The paralyzing status wasn't wearing off anytime soon, but the eye that was visible from this angle speared me with a look sharper than a throwing needle. He would eventually recover, so I couldn't just leave the scout untouched. If I simply pierced him through the heart while he was immobile, the continual piercing damage would be enough to kill him. Instead, I stopped myself from raising my sword any further. Perhaps it was pointless fixation, perhaps even a harmful emotion. But I just couldn't bring myself to execute a helpless enemy like it was some kind of insect. The scout had pockets for throwing needles on either side of his leather belt, and there were 10 spines of Smargor still inside them. I removed them all, stuck them in my own carrying pouch, and took away his branch and the dagger, and tossed them into my inventory. I also found the other branch I'd tossed, and turned to inspect the battle. Paralyzing needle sabotage was over, but the defensive line was pushed back to barely 15 meters from the hot spring. If the guards fell into the water, the line would collapse and the enemy could rush through. Once that happened, they could be at the castle entrance in moments. There were about 25 fallen elven warriors in combat, and not even 20 castle guards fighting them back. About 10 were paralyzed and dragged to the rear, and there were no more guards rushing out of the castle. This was the full combat force of Castle Galli, because sadly, I didn't expect that Count Gallian himself would come rushing down to turn the tide of battle. A few seconds later, I had to lay of the battle and pulled the paralyzing needles out of my pocket, intent on making good use of them. There were 9 needles, plus the 2 I recovered from Morche and the 2 of the fallen who attacked Mia's home left behind, for 13 in total. If I could knock out 10 warriors with those, we could turn this battle around. I aimed for the back of the closest target and threw. The needle landed right on target, in the gap between the armor pieces. The warrior froze for a moment, then continued swinging his scimitar, as though nothing had happened. What? I held my breath, then noticed an unfamiliar icon on the warrior's HP bar. It looked like a black leaf. Perhaps it was a paralysis-resistant buff? I suppose with all the needles that the scouts were throwing from behind, a few might hit their own side, so it would make sense for them to have some kind of safety measure against that. But it also felt like a very clever strategy, almost too clever for NPCs. And for another thing, I still didn't know how the fallen elves had gotten through the gates. I was sleeping in the dining hall when the bell woke me up, but I recalled first hearing the normal tolling of the opening of the gates. Only after a few moments did it turn into a rapid alarm bell. Did that mean the guards had opened the gates for someone who was allowed in, and then the fallen rushed through? But there was no place to hide in the long, dusty canyon leading up the gates. If dozens of enemies were running from the start of the canyon, there would be still time to let the guests in and close the gates before they arrived. There was only one possibility. Whoever got the gates to open was in cahoots with the fallen, and at this moment, there was only one group of players this far along the Elf War campaign quest: Quasac. If they went into the castle and took over the tower gate room, they could ensure the gate remained open long enough for the fallen to arrive. Is that really it? I asked myself, unable to believe it. I turned and raced to the nearby gate tower, and opened the metal reinforced door. I thrust my sword into the open space, but there was no one inside. If the dark elf who would have been here was murdered, there was no way for me to search for evidence. I looked up to see that the tower chamber was packed with gears and weights and such over my head. On the wall, straight ahead, was a wooden lever. I yanked it with all my strength. With a heavy rumble, the gears overhead began to turn. That should at least close the gate and ensure that any potential fallen reinforcements outside couldn't get in. I was worried about where Quasac might have gone, but the battle in the courtyard was the most pressing matter at the moment. I leaped out of the tower and raced for the line of battle. If the paralyzing needles weren't going to work on those fallen elven warriors, my trusty sword would have to do. Rah! I roared, power surging from deep in my gut, giving up my back attack advantage. 3 nearby enemies turned around and closed the gap. I hurtled into the middle of them, getting as close as I possibly could before activating the sword skill Horizontal Square. I didn't do as much damage to a single target as Vertical Square did, but it did have a better accuracy and a wider range. The sequence of 4 horizontal slashes hit all 3 warriors, taking 2/3 of their health, hurling them backward. If I could use this newly learned skill over and over, I could probably take them all down, but it sadly had a cooldown timer to match its considerable strength, and I wouldn't be able to use it again for a bit. I would have to make full use of the sword skills I'd learned so far. There were over 20 foes here, and if I got surrounded, I was instantly dead meat. 2 more enemies noticed my presence behind them. I used the long-range jumping attack Sonic Leap on one of them. That warrior guarded the attack, but his scimitar was weaker than the sword of Eventide. And he faltered, unable to withstand the full brunt of my charge. The instant that hateful post-skill delay let up, I used the martial arts kick water moon on the faltering warrior. My instinct measured the distance of the other enemy behind me. I spun and activated the two-part horizontal arc. The slashes left sideways V in the warrior's chest. He flew through the air with a grunt. It was too bad I couldn't deliver him a finishing blow, but if I spent too much time on one foe, I would get surrounded. The three knocked down by my horizontal square were getting up by now. I noticed, and so I used the low to the ground charging attack rage spike on one of them. My sliding dash was so close to the ground that it practically army crawled. The warrior tried to use a basic scimitar skill, Reaver, to fight back. If it hit me, not only would my skill fail, but I would be in a mid-stun status. So I twisted as I ran, trying to escape the path of the Reaver. On the other hand, if I stayed too far from the right motion, it would automatically fumble my sword skill. The pale blue shine coating my sword flickered, letting me know that the technique was in danger of running out.
Yeah!
The warrior roared, swinging down his blade that glowed with a sinister orange. The razor-sharp tip grazed my chest, taking about 5% of my HP with it. But in return, my sword severed his leg from the base. The warrior's remaining HP were gone, and his slender form crumbled like fine glass. The beautiful, horrendous sound effect seemed to draw on the attention of all the other fallen fighting in the vast courtyard. One especially large one in the center of the fighting, who seemed to be the commanding officer, pointed his scimitar, more like a long saber, and shouted,
"Get rid of the impediment first! Surround him on 4 sides and crush him!"
Instantly, 4 virtually unharmed warriors peeled off the line and came rushing for me. That opened a hole in their line, of course, but the fallen still had the higher number. One of the guards shouted, "Protect the swordsmen!" But it would be difficult for them to break through the fallen line, even with the hole. I had to deal with these 4 by myself. In fact, if I could just get through this oncoming rush, it would turn the numbers in our favor and make victory a possibility. The fallen elves slid smoothly around me on either side. I still couldn't use horizontal square, my one good wide-range attack, so I backed off, looking for the right target to strike, but they were all dressed in matching black gear and hoods, with about the remaining same HP, so it was impossible to choose an obvious answer. Behind the 4, though, the warriors whose HP I'd halved were now retreating to the wall and drinking what appeared to be healing potions. If they got back to full health and the 4 surrounding me turned to 8, it would be difficult to even escape, much less wipe them out. The worst mistake to make in this situation was to be too hasty, knocking down the enemy numbers and stop moving. As with monsters, the common wisdom was to keep moving, avoid being surrounded, and grind the enemy HP bit by bit. If this happened in a dungeon, other players might get mad because you could easily build a mob train by drawing the attention of more and more monsters. But manners didn't mean anything here. I sucked in a sharp breath and pounced off the stone ground, sprinting after the target I chose on pure instinct. The enemy raised his scimitar diagonally in defensive position, while the other 3 rushed behind me. Their reaction speeds and teamwork were much better than monsters, though one should expect that much. The only plus, for whatever it was worth, was that none of the fallen elven warriors had gear or shields. Such fighters were difficult to break down, but these ones only had metal light armor and their curved swords, which meant I could get past their defenses. I charged straight ahead, sword hanging from the right of my hand. The warrior's eyes seemed to waver, losing their nerve. Perhaps he intended to defend my first blow, but charging without an attack stance was introducing an element of uncertainty to an AI's algorithm. When I was 2 meters away, the warrior finally entered an attack stance. I accelerated as best I could and thrust out my open hand with my fingers formed in the shape of a capital C. I made sure to let the enemy scimitar slip through the narrow gap and dispelled the primal fear of losing my finger as I clenched down hard. There was a silver slash in my hand, and I felt my grip and the warrior's sword become fused into one. I yanked the weapon out of the enemy's hand and flipped it around to grasp the hilt. This was the weapon snatching skill, Empty Wheel, which I acquired by my martial arts skill, Reach Proficiency 100, right in the middle of this very battle. Naturally, it was my first time using it, and if I hadn't ponied up the dough for Argo's info on the martial arts, I might have not realized that I had it available until the battle was over. "How dare you, knave!" he snarled, the warrior who lunged for his weapon. I swiped at his arm and with the sword of Eventide and scored 7 severed part bonus. The warrior moaned, clutching his partial missing arm. I kicked him over and spun around. The other 3 warriors showed no sign of slowing down after seeing my weapon snatching trick. Shah! I blocked a black traced diagonal slash with the scimitar in my offhand. The sparks of that impact slashed off my face as I slammed my sword into his side. Sensing another attack to my right, I used the sword to block the horizontal strike. The warrior faltered, and I slashed at his neck with the scimitar I'd captured, then rushed through the gap between the two. As long as I had the Sword of Eventide in my right hand and the Fallen Elf Scimitar in my left, I was in a regular equipped state, which meant I couldn't use any sword skills. But in a 1-on-4 battle, I didn't want to use any major skills that might lead a significant movement delay afterwards. On the contrary, having a sword in each hand gave me more options for defense. I couldn't help but think that if I was going to these lengths, I could have just kept a shield around for my quick change mod, but I was still good enough to block the quick light slashes of the Fallen with a sword. Plus, I felt like it was suited to me, having 2 swords so I could pull off the block and counter move with either hand. Spinning around, I told myself that if I got through this fight, I would seriously think about practicing with 2 swords. I found the unharmed 4th warrior in front of me, with 2 more damaged, but fairly healthy warriors coming from behind him. The one whose scimitar I stole rushed back towards his healing comrades, perhaps to borrow a weapon. According to their cursors, their HP had already healed back up close to 70%. There was maybe a minute left until they were fully healed. I had to beat these 3 before then, but could I do that without sword skills? I'd already shown them everything I had. It wasn't a question of whether I could do it or not. I just had to do it. Standing still, it would only get me surrounded, so I focused on the warrior on my right and charged. They must have learned from my tendencies to attack the sides. However, as they changed directions too, to ensure that they would all be coming head on. But if I kept turning to the right, eventually I would get trapped against the castle wall. Do I pull back? No, I don't have time. I have to go straight into the melee. I hope I find the route to victory. I was just about to launch into an all-or-nothing gamble when I heard a voice. "Kirito, watch out!" For an instant, I thought I was just hearing things, but my body reacted on instinct, hurtling me to the left. Crimson red shone past my eyes. The brightest visual effect I'd seen yet barreled down on the fallen elven warriors from behind the breathtaking speed. There was a silhouette in the midst of that light that I couldn't make out from the brightness. The very air roared, and the stones beneath my feet trembled. The 3 warriors turning to follow me noticed the abnormality and spun around, but then the red light was upon them. "No!" shouted the center warrior, lifting his scimitar. The others 2 took similar guarding positions. Kaboom! With an explosive eruption, the center warrior rose high into the air. The 2 of his sides were thrown flat on the ground, and one tumbled all the way to my feet. Out of the sheer reflex, I struck him with my right-hand sword, whittling away the last bit of his red HP bar. I looked up through the exploding blue particles to see the intruder blowing past like a runway freight train come to stop in a whirlwind of dust about 6 or 7 meters away. A red hooded cape, a pleated skirt of the same color, long chestnut brown hair, and I didn't need to check her cursor to know that this was Asuna, my temporary partner. But what sword skill was that just now? I didn't recall any charging attacks with that flashy rapier category. The force and range of it were off the charts by comparison of her favorite shooting star. Huh? I instantly saw it through the dissipating cloud of dust. I gasped. The weapon that Asuna had in her hands was not the chivalric rapier she used, but an enormous lance that looked like it could be at least 2 meters long. It had a dark green leather grip, the body itself was a brilliant silver, and there was a fanciful decoration around the base. It was clearly a quite excellent weapon based on the design, but my question was not where she got it, but how she was able to wield it so well. At present, there were 4 skills involved with handling spear-type weapons. One-handed spears, two-handed spears, one-handed lances, and two-handed lances. Out of those, two-handed spears were most typical. There were few spears users overall, but I could name Cuchulainn of the Legend Braves, Okatan the Halbearder, Hokai Ikura, the trident user from the ALS, and Quasax Heiston, who used a glaive. All of those landed under the two-handed spear skill. There were even fewer one-handed spear users, aside from Schickenspec on the ALS. I could only think of 1 or 2 in the frontline group, but the lance skill was far rarer in the wild than even those. I had never seen a player in the frontier using a lance. The reason for this was a small selection of weapons and how difficult they were to use. The only thing that operated under the lance skill were lances and guard lances, which had a larger hilt, both of which could only thrust. Not only were they difficult to wield in battle, but whether solo, in a party, or in a raid, they were also no situation where a lance was crucial. So in the present SAO, where there was no room for picking up hobby skills, they were a waste of a good slot, in my opinion. Why? Where? What? That was all I managed to get out of my mouth from the rapid series of questions. Why do you have that? Where did you get it? What is going on with your skills? But Asuna seemed to catch the general gist of my shock, and her long delay wore off. She turned to me and shouted, "I'll explain later. Watch my back." Indeed, with the two-handed lance that was longer than she was tall, turning around would be difficult. I rushed up towards her and remembered that the 2 of the 3 warriors she bowled were still over there alive. But I didn't need to finish them off. I heard 2 crystalline ruptures behind my back, nearly unison. Looking over my left shoulder through a cloud of texture shards, I saw Kismel with her saber and Mia with a rapier. "Sorry for being late, Kirito," Kismel shouted, while Mia nodded her head, still covered in that leather masks. The side door to the east wing was in the distance behind them, so they must have come from that direction. I assumed the skill training had gone well, because I could see the meditation buff on their HP bars. I'd cleaned up the 3 fallen elven scouts who'd been throwing their paralyzing needles with abandon, but I couldn't guarantee that none of the remaining sword fighters had their own supply of needles. For the rest of this battle, and every other potential fight against the fallen elves, we had to have the defensive measures against paralysis. But these powerful allies coming to our aid at least made this an even fight. If Asuna could drive 1 or 2 of those heavy charge attacks with more clumps of enemies, we'd win. I just had to watch my partner's back in the meantime. "How many more seconds on that cooldown, Asuna?" I yelled, in the sword in each hand. Over my shoulder, I heard her say, 100! Got it. 20 seconds had passed since her charge, so that meant the cooldown on the skill was 2 minutes, which was reasonable for a huge attack like that one. The guards should be able to hold out that long. Plus, 5 or 6 waitresses from the castle were coming out and giving potions to the paralyzed and injured guards who weren't fighting anyone. Sadly, their medicine didn't seem capable of instantly curing level 2 paralysis, but as long as we could hold the line where it was now, they would eventually recover. "Coming from the south, Kirito!" Kismel's voice snapped me back to attention, where 4 fallen elven warriors who'd been healing up were headed this way, their HP bar only at 70% or so. The one whose scimitar I stolen was also there, with a borrowed dagger, bringing up the rear. "Kismel, Mia, swing around to the sides. Kirito, handle the foes coming from the north," Asuna directed. The elf knight and the girl warrior rushed off. After watching them go, I turned around and saw 2 fallen elven warriors peel off from the battle in the front of the hot spring pool and race towards us. They were working with the 5 to the south in an attempt to pincer attack. It was 7 on 4, but I knew we couldn't lose. Whittling down the enemy numbers meant that the defensive line was steadily recovering strength and pushing back. "Stay out of this, humans!" 2 warriors leapt at us, their voices full of rage. I blocked their perfectly timed slashes with each of my swords. Yellow sparks burned my eyes, and jolts ran from my elbows to my shoulders, but I summoned all the strength in my body to resist that pressure. I promised to watch Asana's back, and I would not give a single step. As soon as I sensed that I'd withstood the full force of the swing, I used the martial arts leg skill, Water Moon, which was only skill I could use while holding the 2 one-handed swords. One of the warriors I kicked in the stomach, stumbled but held his ground, while the other flew off his feet and crashed to the dirt. On a sudden inspiration, I jammed the scimitar into the earth, undoing its irregular wielding status, and used my longsword to activate vertical square sword skill, which had just cleared its cooldown period. The warrior before me took all 4 slices and exploded after being thrown to the ground. When I could move again, I pulled out the scimitar and performed a series of consecutive swings on the other warrior as he rose to his feet. Of course, back in the beta, there had been players who tried dual-wielding one-handed swords. A major counterweight to the drawback of being unable to use sword skills was the fact that magical bonuses from both weapons could still apply. So if, for example, somehow 2 copies of my Sword of Eventide, I could receive a plus 14 bonus to agility, giving me a huge upgrade in mobility. But as far as I knew, the final day of the beta test, not a single player had emerged the master of art with fighting with 2 swords. I tried it out, but I found the experience of a sword in each hand to be jarring, like each half of my body was its own independent being. Ultimately, the common understanding in the beta was that at best you could use one sword to defend while using the other to attack. At that point, you might as well use a shield instead. But on the front line in a finished game, I had never seen anyone using 2 swords. If you excluded Argo, whose claws were really 2 weapons in one, even in the case of claws, you could still be only able to use them both within the confines of a sword skill. But in the moment, I had unleashed a string of 5 or 6 swings before I finally realized that I was executing those forbidden simultaneous attacks. Immediately, I was plagued by the dissociative feeling again. I accidentally dropped the scimitar from my left hand. Fortunately, the last swing was enough to reduce the warrior's HP to 0. On instinct, I turned my face away in exploding blue shards. That made a total of 6 fallen elves I'd killed since the start of the battle. I would think nothing of killing demi-human monsters like kobolds or itzothoids by the dozen, but in this case, I felt kind of strange pressure weighing on me. I shook my head, dispelling the feeling of both dissociation and faint guilt, and looked to the south. Asana was just about to activate a new sword skill. Her 2-handed lance, glowing green, plunged toward the 5 fallen elves whom Kismel and Mia had maneuvered into one tight bunch. It wasn't powerful as her earlier charge, but the tremendous reach and sharp point pierced the fallen anyway. Then she pulled the spear back and darted forward again. One more time, a 3-part attack. Once the last metallic sound finished echoing, 3 of the fallen elves were down and bursting apart. The power was devastating. In one-on-one fight, the nimble fallen elves would be a formidable enemy, but in a large group-on-group battle, when you had the option of trapping your enemy, no weapon could be more effective. It suddenly seemed to me. But there was no way she'd learned a 2-handed spear skill since the start of the battle. Based on the power and the numbers of the sword skill she was using her proficiency, it had to be at least 100. And now that I thought of it, when we were talking about gained skills the other day, Asana had said something odd. That brief thought was interrupted by a new bursting sound. With blindingly quick attacks, Kismel and Mia dispatched the remaining foes. The warrior whose scimitar I stole never had the chance to use the dagger he borrowed. He had turned into the fragments of data and had been deleted. We had defeated all 7 of the warriors who peeled off to attempt that pincer attack. I turned back to count the number of living enemies, and a fresh bellow rang across the open courtyard.
Suda!
I panicked at first, but this was not a fresh new batch of enemies, nor was it more guards coming to the rescue. The dozen-plus dark elf guards holding a desperate defense in front of the spirit tree's spring had all raised a yell together. I could see now that the number were roughly equal in the battle of the defensive line, and if you added the guards getting healed in the back, we actually had more. The fallen elf commander bellowed to rally his warriors too, but none responded in kind. "Okay, let's beat that commander and break their," I started to say, to Asuna, when something whizzed past my eyes. Then, another, and another. "What?" Kismel gasped and pointed into the sky. When I followed her finger, I lost all speech. Against the backdrop of the golden blue base of the floor and Aincrad above us, countless little flakes spun and danced through the air. They were leaves. Leaves of the spirit tree, which stood over the courtyard, were withering and falling off the branch. I automatically reached out and grabbed it before it hit the ground. It was light brown and desiccated, and it crumbled in my fingers before melting into thin air. I looked up again and stared closer at the tree itself. 30 or so meters above. There was no change to its trunk at this moment, but the leaves continued falling from its branches in all directions. This couldn't be a natural phenomenon. It was January, too late in the season for the leaves to fall, and the spirit tree had never withered because it received constant life from the hot spring at the roots for centuries. It was then that my eyes gaped, and I had a terrible premonition. It couldn't be conceded that the fallen elves were attacking right as the leaves started falling off the spirit tree. If all the leaves fell at the protection of the spirit tree, as Kismel called it, I would be lost, and Castle Galley would be at the same dusty canyon outside the wall. A weakness debuff would affect all the dark elves in the castle, and the guards would obviously be unable to fight. But the fallen elves had those fresh-cut branches on their belts and could keep going. That had been their plan all along, and most likely way they could harm the spirit tree was... "Kismel, do you have your greenleaf cape?" I shouted. The knight looked back at me and startled out of her shock, but shook her head. "No, I returned it to the treasure room." "Oh, if the spirit tree withers, then..." "Right, that's what they're after. Here, Kismel, take this," I said, and quickly as possible opened my window and took out the branch I had removed from the fallen elven scout. Kismel had noticed the fallen elves wearing these things, and she looked slightly evasive. "Did they cut those branches off living trees?" "But how?" "I don't know, but this is the only option you have. If all the spirit tree leaves fall, I don't think the guards will be able to fight anymore." I pressed the leafy branch into my knight's hand, then turned to Asuna with her huge lance. Mia in her gas mask. I couldn't help but feel very worried about Asuna being here. But Kismel wouldn't abandon her comrades, and in any case, Asuna would not run away. "Just hang in there, I'll be right back." "Where are you going, Kirito?" "Underground," I shouted as I ran off. In moments, I was at full speed, racing through the fallen leaves. The guards had paused when the abnormal phenomenon started, and were starting to fight again, but the leaves would be gone within 3 minutes. There were still 15 fallen elven warriors, including their commander, and even with the 3 women present, it would be tough to eliminate them all within 3 minutes. I had to stop the withering of the spirit tree before then. I readied my sword above my right shoulder, hoping to add at least one blow before I left, steadied my aim, hearing the startup sound of the sword skill, and activated Sonic Leap. It scored a clean hit on the back of a warrior standing apart from his group, sending him tumbling. I grabbed the branch from his belt. "Aim for the branches on the fallen's backs," I shouted to the guards, and so the fallen would hear me too, and rushed past the fighting towards the front entrance of the castle. No doubt it would be difficult to aim for the branches on the enemy's backs in the midst of battle, but at the very least it should put some mental pressure on the fallen. If they lost those branches, they would be just as susceptible to weakness when the spirit tree died. I reached the entryway in seconds and handed over the branch I just stole from the waitresses helping the injured and paralyzed right next to the door. "If the spirit tree withers, gather everyone close around that branch." The range of the branch's effect would be very short, I was certain, but still enough to make a difference. Once the waitress nodded, stunned, I rushed inside. The first floor entry hall was empty. Most likely Count Gallion and the high priestesses were barricading themselves up on top of the floor. I didn't think they were going to hear out some human wanderer the way to the Viscount Euphilis's did. And if the tree withered, the Count would just be as helpless as the rest of them anyway. The stairs down in the underground hot spring were a little ways down the West Wing hallway. I curved to the left and was speeding up again when I heard a familiar voice. "Hey, boy, slow down!" I went in the double-footed brake and looked up at the direction of the voice. On the second-floor terrace of the stairs in the atrium-style entry hall was a figure in black robes, hands waving wildly. "Gramps? What do you want? There's no time for..." Bookroom, self-styled great sage, cut me off with a desperate, "I know that! I suspect the fallen elves have dumped poison in the spring, and I know you're going down there, but you cannot fix it by yourself." "Then what do we do?" "Pour this into the spring," he said, tossing me something that looked like it was made from glass from the terrace. If this was a quest with a proper storyline, then failing to catch the object would immediately fail the quest. I knew, so I dropped my sword and then used both hands to catch the ball of glass. It turned out to be a round bottom flask about 10 centimeters across. There was a cork plunged tight into its short neck, and it was full of deep green liquid. Based on appearances, it was very poisonous. I wanted to ask him if this was really safe, but there wasn't a second to waste. Deciding to take the word of the sage, I properly training asana and the others in the meditation skill, I picked up my sword and made to leave. "All right, I'll do it." "Very good, boy." With that, I resumed running. A downward staircase appeared on the right side of the hall, and I practically tumbled down the steps to the basement. I had to be as cautious as possible while running down the hallway with its reddish lamps. The fallen could be lurking anywhere from this point on. At the end of the curving corridor was the large door to the underground hot spring. White steam wafted from the open door. "Oh." I covered my mouth with my sword hand on instinct. Before it had only smelled like spring water, but now there was an unpleasant odor mixed in. Something like drying mud or a musty, moldy smell. I stopped at the entrance, listening closely before I entered. There was no one in the spacious lounge area, but the stench was sharper here. If the smell was coming from the pool the spirit tree's roots drank from, there wasn't a moment to waste. I threw open the door and raced through the empty changing rooms and went into the great subterranean dome. I clenched my jaw when I saw it. A pure, milky white water of the spring was tainted and black. Thick, sticky bubbles rose to the surface, emitting a gray miasma when they burst. The roots hanging from the dome ceiling were nearly 4/5 black, no doubt due to the sucking up the polluted water. If I didn't purify that water now, the centuries-old tree was going to die within a minute. But I couldn't move forward. Ahead of me, on the stone tile walkway, near the lip of the water, stood a man. He wore full metal armor, a short spear in his right hand, and a tower shield in his left. His face was aged, and his chin sported a short beard. It was the leader of Quasac, Gindo. The spearman eyed me warily. "Get out of the way," I said, but Gindo just pointed his large shield in my direction and rasped, "No, I can't move until those roots have completely rotted away." That made it essentially certain that Gindo had dumped the poison into the hot spring, but the color cursor over his head was green, so whoever went into the gate room of the tower and either killed or drove out the dark elf guard so that the gate would stay open, it wasn't him. It must have been one of his 3 other companions. In any case, Quasac had fooled me entirely. Bitter regret and sour hate flooded my mouth. "Are you helping the fallen elves, or are you part of that PK gang?" Whatever I expected out of Gindo, it wasn't this. "No way! Neither! We didn't even know that people were PKing in Eincrad, so I never suspected him of... Him? Who? But I didn't have time to keep talking. There wasn't a second to waste. In the courtyard just above us, Asuna, Kismel, and Mia and the guards were fighting desperately to save the castle. From what I could see, their HP bars. They hadn't lost too much, but if the spirit tree died and the guards could no longer fight, my party members would be in grave danger. I don't have time to talk with you. If you don't move now, I said, lifting my sword and pointing it at the man who stood 5 meters away, I will move you by force. If I attacked Gindo, who had a green cursor, mine would turn orange, but I would do the alignment recovery quest as many times as it took to keep Asuna and the others alive. In response, Gindo adjusted his tower shield, which stood over 1 meter tall. He wasn't going to budge until that tree had withered up. It wouldn't be easy to break through his defense, but if it came down to it, I could use a series of sword skills to smash the shield. An idea popped into my head, and I looked at my sword in my right hand. I returned it to its sheath over my back without a word. I opened my window and put a flask in my inventory. When he saw me barehanded, Gindo let a flash of uncertainty cross his face. I did not miss. Instantly, I was flying. Gindo frantically tried to raise his short spear, but I jumped to the right, hunching into the blind spot of his right shield created. Then I darted forward again, putting both hands on the shield and pushing with all my might. Within the anti-criminal code zone, even the strongest player could not force another player or NPC out of their personal space. The action of planting your feet in place fixed your personal coordinates and made the game treat you like any other immovable object. But outside the safe haven area, that system did not apply, and even I did not know where the line between simply pushing a person and committing a crime lay. If you push someone off a high ledge and call fall damage, you would definitely turn orange, but this seemed safe to me. Yeah! I bellowed, summoning all the power from my gut, and pushed on the heavily armored warrior, whose gear had to be twice the weight of my own. Out of a difference of strength and simple surprise, Gindo faltered backward and couldn't recover. Sliding bit by bit, he put a brief moment of resistance at the lip of the walkway, then fell back into the filthy black water. A huge plume of liquid shot up, then Gindo's face emerged from the water. Ugh! He spat and flailed his hands, but because of his weight of his plate armor and tower shield, he couldn't keep himself afloat. Fortunately, I supposed, the blackened water was smelly, but apparently not poisonous to players, because no debuff icon appeared on his cursor. Belatedly, I realized that if his HP ended up going down, I could have gone criminal. But at least for now, I wasn't suffering any alignment loss. I ran my fingers across my open window and materialized the flask I had just placed in it. Quickly, I popped the cork out and poured the green liquid into the hot water. White smoke practically exploded out of the water where it landed, causing me to turn my face away. Gindo's struggling figure was engulfed in the smoky steam. The reaction quickly spread across the vast pool of water, painting white over my entire field of view. It reminded me of a prank I played as a kid with my little sister Sugaha, when we dumped a huge block of dry ice into the bath water. I hope you know what you're talking about, Gramps, I muttered. There was no response, of course, but a few seconds later, the first change I noticed was not in the sight of the spring, but the smell. The stench hanging thick in the dome rapidly began to reverse, replaced by a fresh, woody smell, like a forest after the rain. Eventually, the white cloud dispersed, allowing me to see once again. Within moments, the poisonous swamp of the hot spring underwent a dramatic transformation. The greenish water was now clear again, the paved stone floor crisply visible, and the nasty smell was completely gone. The bundles of hanging roots from the ceiling were still blackened at the top, but even that was slowly fading. It seemed that we had avoided the nightmare scenario of the spirit tree withering away completely. I checked the HP bars of my party members again, satisfied that they were still holding around 70%, breathed a sigh of relief. A dark elf victory was surely guaranteed at this point, but with other players involved, there was no telling what might happen next. I had to return to the courtyard and help eliminate the fallen. I turned on my heel. then paused and looked back at Gindo, who was no longer struggling. The heavy warrior, resting on his knees in the water, turned his face up towards mine, and at the bare minimum volume needed to be audible, muttered, "Now they're all gonna die." "What? Who is?" I asked. His face was sunken, like a soul had drained out of it, with just a touch of anger and despair. "Who do you think? My friends, Lazuli, Tamu, Heiston. They've been given poison. They're being held prisoner." 12. By the time I got back to the courtyard of the castle galley, there were only 3 fallen elven warriors left. Unsurprisingly, one was the commander with the long saber. The actual surprise was who I saw them fighting with. Decked out in shining silver armor and a blue cape, swinging a slender longsword, was none other than master of the castle, Count Milan Gus Gallion. He lost nearly 20% of his health, and his swinging was rusty, but the fallen commander was down in the red, and I wasn't worried about a comeback. The other 2 enemies were surrounded by guards. The majority of the spirit tree's leaves had fallen from overhead, but at least the damage had stopped. A quick scan of the courtyard showed me that Asuna, Kismel, Mia were helping the servants tend to the wounded. I also saw Bohrum nearby. When I rushed over, the sage was as self-important as ever. "It's good to see you know how to follow directions, boy. I had to break into little Milan's bedchamber to rouse him from his hiding place and shame him into joining the battle." I watched the old man cackle, then looked at Count Gallion, fighting bravely, and back. "Actually, since you're wiser and greater than the master of this castle, I have a request for you." "What would that be?" Bohrum asked suspiciously. I leaned over to his long ear, partially hidden behind his white whiskers, and whispered, "Give me the 4 keys you're keeping in the treasure room." "What?" The old man started to shout until I covered his open mouth with my hand. "Please, my friends are more like some acquaintances are in mortal danger. I'll give them back once I've saved them." In the moment, I completely forgot the old man in front of me was an NPC. If I had been thinking straight, I would have known that an NPC acting along rules laid out for him would never assist in an act of thievery. But the last few days, the action and statements of the NPCs we'd met didn't have the same sense of programming. There was something too human about the way they acted. Count Gallion, who was fighting the commander of the Fallen, now had seemed like nothing more than a quest-giving NPC when we first met him, reciting canned lines as directed. But watching him now, the way he fought awkwardly, but with hints of desperation, painted a vivid portrait of a man with a pampered upbringing, doing his best to live up to his lordly role. Inexperienced at combat, but spurred on by his stern elder teacher. Earlier, I had thought that Kismel and Viscount Euphilis were only special NPCs I'd met, but after Bohrum and Mia, it began feeling as though all NPCs living in Einkrad were actually like that. Bohrum answered my plea with a fierce glare and grumbled, "Look, I know it's a crazy request, but it's the only way." "Very well, then." Huh? It was that simple, apparently. He glanced at Asuna, who was feeding a guard a potion, then muttered, "The lance I lent to that young lady came from the treasure room, too. Wait right here." Bohrum turned, black robes twirling, and began running from the front entrance. Gindo had been watching from the shadow of the massive door and pulled his face back in a hurry, but the old man paid him no mind and disappeared into the castle. Just then, there was a great cheer across the courtyard. Count Gallion had defeated the enemy commander. At last, the 2 remaining warriors threw down their scimitars and surrendered. We had successfully avoided the collapse of Castle Cali, but the fight wasn't over yet. The unarmed man who had abducted the 3 members of Quasact and threatening the remaining one into opening the gates needed to be dealt with, once and for all. I took a deep, slow breath, let it out, and headed towards Asuna to explain the situation to the others in my party. 5 minutes later, I was rushing quickly through the dusty canyon outside Castle Gali, with Asuna, Kismel, and Mia in tow. 30 meters ahead was Gindo, lighter now that he had removed his tower shield and plate armor. I warned him that he'd be in great danger if the monsters attacked him while alone, and therefore he shouldn't run, but his pace was clearly picking up. The giant arthropods that populated the canyon used vibrations for targeting more than sight, so you could avoid them by being quiet and careful, but he was beyond caring about that. I understood how he felt, but if he drew attention of monsters, we'd have to step in to save him, and that would cause trouble if the enemy saw us. I didn't see how anyone scouting up ahead, but there were dozens of little hollows and shadows that a player could be hiding in. By the way, whatever happened to that dark elf escort that Kwasak had around? Asuna wondered. I repeated what Gindo had told me. He died in the battle when they got attacked by the monsters in this canyon, apparently. That's when Unfamiliar Man showed up and saved them, according to him. But I'm betting that he rounded up those monsters and set them on Kwasak in the first place.
Is this the same man who killed Mia's father and tried to kill you and Asuna? Kismel asked. Without thinking, I put my hand on Mia's shoulder and nodded. Technically, I'm thinking of the boss of the people who killed Silent. Asa and I call him the man in the black poncho. He usually doesn't fight for himself, but plots in secret and sets people and groups against one another. He does sound like one of the demons of ancient myths. Demons? That reminded me that I still hadn't seen any real demonic-type monsters yet in Aincrad. I glanced over at Kismel, and she nodded and continued. Deep underground in the earth of old, there was a subterranean realm where wicked demons and devils were said to live. Occasionally, they would rise to the surface, disguising themselves as beautiful humans and elves, and by taking the place of nobles or military leaders, would then sow discord among the innocent. Yikes, that sounds exactly like the Black Poncho Man, Asuna on my left remarked with disgust. I hope he's not a real demon. I couldn't tell if she was talking about the man in the black poncho being not a player, but an NPC from some long-dormant demon race of Aincrad, or if she was suggesting he might be a real-life demon wearing a nerve gear and logging into SAO. Obviously, I wasn't going to ask, so I focused on Gindo's back far ahead of us. Once we pull off that poncho's hood, we'll know, I said, half joking. To my surprise, Mia nodded and said, When I was little, Mother read me a story that had a demon in it. I think that if he had pointy horns on his head, he is a demon. It sounded like an innocuous comment, but she was talking about the boss of the people who killed her father, and I had to repay him for sticking a knife in my back in the streets of Caerluin. It was tough enough just trying to beat these floors. We didn't need to deal with a bunch of PKers trying to stir up trouble on top of that. If the man in the black poncho had kidnapped the rest of Kwasak on his own, then this would be a perfect chance to settle the score with him. Once the other three were safe, of course. Whether demon or human, he's dangerous foe. I'm looking forward to your help, Mia, even though I know you're tired. I patted her on the shoulder and let go. The little girl in the gas mask nodded, as did Kismel and Asuna. In all honesty, what I really wanted to do was take Asuna aside and ask her about the two-handed lance skill, but it was hard to talk about the game systems in front of NPCs. When I came back from the hot spring to the courtyard, there was no sign of the giant lance that Bohrum had supposedly taken from the treasure repository, but I bet it was in Asuna's inventory, so there would be another chance to ask. Everything could wait until we rescued Lazuli, Temu, and Heiston. According to Gindo, after the swarm of monsters attack and the dark elf bodyguard died, a cloud of odd-smelling smoke had swept through, along with a voice that said, "This way." They ran in that direction to escape, where they saw a handsome player with a charming smile, who then guided them to a cave at the end of the canyon. Once they'd relaxed, knowing they were safe, the man handed them potions, which paralyzed them.
Then he dragged Gindo out of the cave, and with the same smile, told him the conditions he needed to fulfill to recover his guildmates. Gindo would return to Castle Galley alone and poison the underground hot spring. Then, once all the dark elves in the castle died, he could return. Alternately, if the fallen elves all died in the attack, he could steal the 4 sacred keys from the treasure chamber during the chaos of the battle and deliver them to the cave. Only when one of those conditions was fulfilled would his friend be returned to him alive. When Gindo finished explaining the situation, my first thought, recollected really, was the first former blacksmith and chakram user of the legend Braves, Neza. He had described the man in the black poncho who brought the upgrade scam idea to the Legend Braves as a movie star, beautiful man with a pleasant smile. I'd never seen his face myself, but it seemed obvious that Gindo's handsome player with a charming smile was the same person. How charismatic did this guy have to be to get so many players to drop their guard around him? Maybe he's really a but I had to stop myself from thinking that. Whether demon or human, if he had an HP bar, he could be defeated. I had hesitated when I fought Morche, but I wouldn't make that mistake twice. I'd killed 6 fallen elves in the Battle of Castle Galley, even knowing that there was no fundamental difference between their lives and the lives of players in this world. Up ahead, Gindo pointed his short spear upward and changed of course. This was the signal that destination was close. It had only been 10 minutes since leaving the castle, and even avoiding battle, we hadn't covered much more than half a kilometer. A giant scorpion plodded along the right side of the ravine, so we snuck past it, hugging the left wall, and came to a stop at the branching path Gindo had gone down. We peered in, hunched together, and saw that the path came to an end, just 20 meters or so in, with a yawning cave mouth in the middle of the rock face. That would be where the other members were held captive. Gindo opened his window outside the entrance, equipping his plate armor and shield, and started walking in. If the man in the black poncho or his friends were near the cave's entrance, he was supposed to raise his spear to point up again, but it was still dangling towards the ground. Our plan was for Gindo to exchange the 4 keys for his companions, and once the other 3 emerged safely from the cave, we would charge inside. The cave was a dead end, too, so we didn't have to worry about the poncho man escaping. It was possible that the black assassin would take the keys and immediately break his promise, but if so, we would rush in immediately. Gindo was registered in our party now, so I could see his HP in real time, and given his defensive focus, even an enemy over level 20 couldn't kill him in a single instant. Gindo slowly approached the cave. As soon as he crossed the threshold between orange sunset-lit sand and the shadow from the tall cliffs, the spearman sank into dark gray. "Hey, Kirito," murmured Asuna to calm her nerves as she crouched below me. "I've been wondering. It's the fallen elves who want the hidden keys, and the man in the black poncho is helping them with that, right?" I suppose so. He shouldn't have any particular interest in the warfare between the 2 groups of elves. Maybe in exchange for helping the fallen, he and his buddies have been getting those daggers and paralyzing needles. But the fallen elves who attacked at Mia's house at Statchen were after the iron keys that you and she carries. They're only related to the Statchen curse, so why would the fallen want them? You don't think that those iron keys are the 2 remaining sacred keys, do you? No, that can't be the case, said Kismel, who was practically leaning into my back to peer down the canyon tributary. The ruby key and the adamantine key are safely contained in the shrines of the 7th and 8th floors. No human would know the location of the shrines, or what to do with the keys should they find them. Yeah, good point, I said, choosing not to point out that the first half of her statement was definitely untrue. Any player who beat the L4 campaign quest in the beta would know where the 7th and 8th floor shrines were, like me. But the 2 iron keys had been in possession of Mia's mother, Theano, and Lord Silent, not players, and only elves could go up floors while the labyrinth tower of the 6th floor was still unconquered. So if the keys Mia and I were not in the sacred keys, but the fallen elves wanted them for some reason, that meant... Just then, Mia piped up from below Asana.
Oh, look, everyone.
I returned my attention to the back of the canyon. Gindo still wasn't in the cave for some reason. He was standing still a few meters from the entrance. Either he'd spotted something or... But the premonition I felt was immediately disproved. A familiar bunch of faces emerged from the darkness of the cave. The ponytail woman was Lazuli, the shaved-headed one was Temu, and the long-haired one was Heiston. Their weapons were taken away, but their armor was the same. The awkward wobbling of their steps wasn't the effect of paralyzing poison, but probably a metal thing. I was relieved at first that the other three were safe, but then I became very suspicious. Gindo hadn't given the man in the black poncho the 4 keys yet. Why were the hostages released? Were the keys just an excuse, and all he really wanted was the gate of the castle galley opened? But the fallen elves were defeated, and the spirit tree had just barely survived. Nearly 10 of the guards had perished, but I doubt that was the extent of what he wanted to achieve. It didn't add up, but at least the rest of Kwasak were safe. Gindo tossed his shield aside and rushed to them. Taking their hands after rejoicing in their reunion, he turned and waved to us. I suppose there's no reason to hide anymore, Asana said. I agreed and straightened up. Once Mia had stood up from the gravel, we headed into the branching path. At the end of the little ravine, Gindo greeted us with a teary smile. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because of you, we're all alive and well. No, we didn't do anything, I said, scratching my head. Heiston looked a bit pale, sighed, but was nearly full HP. The man who poisoned us left the cave about 5 minutes ago. I think he knew you guys were trailing Drin, and he ran off. So, you see, it is thanks to you. Well, if I knew we were following, that's the problem in itself, I muttered. Looking around, 5 minutes was a tricky amount of time, enough to cover a good distance at a sprint, but at walking speed, he might still be close. Then again, the cave and the branching path were a dead end, so he'd taken a leisurely exit. We would have seen him. Did it seem like the black poncho man got a message before he left? Asana asked. Lazuli shook her head. No, he was totally quiet after he took Jin out, and he pricked us with these poison needle things every now and then. Then, a little while ago, he just stood up and left the cave. When the paralysis wore off, we stepped out. There was Jin. Oh. But there was still suspicion in Asana's features. Kismel and Mia were looking around at a slight distance away, as if they didn't feel entirely safe. If the black poncho man was using his hiding skill nearby, it should be impossible for him to sneak up on us in this place without drawing attention. But there were no sure things in this world. Meanwhile, Gindo seemed totally relieved and relaxed. He walked over to me, blinking rapidly, and bowed. I owe you all so much for this. This experience has been a painful lesson. We weren't ready for the front line yet. We'll go back to the 5th floor and finish up quests that are left, and build ourselves up from scratch again. All right, you can have these back. He opened his window and produced a small leather bag, and I peered inside and saw the green, blue, and yellow and the black sacred keys. All accounted I paused. If he had switched out the keys and for fakes in his inventory, there was no way for me to discern the difference. I couldn't rule out the possibility that they were aligned with the man in the black poncho, and that this was all a big act to steal the keys from us. Hang on. Sorry. Can I just check something? I asked, but Gindo didn't seem upset at all. Sure, of course. Okay, I said, then beckoned Kismel over and showed her the bag. Can you check to see if these are the real keys or not? I can do this, but as I said earlier, the knight began with a shrug, when just to our left, the sand erupted outward from the ground. I leaped back to see the reddish-brown sand being sucked up into a little vortex. A whirlpool? But I'd never seen that happen in a canyons before. The moment I saw the dull shine of the midst of the 2-meter-tall sandstorm, I shouted, "Defense!" and pulled out my sword of Eventide, gripping it with both hands. I held the sword out in front of me and positioned Asuna behind my back, at my side. Kismel drew her saber and took position in front of Mia. The members of Kwasak were farther away. All I could do was hope that Gindo used his huge shield to protect his friends. The sand whirlwind split atop and bottom without a sound, and the crimson light shot forth. It was a sword skill, rotating area of attack, the scimitar, treble scythe. Except it wasn't. Now this was a heavy area attack of a katana skill, Tsumoji Guruma. Deep, almost unprecedented shock shattered what few thoughts I could manage. I held my sword in both hands but couldn't brace myself. Sparks burst before my eyes. An incredible jolt ran through my wrists, through my shoulders, and my back collided with Asuna as we flew a good 6 meters and sprawled onto the gravel. I rolled several times and managed to stop on my knees. I'd guarded the attack itself, but still lost about 20% of my health. And on the ground nearby, Asuna was down 10%. Kismel managed to stay on her feet, but she'd been pushed back a good distance in her defensive position, and Mia had fallen onto her bottom behind her. A glance over my left shoulder showed me that Kwasak had fallen back, but was otherwise fine, except that top quarter of Gindo's tower shield was half gone. Ahead, the sand had fallen back to the earth, revealing our attacker. It was not the man in the black poncho. The figure's body was thinner than Kismel, and wrapped in studded dark gray leather. A hood of the same color covered shoulder to head. But the figure was clearly feminine. Her weapon, outstretched after the swing, was indeed a katana. It was the only second time I had seen that rare weapon type in the launch version, after the huge nodachi used by the first floor boss, Ilfang the Kobold Lord. The attacker straightened up from the deep, kneeling position with a feathery lightness, and pulled the hood off her free hand. Ash-gray hair fell over her forehead, shining brilliantly in the setting sun. Her bangs were longer on the left side of my perspective, hiding nearly half her face, but not her stunning beauty. I searched for the color cursor. It was a blackish-red color of dried blood. Her name was Kaisara, Fallen Elven Adjutant. I recognized that name. It was the woman elf who had been with the fallen general Nolza when we saw him in the submerged dungeon on the 4th floor, and it was only at this point that I realized I'd left one big mystery unsolved until now. Gindo had fallen into the black poncho's man's trap with his companions held hostage and returned to Castle Galley alone as ordered. The guard had opened the gate for him without skepticism because he had a sigil ring. That was the moment the ordinary gate bell had woken me up at the dining hall. I recalled that it had turned rapid warning bell when barely 10 seconds after. It was impossible for a whole battalion of fallen elves to race all through the canyon to the castle gate in 10 seconds. As I initially supposed, someone must have passed through the gate with Gindo and killed the dark elf in the gate room. But that person never made an appearance during the battle, leaving me guessing to the end. Now I knew that this katana-wielding woman was the one who had attacked the gate room. I didn't know why she hadn't taken part in the Battle of the Courtyard, but it was quite possible that if she had, the Fallen would have won. The elf looked around with bluish-purple eyes, like ice in a darkness, then stuck the end of her black katana into the sand nearby. When she raised it again, it lifted up the leather bag that fell from my left hand when we were attacked. She flipped it up into the air and caught it, 4 sacred keys still contained within.
30 of my brethren died so I could gain these.
The voice that came from her thin lips contained a sweetness in the midst of a harsh bite. The moment she heard that, Kismel recovered from her frozen shock and brandished her saber. You're General Nolza's aide, Kaisara the Ransacker, she shouted. Return that bag to the ground. It is not meant to be touched by the likes of you. But Kaisara did not bat an eyelash. She fixed Kismel with that icy gaze and answered in a flat affect. Knight of Lysula, I am afraid I do not know your name, and I will not be returning the keys. They are necessary for the sake of our great desire. Then I will force you to return them. By my sword! Kismel said, already charging. In my head, I knew I should be attacking at this moment, but my avatar wouldn't listen to me. Kismel's attack was tremendous, worthy of the title of Royal Guard. It wasn't a sword skill yet. The tip of the saber, as it cut through the virtual air, shone silver, and the breeze it created brushed my face many meters away. Clang! There was a nasty ringing, along with the sound like metal screaming. I heard Asuna gasp into my left ear. The moment Kaisara lifted her katana with one easy motion to block the attack, a crack issued down the length of Kismel's saber blade. It was a sign that a weapon's durability was just about to run out. Kismel floated backward, gnashing her teeth. She still had the saber at the ready, but one more good blow would easily shatter it. Kaisara, meanwhile, lowered her katana with a nary a care and stuck the bag of keys into her waist pouch. Her gaze traveled from Kismel to Asuna and me, then to the members of Kwasak. At the foot of her knee-high boots, another little dust devil kicked up, and then she moved with alarming speed, stopping right next to Gindo's group. Screamed Temu. Kaisara grabbed him by the back collar of his breastplate with her free hand and easily hoisted him up. He swung his arms around, struggling to break free, but went absolutely still the moment she pressed the tip of her katana to his throat. I can kill you all right now, but I do not have a taste for murdering children, and my branch is about to run out of life. Belatedly, I realized that Kaisara had one of those tree branches behind her back too. If I could steal that, then Kaisara would suffer the weakness debuff and would be unable to move, since she did not have the green leaf cape like Kismel did. But I also couldn't move with the katana at Temu's neck. If he were a player of Kaisara's level, his HP couldn't be reduced to 0 in a single instant, even if she attacked a vital point. But based on the strength of the katana, which nearly destroyed Kismel's saber in one hit, and the fact that my level 21 eyes, her cursor was nearly black, she might indeed be able to inflict an instant fatal blow. Among you, there are 2 keys, not sacred, but made out of iron, that fit together as one, Kaisara said, still dangling Temu in the air. It took me an extra second to understand what she meant. My shoulders twitched inadvertently. Kaisara turned her visible blue-purple eye right at me. You will give them to me too. For every 10 seconds I do not have them, I will kill one of your acquaintances. Temu promptly struggled again, and Lazuli uttered a quick scream. Heiston, who was sitting on his knees in the sandy gravel, looking from Kaisara to me and back, and said in a tremulous falsetto, This is a forced event from the Elf War quest, right? Someone's gonna save us, right? I wanted to believe so, but I was pretty sure, no, dead sure, that this attack did not have anything to do with the proper story scenario of the campaign. It was an irregular outcome as a result of the Black Poncho Man and his PK gang making contact with the elves. It was an incident. 7, 8. When the count inside my head reached 9, I bolted to my feet. All right, I'll give you the keys. Once I said so, I realized that Kaisara was an NPC, and she might carry out the 10-second limit in a very literal sense. If she didn't receive the keys within 10 seconds and have their ownership transferred to her in the system, she might slaughter Temu without mercy, at least if this were a fully scripted event. But 10 seconds had already passed by the time I told her I'd give her the keys, and she merely nodded and didn't move her katana. Convinced anew that this was not some pre-scripted event, I moved as quickly as I could in pulling the iron key out of the storage anyway. I tossed it in the sand at Kaisara's feet, and another one flew forward from behind me, sticking into the surface near the first. That was the key Mia got from her mother. The keys faced each other at a distance of about a third of a meter, ringing and reverberating. Kaisara glanced down, then tossed Temu towards his friends with one hand. Gindo opened his arms, but failed to catch the men, and they crashed backward onto the ground. There was no HP loss, fortunately. The fallen elf crouched, all interest in her hostage lost, and reached out closer of the two keys. Suddenly, I was keenly aware of the weight of the sword in my right hand. If Kaisara picked up the two keys with one hand, there would be a repelling reaction between them, like we saw in the castle library, and they would be forcefully hurled to each other apart. That would be our only chance to a counterattack. I could hit her with every blow of a vertical square and not take her out, but if I could get one good blow in and throw her off balance, there should be a chance to steal the branch from her backside. Kaisara scooped up the first key. I adjusted my center of gravity a bit forward. Right at that moment, someone grabbed my ankle. I spun around and looked directly into Asana's wide eyes. She didn't say a word or make any other kind of gesture, but it was very clear that my temporary partner was warning me not to move. I looked forward again. As I expected, Kaisara had picked up one key and was reaching for the same in the other hand. The resonating ring grew much louder, but the fallen elf paid no heed and grabbed the second key too. Bzack! The odd sound happened again, and the silver light shot from Kaisara's hand, but the other two keys did not fly in opposite directions. Kaisara squeezed them tightly in her palm, as though she had been expecting that to happen. Her ash-gray hair rippled with the force of light shooting between her fingers. The bangs that covered the right side of her face were pushed away briefly too, enough that I could see for the first time that she had a small eye patch over her right eye, but my mind snapped right back to that hand. Her lips clamped shut. Kaisara continued to clench the two keys together with astonishing force. In the meantime, she had her katana pointed towards us, so there was no chance for us to do a sneak attack on her. Eventually, there was a larger sparkling sound, and the silver light faded out and went out. Kaisara rose to her feet, holding what now was a single iron key. She hadn't fused them together physically from sheer hand strength, of course. As Borum said, the teeth and the heads of the two keys were meant to align perfectly. "I had heard that there was a strange charm placed on them," she muttered, tossing the key into the bag with 4 others. Then she straightened out her disheveled hair and turned to us. "Now my business here is done. Human warriors." Pause then, her slender brows twitching just the tiniest bit. "Do not involve yourself in elf matters further. Let them be the only ones to bring trouble into this." She huffed, placing the black katana into her sheath on her left hip, spreading her arms. The wind whipped up from her feet and formed a little sand whirlwind that swallowed her whole. I turned my face away from the stinging wind for just a second, then, swinging dispersed, dropped the sand to the ground. The katana-wielding fallen elf was gone. I think we're giving up on the elf quest. If that sort of thing is going to happen farther down the line, I can't imagine us getting all the way to the end, Gindo said. And with that, the members of Quasac left for the exit of the Dusty Ravine. They were going to use the teleporter gate in Statuen to go back to the 5th floor, where they would discuss their plans for the future. They explained. Temu, Lazuli, and Heiston had lost their weapons to the man in the black poncho, but they said they had backup weapons in their inventory, so they could get safely back to town. As for me, I wanted to apologize to Quasac for suspecting them of being aligned with the fallen elves during the battle to defend Castle Galley. I was hoping to exchange more info with them, and didn't want to say goodbye just yet, but Lazuli said, "Thank you for saving us. We'll find a way to make it up to you once things have settled down." So I had a feeling we'd meet again. Once the 4 were out of sight, I walked over to Kismel, looked her in the face up close, and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Kismel. You did all of the work to gather the keys." But that was all I was able to get out. Kismel bent over at the waist too, and said gravely, Kirito, Asuna, forgive me. It was my job to keep you two safe. Our heads brushed together as we awkwardly snapped upright. Asuna giggled. There's nothing for you to apologize about, Kismel. Besides, I don't think you came up inferior to that fallen elf. She just had a much fancier weapon than you. Kismel looked up and grimaced. The official swords of the Pagoda Royal Knights are not cheap trinkets, but mine nearly broke from trading a single blow with her. That comes down to the inferiority of my technique. Don't say that, I reassured. I wasn't able to attack her either. Then it was Asuna's turn to look apologetic. Sorry about grabbing your ankle, Kirito. You were waiting for a chance to strike back, weren't you? Oh, actually, you made the right choice. I was going to leap at Kaisara the moment she picked up the keys, but it was like she knew they were going to push each other apart. So if I jumped in, she would have sliced me up instead. I see. But how did she undo the charm on the keys anyways? Both rooms said it was a powerful bit of magic, and only the person who placed it could undo it, wondered Asuna. The answer came from Mia, who took off her gas mask at the last to drink some water. Once she was done, she put the cap back on the canteen. The girl said, It looked to me like she simply crushed the charm out of existence with sheer strength alone. But if that's true... This is just getting ridiculous, I said, then suddenly hunched my neck and realized I owed the girl an apology. Oh, right. I guess that wasn't very nice of me. I gave away the key your mother kept safe for so long, just for someone to save people. If you hadn't done that, I'm certain she would have killed me, too, she replied, with a calmness beyond her years, only to then pull the gas mask back over her little face. With her voice a bit muffled now, she continued.
Plus, based on the way that she spoke, I think what she really wanted was the first thing, the sacred keys. The keys she got from you and me were more incidental, it seemed. Maybe someone just asked her for them.
Oh, I got that feeling too, said Asuna. She rested her hands on Mia's thin shoulders from behind. I frowned, wondering who might have asked for such a thing. But before I could come up with a potential answer, the incoming instant message icon popped up. It was from Argo, and it read, DKB and the ALS just fought the centipede boss in the south area. It was a tough fight until an NPC woman rushed in and beat the boss. She had a golden box in her left hand, and when she raised it up, the centipede's armor turned into little blocks and crumbled away. Lin Kiba have no idea what it means either. Information wanted. Huh? Kismel and Mia glanced over at me, wondering what I was yelping about. I got some weird information from an instant, my art of far scribing. You did? From whom? Wondered Asuna, who left Mia's side and came over to me to see. I switched the window to make it visible to a party member and pondered what this meant. A golden box might possibly be the golden cube that had been removed from the Lord's mansion in Statchen. Would that make the NPC who barged into the fight Mia's mother, Theano? What did it mean that she held up the cube and the centipede's armor crumbled? The golden cube was just supposed to be a quest item that signified the master of the town, and not an intrinsic power of its own. Plus, what was Argo doing with this Lin Kiba business? If Lin Kibao found out about that, they'd be furious. At that point, having lost my train of thought down a side alley, I glanced over at Asuna. My partner lifted her head, and we shared a look for a couple seconds before nodding together. As I closed my window, Asuna turned to Mia and said, You know, I think we might have found Theano.
What?
The girl went back straight as an arrow, and she took a step toward Asuna.
Where? Where is my mother?
Well, supposedly, she was seen in the caves in the southern area.
Southern area?
The girl asked, confusion radiating through her mask. Only then did I recall that the girl had never been out of Statchen. Asuna crouched down and drew a simple map in the sand. See, this is how the 6th floor, which is where we are, is split into 5 areas. There is a star-shaped lake in the middle, and the south area, or the 4th area right here. We are in the northwest area. So it's all the way on the other side.
But that's so far away. What is my mother doing there?
Mia mourned. In fact, the straight line distance from Castle Galley to the cave city in Goskai in the south area was only a little over 5 kilometers. In the real world, that would be a distance from the center of Kawagoe City in the center neighborhood of Saitama. But I didn't think Mia or even Asuna would understand what I meant by that. To the people who essentially spent their entire lives where they programmed to stay. However, the place in other side of the map might as well be another country. In fact, the first time I left the town of beginnings, the Labyrinth Tower felt like it was across the entire world for me. I don't know what Theano's ultimate purpose is, I said. But, based on her actions, it seems like she's trying to take the golden cube she removed from the mansion to some other place. Asuna nodded. I agree, and I doubt the south area is her destination. It is probably the Pillar of Heavens, said Kismel, her first words in quite some time, and the other 3 of us focused on her. Do you know something, Kismel? Not specifically. When I visited Statchen with you, a memory came to mind. Though I have not seen it for myself, I understand that the Pillar of Heavens on this floor is built of those same stacked cubes of rock. Oh, that reminds me, I nearly said out loud, only stopping myself at the last moment. In the beta, I'd gone up the Labyrinth Tower of the 6th floor. Of course, but I couldn't explain that to Kismel and Mia. I did recall the tower's exterior incorporating blocks that were similar to Statchen. Which means we should probably hurry. I don't know what Theano means to do at the tower, but there will be a fearsome guardian beast there, Asuna noted, throwing me a knowing glance. I nodded. Yeah, good idea, but hang on, let me check something. My window was still open, so I typed a response at the speed of light to Argo, feeling Mia's fascinated gaze on my skin the whole time. It occurred to me that only just then that human NPCs could use inventory or menu window either. Obviously, I couldn't explain that to her. The info broker was waiting for my response and had a new message for me in less than a minute.
NPC ran northeast through the cave without a word after the boss died. Lin Kiba each suspected she was an NPC from the others' quests. Once FR refueled in Goskai, they'll probably head straight to the 5th area.
That one sent me grumbling. On the 3rd and 5th floor, the PK agitators had sent Leah and DKB and Kabao's ALS against each other, but this time, the one making them paranoid about each other was Theano, a person from my quest. We couldn't let the matter go unaddressed, both to set Mia at ease and to ensure there wasn't needless discord between the 2 big guilds. I let Argo know I'd tell her more in person and close my window. After another bit of eye contact with Asuna, I crouched down to speak to Mia. It sounds like your mother is headed for the 5th area, after all. We're going to rush after her, but I wanted to tell her that she should go back to Statchen and wait, but Mia exhibited an extremely curious reaction for an NPC. She cut me off.
No, I want to go with you. If my mother is doing something dangerous, I cannot simply stay home and wait.
The girl had already lost her father. If she was this insistent, I really couldn't stop her. Not to mention that Mia was a higher level than me or Asuna. All right, I said, straightening up again. I would like to as well, said Kismel with a crestfallen tone. But I must report to the storyteller and castle lord that I allowed the fallen elves to steal the 4 sacred keys. My sword is damaged too. But aren't they going to blame you for that, Kismel? It was our fault that the keys were stolen, so we should be the ones to go, Asuna said, looking nervous. Yeah, I piped up. I'll go and make the proper apology to old Bohroom and Count Gallion. But the knight just smiled. Do not worry. I am one of the Queen's own Pagoda Royal Knights. Only Her Majesty and the Knight Commander have the right to formally rebuke me. The priestesses might complain, but the simple truth of the matter is that I could not match Kaisara the Ransacker. I shall have to focus myself anew and regain the keys myself. Oh, but when you do, we're going to be fighting at your side, Asuna proclaimed, grabbing Kismel's right hand with both of hers and squeezing. I walked up to the knight and shared a firm handshake with her. Kismel, tell old man Bohroom that I'm going to go back and apologize to him. And if you want, until your sword gets fixed, take this. You might not like it, since it's an enemy blade, but I had pulled out a weapon from my inventory for this purpose. The elven stout sword I received from fighting the forest elf captain on the 4th floor. Even in its base, non-upgraded state, it was nearly as strong as my old Anil Blade +8. Kismel murmured as she took it and pulled the mirror-like blade out of the silver-decorated sheath. Unfortunately, I immediately regretted my action. Kismel's long saber was the curved blade category. The stout sword was under the one-handed sword skill. Using a weapon with a skill you hadn't learned meant you couldn't make use of its stats, nor any of the sword's skills, of course. But Kismel just smiled, slid the sword back into the sheath, and said, "It is a good sword. I will gladly use it. The forest elves may be our longtime foes, but their blacksmith's work is undeniable. And also," for a moment, it seemed like she was going to say something more, but the knight just shook her head and hung the stout sword from her side instead of the cracked saber. She put that weapon over her back and then reached into her pouch. "That is not much of a trade, but you may have this from me." She handed a small bottle that was carved like a crystal. It was only the size of a thumb, but I knew it contained something unfathomably valuable, and I stared at her in straight face. Are you sure? Isn't this a great dark elf treasure?" "If not for you and Asuna and Mia, the Fallen would control Castle Gali at this moment, and the contents of the treasure chamber would be lost. In that sense, this is a meager reward, and with it, you can cross the lake directly rather than taking the long left path, correct?" She was right, of course. Going the normal route from the 2nd area of the Labyrinth Tower in the 5th area would take nearly an entire day, even avoiding combat with monsters. In order to catch up to Theano, who was already in the 4th area, the drops of Vile in this bottle were not just useful, they were vital. "Thanks. This will really help us," I said, accepting the gift. Kismel stepped back and looked at Asuna and Mia. "I suspect that once I finish reporting to the Lord's castle, I will be moving to the 7th floor. We shall part ways for a time, but I believe I will see you again soon enough." "Yes, of course," Asuna said, embracing Kismel. Mia reached up a small hand for a shake. The 4 of us walked to the exit of the dead-end canyon and went our separate ways, waving all the while. Several times after we started walking south, I turned around to look and saw Kismel's back was hidden against the red dish cliffs as she returned to Castle Gali. Within a minute, the knight's HP bar silently vanished from the upper left corner of my view. 13. We got through the dry canyon with a minimum of battle and crossed the wasteland without being tempted by any sudden cactus fruiting, eventually reaching the bank of the Lake Talfa before it got dark. It was after 5:30 in the afternoon, and the navy blue lake shone and flickered with the light of the flame-like setting sun. Mia stood at the edge of the water, lifted her gas mask up, and exclaimed in wonder, "Wow! I've never seen so much water in my life. Is this the ocean?" Asuna stood behind Mia. She seemed to like that position, and held her shoulders as she said, This is Talfa. It's a lake, Mia. An ocean is much, much bigger. Hundreds and thousands of times bigger than this. Thousands of times? Bigger than the entire floor of the castle? Yeah, that's right. The real ocean is something you can only see down on Earth. That's far below Aincrad, I suppose. As they chatted, I popped open the bottle Kismel gave me, lifted my foot behind me rather than in front this time, and carefully dripped it onto my soles of my boots. Once the buff was active, I approached the girls and performed the same process. The level of the bottle was much lower than the first time I saw it used, but it looked like we still had a few doses left. I put the little bottle back in my inventory and carefully stepped into the water. After a few strides, I felt the familiar push on my soles, and on the surface of the lake began to behave like a layer of rubber. Behind me, Asuna and Mia were slowly following, holding hands. We had to explain the threat of the giant starfish, Ophiometus, that lurked in the depths of the lake, so there was definitely an element of fear in Mia's uncertain steps. But because she was so small and light, I figured she was in less danger of breaking through the surface by stepping roughly. Asa and I were about the same height, and I couldn't be sure which of us had heavier equipment, but that sort of thing was hard to ask a person about. The topic of personal question reminded me that I still hadn't asked her about the mystery of the two-handed lance skill. This seemed like a good opportunity to chat, since there wasn't anything else to do but walk, but the memory of Asuna charging with that lance was so shocking and vivid. I was finding it difficult to approach the topic. I silently promised myself next time and focus on the sensation of my feet instead. When going to the fourth area to retrieve the hidden key, we weren't almost directly south, but going to the fifth area meant cutting across the lake to the southeast. The far bank was shrouded in fog and hard to see, so I made sure my map was open as we walked. It wasn't much more than a kilometer, but being forced into a slow, sneaking walk meant it took time. The reddish light of the sunset of the base of the floor above us passed with shocking speed. Dark blue dusk soon followed. Suddenly, the winds blowing across the lake grew colder, and I hunched my shoulders. The chill rising from my feet began to tickle the back of my nose. Then another chill, something entirely unrelated to the cold, assaulted my body. Oh no. I had to sneeze. I came to a stop, covering my mouth in an attempt to make the itchiness subside, but it was only getting stronger. My lungs filled with on their own as I sucked in mouthfuls of air. I couldn't take it. I couldn't resist. Achoo! Having my mouth covered killed some of the sound, but I couldn't stop my body from jerking. My weight pressing against the water broke the heightened surface tension, and my right foot loudly plunked through the top of the lake. Naturally, I tried to force my left foot down stronger to push myself up, but that too sank. But right before I was sure to topple fully into the water, I felt my outstretched arms pulled on either side. I looked up to see Asuna with my right hand and Mia on my left, two trying to slowly hold me up. Slowly pull your feet up, Asuna ordered. I relaxed my muscles as best I could, balancing my weight evenly between my left foot and my hands, then carefully extracted my right foot from the water, resting it on the surface again, exhaling. Thanks, you saved... But before I could fully thank her, Asuna thrust out her hand and say, "Shh! Do you hear that?" I clamped my mouth shut and focused my attention on what felt like a deep bubbling sound, rumbling up from the center of the lake. I looked over, terrified of what I would find. I saw large bubbles rising and popping here and there over the water. What? Just from that? I groaned. All I did was break through the surface for a second, but the bubbles didn't stop. The water wasn't translucent with the settings signing off of it, but I could sense something unfamiliarly huge rising up from the bottom of the lake. Eventually, about 30 meters away, 3 cursors appeared on the surface in a row. The name displayed on all of them was Tentacle of Ophiometus. Their color was a deep red, if not dark like Caesara's. They were located approximately in the center of our route, and whether we turned or pushed on, there would be no escape at our walking speed across the water. I was almost about to get desperate, suggesting that the tentacles grab us as they drag us down to the starfish mouth where we might stand a chance at last counterattack, when Asuna shouted, "Kirito, Mia, let's run!" "But if we run, won't we break in the effects and the drop of Vile?" I stammered. "Shorten your strides and put out your left foot before the right starts sinking. With the buff of the drops confer, you should be able to pull it off." It sounded like something a ninja would do, but before I could complain, she was pushing me onward. I had to stick out my right foot before I toppled over, and although it felt like I was going to break through again, I made sure not to try to pull back, but quickly took a step with my left foot before the resistance completely broke. Then my right foot, then left, right, left. My first few steps were awkward, but once I got the idea of quick steps at high speeds, I soon realized that I was running across water. "Whoa, this actually works," I murmured, trotting quickly. Soon, Mia passed me on the left side. She almost seemed to be having fun, making crisp little speck, spat, speck, speck, spat sounds as she went, probably because she got better resistance being lighter. On my right, Asuna followed with a smooth gliding run. She seemed very practiced at this somehow. And then I recalled something she had said yesterday. "If the starfish does show up, I have an ace up my pant leg." She was probably referring to this running technique, but the only reason I was able to just barely pull it off at my first attempt was because of the protection of the droplets of Vile. I could easily imagine myself sinking before my third step without the buff. The same would be true for Asuna. How did she come up with the ninja-like technique? These thoughts only used 1/10 of my brain, though 6 parts went to the control of my legs, and the remaining 3 were focused on the watery sounds behind us. I could stop ascertain the nature of the splashing, but it was very easy to imagine those starfish tentacles breathing the surface and chasing after us. I got a feeling that they were drawing closer, but we didn't have any other recourse than to keep running fast as we could. After 1, 2, then 3 bands of mists hovering over the lake, the beach of the far bank, orange in the sunset, came into view. It looked to be about 100 meters to the part of the land that jutted farthest into the lake. "Ugh!" I bellowed, shuffling along the top of the water as close to the red zone as I could manage. Normally, I ran with a long leaping stride, so this kind of running was hellishly alien to me. But if I took steps any longer than this, I wouldn't be able to safely pull them back above the water in time. I bet that Arga would be good at this sort of thing. Maybe I should bump up my AGI a bit, I thought as I sped across the remaining distance and reached the bank 2 seconds behind Mia. I kept my scampering speed after it was sand beneath my boots and waddled onward as I showed my pace. Only when the ground underfoot turned from beach to sand to grass did I finally come to a stop, panting. When I turned around, there were 3 red cursors floating about 10 meters out land past water's edge. Writhing like snakes beneath the cursors were dark gray tentacles. Their ends were extremely sharp, but they widened about 1/3 of the meter across where they went back into the water. How wide they were at the base and the total span of the body were too frightening to consider, and I had no interest in finding out. The tentacles waved through the empty air for 10 seconds, frustrated before giving up and slithering back into the water. The cursors trailed away into the body of the lake and vanished, at which point I finally let out a breath I'd been holding. At my sides, Mia and Asuna were staring at the water in silence. The beach faced west, so the sun shining through the aperture at the far side of the floor blazed red against the surface of the lake. It was a beautiful sight, even when you considered that there was a monstrous giant starfish lurking just underneath it. As I gazed upon the sunset of January 4th, I suddenly felt a powerful fatigue. After all, I'd started at 2 a.m., gone to explore the outer rim of Castle Galley, gained the awakening skill while being taunted by Bohrum's stake, then gone to Statchen in the morning, met Mia, gotten attacked by the fallen elves, returned to the castle in the afternoon, started to nap but was awakened by a major fallen invasion, fought that off, then went out to rescue the Kwasak hostages, lost our sacred keys and iron keys to Kaisara, split off from Kismel with barely a moment to reflect on it, crossed the Lake Talfa, ran away from the giant starfish, and here we were. That might be a record for the most I'd ever experienced in a single day since the game's official launch. My batteries were pretty much drained, and I was more than ready to eat my fill at a fancier than usual inn and dive into bed, but that wasn't in the cards. If Mia's mother, Theano, was heading for the Labyrinth Tower, our only chance to catch her was while she was moving across the map. If she entered the intricate dungeon inside the tower, it would make very hard to find her. Ready for just a bit more? I asked the two girls. Asuna and Mia spun to face me. Of course, I'm perfectly ready, said Asuna.
I'm good too,
said Mia in her gas mask.
I can still go.
That ruled out any possibility that I could plead for a break. Then let's head to the nearest town. This area is basically just a straight shot down the road, so that's what Theano and the front-running group will travel down. When I turned my back on the lake, I was faced with a new sea, one of sand. The 5 distinct areas of the 6th floor, separated by tall, jutting rock formations, were each wildly different. The first, northeast area, which contained the main town of the floor, featured forests and fields. The second, northwest area, which contained Castle Galley, was a rocky, arid wasteland. The third, southwest area, which we skipped, was swampland. The fourth, south area, which was a dungeon containing the elves' sacred key, was themed after caves. And the fifth, southeast area, where we stood now, was desert. It was a classical RPG terrain theme, but facing a real desert in a VR MMO presentation. I was stunned at the overwhelming scale of it. Massive sand dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, and there were no landmarks to define the distance. There were even heat mirages that served as visual traps, appearing like an oasis, but vanishing just before you reached it. On top of all that, the far distance was blurred out by a wind and dust effect that meant we could even see the Labyrinth Tower until we were within 100 meters of it. Worst of all, the handy map screen on my window was given the same treatment as the Forest of Wavering Mists on the 3rd floor, graying out sections at random. The only thing you could trust was the narrow red brick road that ran through the desert, visible only at certain sections. Even the little bit of grass we were standing on faded out within 10 or 15 meters, transitioning into sand. That was only a different texture than the stuff at the lakeside. A lonely trail that looked ready to fade away in the wind stretched onward. And we just follow that path? Asuna asked. Yep. That should lead us to the final resting point of this floor, the village of Murutsuki. Any bosses out there? If you're coming from the south area, there's a carnivorous plant-type boss right before Murutsuki, but from our direction, it should be all clear. I'm hearing a lot of shoulds, she noted dryly, which elicited a giggle from Mia.
Kirito, have you been to this desert before?
Yeah, I said automatically, before reconsidering and holding myself to the bare minimum of an answer, lest I start telling Mia about the beta test. Just once before, a long time ago. I should remember where the village was, at least.
Then let's go and leave a trail of breadcrumbs in case we get lost.
The girl said, presumably joking, until I realized she wasn't. It made me wonder if Theano had read her fairy tales like that one. Well, I think in a desert the wind would blow the breadcrumbs away. As long as we don't lose sight of the brick roads, we should be fine, and if we get lost, we can always come back here.
Then I'll make sure we're always on the path,
Mia said, staring to walk and forcing Asuna and me to catch up. My partner leaned over and whispered, "You seem to be surprisingly adept at dealing with little girls." What? I'm ultra bad at it. Just as bad as girls my age and older girls too. Uh-huh, said the fencer, pulling away with a look that might have been exasperated or possibly pity. After just 5 minutes of walking in the desert, Lake Talfa was out of sight, behind the huge sand dunes. All I saw over my shoulder was faded purple sky and dark red sun, and ahead of us, to the sides, everything was shrouded in sandy haze, with even the pillars of the outer perimeter hidden from the sight. I could make out the rocky floor above us, but the details were fuzzy. Even our trusty brick road was covered by sand and crumbled away in parts. Now and then, desert monsters like lizards and snakes attacked from nearby sands. If you had to look at a positive feature, at least this place was without blessing of the green, like the wastelands area, so there shouldn't be any danger of fallen elf attack, except for those darn branches they had. Then again, after Kaisara took the iron keys away from us, maybe we didn't need to worry about them bothering us anymore. Still, I kept my guard up as we walked. As about 30 minutes with Mia in lead, we arrived at Murutsuki, just as the last rays of light vanished behind us. It wasn't a big place at all, but it did have a large oasis spring in the center of town, with palm trees and cycads spreading their long, narrow leaves along the edge of the clear, crisp water. The buildings were made out of sand-colored stone and the same rough texture as Castle Galley, but without any kind of ornamentals or whatsoever. The short main street was lit with simple fires, and there were sad, lonely strings playing from somewhere. "This kind of Arabian-sounding instrument," I whispered to my partner. "I remember wanting to look it up in what it's called in the beta." Asuna inclined her head briefly. "I'm pretty sure it's an oud." "Oh, well," I said, impressed with her worldly knowledge. I lowered my voice further. "If I don't forget by the time we beat this game, I'll have to look that up when we get back." "Since you're here, why don't you just try practicing with it?" I don't think the musical instrument skill is going to be much use here," I said, shaking my head. This actually seemed like the perfect time to bring up the two-handed lance skill, but before I could broach the topic, Mia turned back from ahead of us and called out,
"There's a very strange horse over here."
She was pointing at one of the palm trees on the north end of the spring, where a large four-legged creature with a brown, shaggy fur was tied up. I recognized its distinctive back and curved neck from the real world, pictures and videos, if not personal experience. "That's not a horse, Mia. That's a camel," said Asuna, walking up to the girl and pointing to the animal's back. "See those big humps on its back? It has one. It's called a dromedary. It has two. It's a camel."
"But that camel has more than that."
"Huh?" Asa and I looked closer until the camel indeed had 3 humps on its back. It wasn't a shock to me because I'd seen it in the beta, but Asana just paused, a bit awkward, and said, "That's called the 3-humped camel." Went the sound that escaped my throat. Asana shot me a nasty glare, then trotted off with Mia to get a closer look. Upon closer examination, while the center area of Mutsuki was smaller than the courtyard of Castle Galley, they were similar in layout. In the center of the natural spring, about 25 meters across with the palm trees lining the edge, along the outer edge of the donut-shaped plaza, were shops, inns, restaurants. Theana would surely pass through this plaza on her way to Labyrinth Tower, so as long as we took a seat on an open terrace along the north side where the path began to again, we wouldn't miss her. The Aud playing NPC was on the south side of the spring, so I couldn't see them, but the distance made for just the right volume for dinner background music. As I pondered what to eat, I gazed out at the row of buildings. The restaurant I could see, really more like a fancy food cart, were only two. One was a kebab-like roasted meat, while the other served soup that resembled curry. There were a few restaurants that served curry in the game, so in the beta, more than a few players made the trek from Station to distant Murutsuki. But I found it more underwhelming. For one thing, there was no rice on the menu. The Arab-style curry with Einkrad's traditional flatbread was fine, but as a growing teenage boy, I just wanted a huge dollop of steaming mound of white rice. So tonight, it would be kebab. "Hey, I'm gonna order some food now," I called out to the camel watchers.
Okay,
they said, waving. That meant I was in charge of the order. I turned away to determine to put every meat dish on the table. No space to waste for measly salads or vegetables. I had gone about 3 steps, clutching my empty belly, when a short player came tearing across the open area from the south and darted to the counter of the kebab shop. Once I saw the green cursor, I hurried to stand next to them.
Hey, pal, I'll take the shish kebab and the Adana kebab.
"Hey, mister, I want 3 doner sandwiches and 3 Urfa kebabs and," I shouted, jostling for space, till I recognized the unique sound of the other customer's voice, the high-pitched, coquettish voice, rising nasal inflection.
"Oh, it's you, key-boy," said Argo, the rat, whisker-painted cheeks breaking into a grin when she saw me. "Ah, you're already at Murutsuki. Huh? That was quick."
"You're going to talk to me about being quick? I thought it was going to take 5 hours to get through the cave of the 4th area." The bearded cook shouted, "Folds up!" And we received our dishes in short order. Argo could carry her 2 skewers in her hands, but I had 3 round sandwiches seared of meat and 3 skewers on the counter, so I required some cradling and delicate pinching between my fingers to get them all. Hey, do you want to sit down at that table over there?" I suggested, glancing at one of the open seating spots in front of the business. But the info dealer scoured and shook her head.
"I don't think we've got the time."
Huh? Why?
"Because if I'm here, that means..."
At last, I picked up on her implication. If Argo just arrived at Murutsuki during her chase of Theano, that meant... So Theano, the NPC with the golden cube, has already passed through this village.
"I checked with the guide NPC at the entrance, and they said a woman went through here on her own about 30 minutes ago.
30 minutes, I repeated, pulling up a mental map of the 5th area. Murutsuki was at the center of a fan-shaped area. The Labyrinth Tower on the northwest corner was about 1 kilometer away, but along the twisting path made the journey over twice as long. If we walked quickly, it would still take less than 2 hours, and even shorter on a run. We should assume that Theano had a healthy head start on us. Where are the ALS and the DKB?
"They should be on their way, but they said they were going to stop in Goskai and resupply first. I bet they're about 30 minutes behind."
Somehow, I had to think through the delicious smell of the doner kebabs cradled on my left arm, and even better smelling Urfa kebabs on my right. The reason for Theano's actions was still unclear, but if she was heading for the Labyrinth Tower, it was quite possible that her final destination was the boss chamber. If Asuna, Mia, Argo, and I chased after Theano and had to fight the boss by ourselves, it would be nearly impossible to win. We would all die. The right decision was to wait for the big group to arrive in Murasuki. But now that the Curse of Statue quest was completely off the original rails, Theano was most likely acting on what you might consider her own will. She was going to end up choosing some action to ultimately cost her life. It would mean the loss of both parents for Mia, who trusted us enough to follow us around. In no more than 3 seconds, I made up my mind. I ushered Argo away from the kebab shop at the north end of the oasis area. The 2 girls were petting the three-humped camel. I called out, "Hey, we're heading out soon." Asuna wasn't happy about the idea of eating as we walk, make that trotted. But until she heard that Argo had to report, as soon as she knew Theano was still ahead of us, she eliminated the food in her hands as quickly and gracefully as possible. "You said she passed through the village 30 minutes ahead of us. But what about the field boss?" she asked the info dealer. "Theano might be tough, but that monster that you can't beat on your own, surely."
"That's true, but look at this,"
said Argo, who had finished her 2 kebabs as fast as me. She went to her window and pulled out an old-looking thing. It was a greenish-brown object about 20 centimeters across in all directions.
"There were tons of these scattered across the ground by the time I showed up to the field boss's lair."
"What is that?" I asked. Argo tossed it to me without warning. I caught it, alarmed. I was stunned again when I found it a good looking at it. I felt like a balsa wood, and there was a fine fibrous pattern on its surface. Wait, is this the carnivorous plant's body?
"Probably. When she charged into the fight against the centipede boss on the 4th area, that Theano lady broke its armor into cubes the same size. It was only the armor, not what was underneath, but its defense plummeted, so the FR beats it easy with all-out attack. The centipede, it was called the Basalt Morpha, didn't have a normal plate armor, but damn tough rock. Maybe the cube Theano can break down any kind of mineral or plant."
The true reputation of the info dealer's conjecture seemed very accurate. In my head, I was looking at the distant Statuen, the main town of the floor. Every building in that place was built out of blocks of rock or wood. To this point, I assumed that the golden cube sign of the town lord was merely the standard to which all the construction blocks were made. In fact, that was how I explained it in the beta, but maybe that wasn't actually the case. Maybe Argo said the cube had the power to turn all minerals and plants into blocks, and it was responsible for the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of blocks in Statuen. "Hey, Asuna, how many blocks do you think there are total making up all of Statuen?" I asked, pausing my thought process. The fencer frowned and said, "Is that something we need to know right now?" I think so." "Well, to break it down exactly, the town has 2,000 feet from north to south and 1,000 feet from east to west. So divide 24,000 by 8 to get 3,000, then multiply by 1,500 for a total of 4.5 million. Thanks." Asuna then jabbed my arm, and Argo snorted with annoyance on the other side of me. Up ahead, Mia nimbly turned around while running with half-eaten sandwich on her skewer hand.
"Kirito, that is only the number of stones forming the ground, but the buildings rise up above the ground, so..."
"Oh, right. I stammered, starting to envision all of Statuen. Asuna got to the point quicker. "Look, why don't we just estimate that there's 3 times the base total, so that would be somewhere around 13.5 million blocks." "Oh, thanks a million," I said, but Asuna didn't seem satisfied yet. "So what do you need that number for?" she pressed. "Oh, I was just thinking, what if the wood and stone blocks that make up Statuen weren't cut individually with saws and chisel, but they were broken down from nearby mountain and forest with the power of the golden cube?"
"Ah, I see. Well, I just came here after witnessing a whole pile of blocks dropped by a carnivorous plant boss, so your crazy idea got some real legs to it.
Argo grinned, but just as quickly she looked pensive. We long ago left Murasuki behind, and we were back on the desert path. The sun had set entirely by now, though the desert dust clouds blocked the moonlight, and there was fortunately a pale blue environmental light that glowed against the slopes of the dunes. At this rate, we could have rented some camels in Murasuki and enjoyed a nighttime trek through the desert, if only we had the time, and if only I knew where exactly on the three-humped camel to sit. In the chilly night air, Argo's voice was more serious than earlier.
You know, if that's true, we might have some trouble on our hands.
What do you mean?
If she can break down all kinds of rocks and wood, couldn't she just bust through the walls of the dungeon, make a straight run all the way to the boss? Forget all the traps and tricks. The ALS and the DKB probably think it was Theano's power that broke up the centipede's armor, but if they find out it was the cube that did it, they'll be on the hunt for it.
Oh, good point. A little imagination pointed out that the Golden Cube's uses went far beyond dungeon shortcuts. Aincrad was full of plant monsters like tree ants and nepithans, and stone-based monsters like golems and gargoyles, which could theoretically be dissolved into blocks in an instant. If you could get the experience point for that, you'd be able to level up at an incredible speed. The guild flag in my inventory had nothing on this cube when it came to the potential of game-breaking effects. If the Curse of Statuen quest line proceeded ordinarily, Silent would have survived and reformed the cube and buried it in Pythagoras' grave again, and the player would never know its true power, much less actually possess it. But the night that Morche and the dagger wielder killed Silent, the quests began to shift dramatically. I had a feeling that we could seize the cube if Theano were killed too.
I think that Argo is correct,
said Mia, who had finished her food and put the gas mask back on. Argo, who thought of her as a simple quest NPC, blinked in mild surprise. The girl continued in a very natural manner.
My mother told me that Statuen is a town built of magic and curse. She didn't tell me what that meant when I asked, but perhaps it was because she knew the Golden Cube had terrible power within it.
You mean Theano is headed to the Pillar of Heavens to do something with the cube's power? I prompted. We don't know that yet, answered Asuna. Maybe she's just trying to do something to the cube, but for now, we just need to catch up to her.
Yep, that sounds right,
agreed Argo, who looked forward. Like always, the narrow path wove through the sand dunes, but I could sense that a huge structure was approaching through the deep blue darkness somewhere ahead. Let's hurry, Asuna said, and we picked up our speed once more. It was worth putting in the effort not to stray off the brick path as we ran into the monsters a total of 4 times, but we did not spot Theano while in the desert. If she wasn't acting in accordance with a script, the monsters should attack her too, and lizards and snakes weren't trees or rocks, so the cube couldn't deconstruct them. On top of that, this being the last area of the 6th floor, all the monsters were tough. If she could beat them all herself, Theano would be on Kismel's level, at the very least, far tougher than Silent, whom Morche easily killed. With Mia present, all I could do was pray that no matter how things shook out, we wouldn't have to fight Theano. There was an especially large dune ahead that we raced up, and with Asuna and Mia reaching the peak in a few seconds before me, there they came to a stop and stared upward. When I crested up the hill, I saw it too. Just 100 meters away, a mammoth structure stood darker than the night. It was a labyrinth tower of the 6th floor. 4 days after we started this floor on January 1st, we had finally reached it. The normal plan, prioritizing safety, would call for the full help of the frontline group in mapping out the interior of the tower, taking a day or 2 to discover the boss's chamber, another day to scout out and strategize against the boss, and 1 more day for the battle itself. But in this case, as in others before, we couldn't sit back and take our time. Like the 5th floor where we needed to complete the tower and beat the boss in a single day, this one where we'd need to rush through it. Careful mapping be damned. We didn't catch up to Theano after all, and the ALS and the DKB didn't catch up to us, I murmured, looking over my shoulder from the top of the dune. The tower is one thing, but I don't know if I like us heading to the boss chamber with a group this small, Asuna said, her tone worried. Let's just hope that's not where Theano's going. Yeah, but there's usually not much else to do in a labyrinth. Then we just gotta catch up before the boss chamber, said Argo. I turned back, and she tossed a long, thin bottles to both Asuna and me. I caught mine, popped the lid, and put it to my lips. Chilled lime flavor with a hint of carbonation refreshed my tongue. It didn't seem to be any type of potion, but it tasted great after a run across the dry, dusty desert. Mia was drinking one too, holding it with both hands. Refreshed by Argo's gift, we rushed down the last dune towards the tower. The layout of the 6th-floor tower was not circular or square, but pentagonal. It was so huge, however, that it was difficult to tell just from looking up at it. I recalled only figuring it out in the beta once I went inside to map it. At the time, there was a debate among testers as whether or not the 5-sided shape meant something, but we never arrived at the satisfactory consensus. The blackish stone walls of the tower, once seen up close, were indeed run through with lines on every centimeter, like the building in Statuen. The huge doors at the front ground floor were closed tight, but there didn't seem to be another soul around. We were assuming that Theano was coming here, so there was always the possibility that we completely off the mark, but I had to trust my gut on this one. Let's open it up. With that warning, I placed my hands on the bronze doors and pushed hard. They rumbled heavily as they parted to the side, and a gust of cold air rushed out of the structure past me. Once the doors were completely open, I beckoned the other 3 into the tower. Like the other towers, it wasn't completely darkened. Pale blue lights high above cast down a faint glow to see by. If the layout of is the same in the beta, there would be a large triangular hall beyond the entrance, one with a door on each side wall.
Oh, look up there,
said Mia, who apparently had better eyesight than any of the 3 players who accompanied. She was pointing ahead to the left when I saw it. I gasped awkwardly. What? The metal door was in place, I remember, but there was now a huge hole in the stone wall just to the right of it. It wasn't split or smashed open. It looked like a cohesive force of the blocks made up the tower had been lost, causing them to collapse. I walked up to the hole, lifted one of the stone blocks, and said, "So Theano used the golden cube to break down the wall, I suppose." "Why didn't she just go through the door?" Asuna asked. "Is it locked?" I glanced farther into the room and said, "See how there are stone pillars growing up from the floor there? You're supposed to solve the puzzles on the pillars, then beat the monsters that appear, I'm pretty sure," I said, trying my best not to sound suspicious with the information around Mia. The fencer seemed satisfied and nodded. "Ah, so she just cut out that step. Then if we follow the path she's taken, we won't have to do the puzzles either." "Probably not, but still have a normal wimpy monsters to deal with," I said, tossing the stone block aside. Just then, if drawn by the sound of the stone, in fact, it almost certainly was, there was a hissing roar from beyond the hole. "Here it comes!" I drew my sword and had the other 3 back away. Asuna and Mia removed their rapiers, and Argo readied the claws that were attached to the back of her hands. Seconds later, a humanoid creature emerged from the hole with a wide, thin reptilian head, like a cobra's, a long, slender torso, and human limbs. It was an Ophidian, one of the snake men that appeared throughout this tower. It was similar to the lizard-like reptoids and fishy ichthyoids we fought already, but with its long arms and spears, it had a fearsome range as well as poison fangs. If you could get past its reach, and it wasn't just one, here came a second and a third. I realized that we should have activated the meditation buff before entering the tower, but it was too late for that now. Fortunately, the Ophidian's fangs were damaging poison, not the paralyzing kind, so we could handle the effects. They'll poison you if they bite. Don't rush in. Aim for the arms and make them drop the spears. Argo, team up with Mia, I commanded. They reacted quickly. Without Kismel, the highest level in our party would actually belong to Mia, but she was a child and had a very short reach. Argo had the same problem, due to her weapon, not size. So I thought it was best for them to team up and wreak confusion. Of the 3 Ophidians, 2 had spears, and the 3rd used a glaive. Based on the armor ornamentation, I judged the glaive user to be the leader and charged at it. She! Hissed the creature, flickering its tongue and jabbing with a glaive. I sidestepped it, stuck a shallow blow in the arm, holding the spear, and withdrew. Asuna, Argo, and Mia took their own targets and spread out across the spacious room. That reminds me, I guess Asuna's not using that lance anymore. Taking advantage of my moment of distraction, the leader snake used the sword skill Swift Lunge. It was a simple single thrust, but being at the very fastest level of the sword skill in the game, it was very tricky to deal with. If you didn't sidestep the moment you saw the visual light effect, you wouldn't avoid it in time. Instead, I stood my ground. I ordered the others to focus on disarming, but accumulating damage bit by bit on the scaled arm of the snake men took time. We needed to catch up to Theano. We couldn't stop and drag out the very first fight in the tower. I focused hard on the shining crimson tip of the spear, prepared using a vertical skill with precise aim, angle, and timing, like I was threading a needle. I wanted the body of the sword to press against the spear as it dropped. If the angles were too weak, I couldn't push aside the skill, and if I went too deep, it would block the attack, but knock my sword back too. Only when I scraped the spear at the optimal angle would it change the thrust angle and still strike my target. The counter parry technique. The Ophidian glaive nicked my left side of my chest as it passed by, and my vertical smashed the hand holding the spear. Triangle scales flew into the air, and the snake's arm fell clean off. Shush! The snake man snarled, trying to counterattack with the other hand, but held out with only one arm. The heavy glaive was much slower. It had only just pulled back the spear for full momentum when I recovered from my skill delay. I stepped farther forward, putting myself into its poison fang range. Ophidian curled its head back, going into a biting motion, as if I were hoping for this. But I'd done it on purpose. As the cobra head swooped forward, I gave it a 3-part sharp nail skill. The 3-fanged head of the Ophidian was its greatest weapon, and the weakness in one. The 3 slanting slashes all hit the snake's snout. It curled back abruptly, froze in place, then exploded into pieces. I rushed through the expanding particles, saving my fist pump for later, and plunged towards the side of the Ophidians Asuna was fighting. We finished our fight against the 3 powerful Ophidians in the bit over 2 minutes, made sure we applied the meditation buff this time, then leaped through the hole in the wall. Asuna told me to face away while we did it, and Argo, ever the businesswoman, offered to buy the info about the skill. I told her, later, because we were in a hurry. Soon we found more and more holes Theano made in the walls. But we never seemed to be any closer to her. She had to be fighting Ophidians alone, and with the Golden Cube's effect, shouldn't be working on snake men. But she was clearing them out faster than our party of 4 could. I remembered that the Ophidians in the tower took about 5 minutes to repop, so if we stopped seeing monsters along the route, we could assume we were within 5 minutes of catching up to Theano. Yet, the Ophidians' beetles and magical monsters kept coming strong. With 2 or 3 battles, my other party members got the hang of the combat in this dungeon, and we started winning our fights within a minute or less. But the fact that we didn't seem to be getting any closer was proof that Theano was very powerful, with or without the cube. But between her and Kaisara, who had taken all of our keys, if we were going to see more ultra-powerful free-thinking, or at least in appearance, NPCs in the future, then for better or for worse, they were going to play a major role in getting through this deadly game. They could be powerful allies or terrifying enemies, though not that this was anything new. At any rate, thanks to Theano's proving us with a minimum length route, skipping all the puzzles and traps, we were racing up 100-meter tower with incredible speed. On the 5th floor, the midpoint of the dungeon, there was supposed to be an Ophidian boss and some underlings, but when I peered into the chamber, I saw that it was scattered with various loot items. For a moment, I was terrified that some of Theano's belongings would be among them, but the door was wide open, so I assumed that she had passed through safely. At this rate, she might just beat the floor boss while she's at it, murmured Asuna, as she stared at the mountain of treasure. Argo gulped down her potion and said wryly, "In that case, maybe she could go up the stairs and unlock the next floor too. Still, even I couldn't see all this coming. How's this Theano so tough?" Theano's own daughter answered her.
My mother never ever skipped on her daily training, and sometimes she would go out of town by herself in the middle of the night and come home with bruises in the morning. I think she was fighting monsters in the woods of the south.
But why would she do that? The girl in the gas mask shook her head.
I asked her many times, but she wouldn't tell me. But now, I wonder if all of this was in preparation for this day.
Now that is just ridiculous, I wanted to shout. The Curse of Statuen quest had gone off the rails because Morche had killed Silent. If it weren't for that unpredictable event, it would have proceeded like in the beta. Theano would rescue us from the paralysis, we'd sneak into the mansion, and then convince Silent to recover the cube from the basement dungeon, calmly the vengeful ghosts of Pythagoras, and finish the quest. Theano wasn't weak when I fought alongside her in the beta, but her level and stats weren't far off from mine, and definitely not enough that she could blaze through the labyrinth tower solo like this. If Mia was to be believed, the official release of version Theano had been leveling up for 10 years, long before Silent was killed, for different purposes than what I was during the beta.
Well, let's loot all this stuff and get going,
said Argo, bringing me back to my senses. I glanced at the items lying around. Huh? We're going to loot this?
Well, either it's going to go bad just sitting around, or the other guilds are going to snatch it up when they get here.
I guess. But it was Theano who beat the mid-boss, I said, trapped between courtesy and desire. Mia looked at me perplexed.
Mother left these behind because she couldn't carry them. I think if you use your mystic scribing art to collect them, I'm sure she would appreciate it.
Good point. I'll do that then. I promptly opened my window and tossed the weapons and armor and materials and other sundry items into my inventory. Argo picked up the sack quickly, and even Asuna hesitantly joined in. In less than a minute, we cleared out all the loot, and our HP was back to full. Okay, let's go, I was about to say, but Asuna stuck her index finger against my lips. Wait, I just heard something. Huh? I shut my mouth and focused on my ears. It didn't seem like I was hearing very faint yelling or clanging, but it was coming from below, not above.
Sounds like Lynn and Kiba are catching up,
Argo whispered. She listened 2 more seconds, then added,
but they're still far off. We're only hearing the sound of combat because all those huge holes in the wall. It's going to take him a good 10 minutes or so to get here. What do you think? Should we wait?
No, let's go, I said promptly. Catching up to Theano is the higher priority than grouping up with the rest of them. I agree, said Asuna. Mia lowered her head.
I don't know what to say.
I placed her hands on her shoulder and spun her around. You can figure out that once everything is settled. Come on, let's run.
Okay.
The group headed for the door. In the second half of the labyrinth, the level of random enemies rose noticeably, but checking the mid-boss's loot as we ran, I found an excellent rapier, if not as good as the chivalric rapier, and a set of claws that was +5 to agility, which I gave to Mia and Argo respectively. We continued upward to about the same speed as we had through the lower half of the dungeon. The next thing I knew, it was after 8 o'clock. But oddly, the crushing exhaustion I felt on the shore of Lake Talfa did not return. I was certain that the next time it happened, I wouldn't be able to recover. But for now, all I could do was keep running. Asuna should be just as tired, but she wasn't complaining one bit. "Hey," she murmured, drawing a glance from me. Have you noticed it's been a while since any enemies showed up?" Oh, now that you mention it. She was right. Ophidians and other monsters had persistently shown up for the past mid-boss chamber, had been rather quiet for the last 5 minutes, not because their pop pattern had changed, but because someone ahead of us was clearing them out, and they hadn't repopped yet. We were within 5 minutes of distance of Theano. Our present location was in the middle of the tower of 8 floors, but the boss chamber was on the 10th. At our current pace, we might still be too late to catch her before she reaches the chamber. "This is a gamble, but I think we should throw caution to the wind and just sprint," I suggested. Asuna agreed, and even Argo and Mia looked back at us and nodded. Before, we had been carefully monitoring the growls and shuffling of monsters, or the glimpse of red cursors out of the corner of our eyes, but now I jumped ahead at full speed. I often conserved my top speed while working in the frontline group, but I had the lowest agility of the 4 present, and now I raced with all my ability. The textures and joints of the walls and the floor turned to be a blur, and dry air buffeted my face. When sprinting within a dungeon, your ability to turn your cornering, if you were in a racing game, was crucial. Without shoes with excellent grip or high proficiency in the sprint skill, you might fail to rotate your momentum and crash into the far wall on a turn. So I gave up on an ordinary turning and went back to wall running for a few steps first, like I'd done when Asuna and I raced down the stairs in the inn in Statchen. Asuna and Argo had mastered the style of turning too, so I went to wall run on the next left turn. Only when I dropped back to the floor did I mentally kick myself. We had Mia and the NPC with us. There was no way she could pick up this sort of outside box hack that defied common logic. I glanced over my shoulder as I slowed down, and found that I was worried for nothing. Mia, who was in front of Asuna, nimbly ran 5 steps along the wall, as though gravity meant nothing to her, before transitioning back to the floor. I had to face forward and speed up, lest she overtake me. Apparently, sword fighting wasn't the only thing Theano had taught her daughter. Knowing that there was no point in going slower, now I went back to spring the wall ran around the next turn. Obviously, we had to stop and determined in the direction when it came to the T-sections and crossroads, and we always had to choose a route that did not suggest the presence of monsters or that loot strewn across the floor. At a dead end, we found yet another hole in the wall, through which we stepped. There was a staircase on the right. We took it at full speed. The 10th floor of the labyrinth was also almost entirely taken up by the boss chamber, so the 9th floor was the last floor of the actual dungeon. Normally, this was an extremely dangerous place with vicious monsters blocking the way, but Theano's path behind, but nothing but treasure, not even a single scarab scurrying along. We didn't have time to stop and inspect the ordinary monster loot, but Argo keenly identified just the rare goods as we ran, hooking them into her claws and tossing them into her window. Even I couldn't mimic that kind of dexterity and opportunism. After 3 minutes of running down hallways and through giant holes, skipping all the terrain and gimmicks in the dungeon's 9th floor, we came to an elevated walkway with a stately design leading to the huge set of stairs. Those would lead to the 10th floor, but there was no one on the walkway of the stairs yet. I bit my lip. It seemed like Theano must have already gone into the boss chamber. "Mother!" Mia wailed, lifting her gas mask and racing past. Hey! I shouted, going after her, until I noticed something. There were faint footsteps approaching from ahead. Though the person making them was unseen, there were 2 sets of stairs that met on the landing in the middle before turning back around. Someone, no, definitely Theano, was climbing the stairs after the turnaround, where we couldn't see. She was less than 30 meters away, but the boss chamber was just above us. Mia crossed the elevated walkway with an even speed. Argo couldn't match and flew up the left hand of the stairs. At this rate, Theano and Mia might jump into the chamber alone and cause the door to shut behind them. I had no other choice but to draw my sword and rest it on my shoulder. "Ugh!" I shouted, launching off the floor with a sonic leap sword skill, zooming across the other half of the walkway to the stairs, intentionally missing the landing. I lost a few pixels of HP, but it kept me rolling directly up the stairs to the landing, where I caught up with Mia. My skill delay wore off while I was tumbling, so I kicked back off the wall towards the second flight of stairs, looking up to figure I rushing up the steps ahead. It was a woman with a golden blonde hair, rapier at her right hand, and a large cube in her left. The yellow cursor above her head said Theano. Theano!
Mother!
But the woman took three or four more steps and only stopped one stair before the 10th floor. She spun around, ponytail long, deep green skirt whirling. She looked down on us with ash green eyes, the same shade as Mia's. This wasn't my first time facing Theano, even in the official release. When we got the quest from Silent in the mansion in Statuen, the first person we went to talk to was Theano, the former servant, but she was dressed in plain apron dress and looked like any other housewife NPC. Now she was dressed in a gleaming fine leather armor and held a rapier. She looked like a veteran sword fighter. Her regal beauty softened somewhat, and in a soft but clear voice said, "Mia, Kirito, I expect that you would follow after me, but I did not think you would catch up."
Mother!
Mia repeated, unable to do anything but clutch the handle of her rapier with both hands. Instead, I spoke for both of us, choosing my words carefully. "Theano, I don't know what you're trying to do, but please don't charge ahead alone. Stay here and talk with us first, with Mia." Just then, Asa and Argo caught up and stood to our sides. Theano looked at us all in turn and spoke to her daughter again. "You've gotten so strong, Mia. I'm sorry for disappearing without a word. But this is my role. As long as this cube exists, the cursed puzzles of Statuen will never disappear, and the bloody battle over the inheritance will continue. With Silent dead, there is no one to hold back the curse. It must be destroyed." "But how?" I asked her desperately. "What are you going to do with it?" Theano's response was a stare right at me. "The cube cannot be destroyed in this state, but if returned to the place where it was originally belonged, the power that protects it will vanish." "The place where it belonged?" Asuna mumbled. She leaned forward a few centimeters. "Is that the boss chamber in the room where the guardian of the pillar in heavens resides?" "Not quite, Asuna," Theano said, perfectly recalling pronouncing the name of the fencer whom she'd only briefly met 3 days earlier. "The place where it belongs is not in the room, but in the creature itself. This cube was originally part of the Guardian. Long, long ago, Master Pythagoras pulled it out himself and brought it back to Statuen. Well, at the time, it was just a nameless little village. It was the cube's power that helped the town grow into a splendid form it was today. But it was never meant to fall into human hands." Theano paused, then gazed at the golden cube in her left hand. "That's a part of the boss's body? And the previous lord, Pythagoras, separated from the boss and used its power to create this town of Statuen?" I struggled to digest this new information that I never learned in the beta. The boss of the 6th floor in the beta was a large cube with each face split into 3 pieces, sectioned red, blue, and yellow, green, white, and black. Essentially a giant Rubik's Cube with hands and feet. If you struck the edges with your weapons, they rotated 90 degrees in that direction. As you repeated it and matched up the colors, the cubes would scatter and split off, revealing a core that could be damaged. But I didn't remember any golden cube. Then again, it wasn't rare at all for the bosses to have been altered between the beta test and the official release. In fact, all of them from the first to the 5th floor boss had been updated in some way, large or small. So the 6th could easily be different too. The question was, what effect would it have to return the golden cube that Pythagoras removed? The first possibility that popped into my mind was that it would recover its original power, i.e. become super powerful. We had to beat the boss and move to the 7th floor, so that was something to be avoided.
"Listen, Theano," said the info dealer, who never broke character. "My name's Argo. I'm tight with Kirito and Asuna. I was hoping you might tell me something. What exactly happens if you return that cube to the guardian beast's body? You don't think it might get super tough, even if you can't defeat it, do ya?"
Will she understand what the term tight with means? I wondered, my mind straying. Theano didn't seem too bothered by it, though. "You adventurers are hoping to defeat the Guardian in battle to move to the next floor, I presume. I don't know the full details, but I am certain that returning this cube will cause the Guardian to move and attack. But this is not a bad thing for you. While the cube is out of the Guardian's body, the Guardian is protected by an unseen power that makes it impossible to harm."
"What?"
Argo and I exclaimed in unison. We looked at each other, then Theano, then each other again. If what she said was true, the golden cube was absolutely necessary to beating the floor boss at all. But where had that even been hinted at? And yet, I had to remind myself, the proper route for this Curse Statue quest was just what I knew from the beta test. Silent's death certainly twisted its path, but if it had passed normally, there could certainly have been more information relating to the floor boss at the end, and a hint that the cube would be key to the battle. Meaning that when the cube is put back and the Guardian moves again, we can attack it. Beating it will destroy the cube? Asuna asked. Theano said, nodding firmly.
"Then Mother," Mia cried, breaking her long silence, "let me help you. I know the Guardian Beast is terribly dangerous, and I know you are worried about me, but if you go into the chamber alone and never come back, I won't be able to survive on my own."
I didn't miss the powerful look of conflict and indecision on Theano's features. This wasn't just some pre-written story event. Mia and Theano had their own independent personalities and were acting in ways perfectly faithful to them. Seconds later, Theano clenched her eyes shut, thought a moment, then opened them again. She put a rapier on her hand to sheath it on her side and smiled. "All right, Mia. You've become so much stronger than I ever realized. I taught you the sword so you could survive on your own, even without me around. But that was all my own selfish idea. Thank you. Please lend me your strength, Mia."
"I will!"
Mia exclaimed, casting aside the strangely grown-up air she'd always worn and leaping up in steps to embrace her mother. Theano brushed her daughter ahead and looked at us. "Kirito, Asuna, Argo, I am grateful to you for protecting my child." It was your child that was protecting us, I thought, nodding back to her. The three of us ascended the steps and stood at the entrance of the 10th floor with Theano. With her left arm around her daughter, Theano extended a silent hand towards us, which we shook in turn. A 5th HP bar appeared in my view. I hesitantly checked the level. 32. I wondered, taking a step back. It was a high number, especially to me, a newly made 21 level swordsman, but it didn't seem so high that she could have been able to destroy monsters on her own that much faster than the party of me, Asuna, Argo, and level 23, Mia. Her gear was fine, to be sure, but nothing fancier than what was sold at stores. But there was no use to second-guessing Theano's power now. If we waited a few minutes, the main body of the frontline group would reach us too. Surely Theano would agree to fight with the rest of them, knowing it would make Mia safer. I whispered a request to Asuna and explained the situation to them. She gave me a glance and said, "Honestly, good grief." Before approaching Theano, I exhaled and looked around. A menacing decorated hallway continued on from our position for about 10 meters, ending in a massive set of bronze double doors. I took a few steps closer to examine them and saw a decorative relief modeled after the exterior of the tower, or the statue itself, in a 9x9 grid of squares. Beyond this point, the 6th floor boss awaited. Its name and form still unclear. Normally, you would want all three trips for scouting, but according to Theano's explanation, you couldn't attack the boss with golden cube was placed back into it, and it was probably couldn't be removed twice, once it was there again. I had suspicion, based on the activation trick, that the doors of the boss chamber would stay closed until the fight was over. In any case, we were here. It had been a string of unexpected developments, but this wasn't a single-player RPG. It was a VR MMO with 8,000 players trapped inside. There would surely be more and more unexpected things happening to us, and we had to solve and overcome them as we made our way upward, up to that far distant 100th floor. I spun around forcefully and returned to my party member's side. 15 minutes later, the rest of the player group charged noisily up the stairs and got an awkward smile in greeting from me. With the help of Asana and Argo, I gave the skeptical Lind and Kabao as much as an expectation of why we were here as possible.
"Oh, so that NPC's with y'all then,"
grumbled Kabao. But when we told them the golden cube was a necessary item to beat the boss, there was no more bickering from the two guilds. After a meeting and a cooldown period, we got down to arranging the raid party for the boss fight. Teams A, B, and C went to the three parties of Kabao Einkrad Liberation Squad. Team D, E, and F were made up of Lin's Dragon Knights Brigade. Teams G was Asana, Argo, and Mia, Theano, and me. Sadly, members of Agile Bro Squad were all low in agility and would not be suited for sprints, so they hadn't taken part in the chase. So we were in a bit of a low on the tank quotient, but we had to make up for it with mobility, I thought, as I leaned against the wall a distance away from the rest of the group. Just to be certain, I scanned the faces of the ALS and the DKP present. There were a few new members in the mix, but again, I didn't see Morche or Joe. That was a good thing, of course, but that was also meant that we hadn't solved the question of what the man in the black poncho and his friends were doing allying themselves with the fallen elves. Was it to get the spines of Schmargor, those paralyzing throwing needles? They were powerful weapons, but would they really kidnap the members of Quasak and force them to poison the spirit's tree for something as minor as a good weapon? I wonder if they'll try something else this time, said a voice next to me. It was Asana, staring down at the stairs with a hard expression. She'll be on the same train of thought. If they are, I don't think Morche and Joe alone could climb this tower to do it. If they've got some plans in mind, it'd be from the 7th floor, right? I suppose so, she said, but the note of unease was still there in her profile. Between nearly dying along with Silent and the attack on Castle Galley, the PK gang had us on defensive all throughout this floor. I understood why she didn't want to let her guard down, lest it happen again. I glanced around, hesitated, then worked up the courage to move my left hand to the side. My fingers reached up for Asana's hand and didn't grab it entirely, but it did squeeze the joints of our pinkies. Her delicate hand twitched, but she didn't yell or pull it away. A few seconds later, Asana's hand moved in to return, enveloping my pinky in her palm, an awkward, reserved pressure. It was 9 p.m. on January 4th, 2023. The raid party, all preparations complete, lined up in front of the double doors. At the front, Kabao barked a short but forceful encouragement to the group and pushed the doors open. 14. It was huge. The 10th floor of the Labyrinth Tower was almost entirely taken up by the boss chamber, so that wasn't a surprise in and of itself, but its impression upon seeing the 6th floor boss room for the first time in 4.5 months was that it was just huge. The walls, floor, and ceiling were bluish-gray color, and the weak lighting made the corners of the room look black. There was a huge star drawn on the ceiling high overhead, a reminder that the tower and this room on top of it was actually a pentagonal shape. Viewing from the desert below, the width of the tower was about half of its height. If it was 100 meters tall, then the diagonal would be about 50 meters on each side. Hey, Asuna, what's the ratio of the side of a pentagon to a diagonal again? I murmured. The fencer shot me a look that said, why now? It's 1 plus 1, the root of 5 over 2. That's 1.618. 1.618, I repeated. So if the diagonal was 50 meters, a side would be about 30 meters? Closer to 31, to be precise, but it probably doesn't matter that much. I see. The only reason we could chat about unimportant topics like this in the boss chamber was because we were waiting for the ALS and the DKB to get set up in position. It seemed like we still had another 30 seconds to go. Asuna turned to me this time and said, 1 plus 1, the root, or 5 over 2 is called the golden ratio. Golden? It's found in the length to width ratio of the Parthenon, or in the upper and lower halves of the Venus de Milo. Even human faces, the width and nose are about considered well balanced if their ratio is 1:1:6:1:8, apparently. Oh, I murmured, staring at Asuna's face in an attempt to see if it was true. She promptly jabbed at me in the side, and Argo had to warn us.
Hey, we're in the boss chamber.
Mia giggled. At last, Kabao shouted from the other side of the room.
Placements are complete. We're ready to go.
Got it, I shouted, glancing behind me. The double doors, which jutted inward about 10 meters from one of the sides of the Pentagon, were still wide open. I'd prayed silently that they would stay that way and looked over to Theano, who stood next to her daughter. Well, go ahead, Theano. I will, she said, and the warrior focused on the golden cube in her hands. I saw some kind of expression ripple across her beautiful features, like waves on a pond, then vanish. Then let's begin. Don't go too forward, Mia, she warned her daughter, beginning to walk towards the center of the chamber. Where she was headed sat a very strange object. Its shape was quite simple. It was a cube about a half meter to a side. It was as black and unreflective as if it was carved right out of charcoal. Though the detail were hard to make out in the dim light, there was a square hole about 20 centimeters across on the side facing us. It was obvious at a glance that the golden cube would fit inside it perfectly. Once the cube goes in, it'll be so flush we won't be able to pull it back out, I noted idly. On my right, Argo said,
For my inspection earlier, there's a little hole on the opposite side of the cube.
Oh, so you could shove a stick inside and push it back out.
A sticker,
Argo started to say, then clammed up. Theano had crouched and stuck the cube into the hollow. The pitch black hole accepted the cube as though it was oiled up. There was no scratching whatsoever. The moment the black and gold surface became one, the dark bluish floor rumbled briefly. Suddenly, the black cube began to shine with golden light. Theano quickly retreated, and the raid members readied themselves at a safe distance. Many swords and spears reflected in the shining light as the cube silently left the floor and floated into the air. It came to a stop about 3 meters off the ground, then began to rotate sideways. It started slow, but picked up noticeable speed, becoming one with the gloom. One of the line of the golden cubes itself remained visible, creating a ring of light in the air. The air shook again. A number of golden cubes appeared practically out of thin air and began to spin as well. But in fact, though I could count them directly, I knew exactly how many cubes there were. 26. Golden cubes surrounded the rapidly spinning black cube and began to affix themselves to it. The rotation gradually slowed and came to a stop, revealing one golden block that was 3 times its previous size. Now nearly 2 meters to a side, the 26 cubes that had lined themselves up 3 by 3 to connect together, but they were not fused. There was a tiny bit of space left between them. In other words, they formed a giant Rubik's Cube. It's just like in the beta. If you hit the edges with your weapon, they'll rotate to... I stopped short, noticing something different. In the beta, the sides were red, blue, green, yellow, white, and black. Here, all the sides were the same gold color. Now, there was no way to line them up. Or they were already lined up, I suppose. With the roar of a combustion engine, the 26 smaller cubes began to rotate in all directions at random. When they stopped, there was a bright pattern on the face of each of the 9 square sides of the cube, of 44 squares in total. No, that wasn't a pattern. It was more familiar than that. Something written. Numbers? Asuna gasped, right as the single bar of HP gauge appeared in the air over the giant Rubik's Cube. Below the bar, the boss's official name, shining in bright English letters, the Irrational Cube. As I expected, the double doors boomed shut at that moment. "Here it comes!" shouted a voice, most likely Lynn's. In reaction to that call, 3 of the boss's 8 corners emitted a pale gray lines that stabbed at the raid party. I summoned all the lung power I had bellowed. "Evade!" Immediately, red lasers shot forth, tracing the gray lines. They emitted terrifying, swooping, sizzling sounds as small explosions erupted at 3 places in the chamber. Fortunately, no one took a direct hit, but I did see a few of the many HP bars in my vision dip a little due to local heat damage. The color and the name were different from the beta. It had been the irritating cube, but this attack, at the very least, was very familiar. Aiming lines that were hard to pick up came first, following a second later by lasers. It would take a huge chunk of HP from any light armored players it stuck. But as long as you were calm and observant, it wasn't hard to dodge them. Assuming you didn't trip or get frozen, of course. Hoping to get a hint from the boss's English name, I turned to whisper my partner and said rapidly, "What does the word irrational mean, Asuna? In the beta, it was irritating, which I looked up later." "It's kind of like illogical or incoherent." "Illogical," I repeated. "No kidding. Even a child could line up the colors, but these numbers... Wait, maybe the numbers were the same thing? Are you saying that we have to fill each side with the same number?" I said, hoping that I'd found the solution, but Argo shattered that hope just as quickly as it arrived. "But the numbers that go up to 9! She was right. The glowing Arabic numerals were arranged randomly from 1 to 9, meaning that it would be impossible to match them up to the 6 separate sides like a classical Rubik's Cube. I even considered the brain teaser-like option of flipping the 9 over to be a 6, but that wouldn't be enough. The 6 and 9 had distinctly separate designs anyway. As though an NPC was what I really needed for a hint. Theano came back our way. "Theano, what do we do with the I started to ask, but the woman just shook her head, looking pensive. "I don't know either. The legend around the mansion said only that to destroy the cube, it must be returned to the body of the tower's guardian." Oh, okay. In the meantime, the boss kept firing its lasers from the center of the room. The raid members weaved and jumped out of the way and struck the floating object with their weapons. Each blow caused the rows of the columns of the cubes to rotate 90 degrees, but there was no damage to its HP at all. It seemed the numbered cube was invincible, but we needed to solve its puzzle to pull the blocks off. But there was nothing we could do without figuring out what kind of puzzle it was. The unease and frustration that filled the chamber finally sparked, and an orange flash went off near the boss. Someone had used a sword skill on it. "Don't!" I shouted on instinct, but it was too late, of course. A 2-part spear strike sent up bright sparks from the face of the irrational cube, but not a single of each pixel did damage, and the boss sent out an aiming line as if on cue. "Dodge!" Kabao bellowed. A gang of players near the line all leaped at once, except for the spearman, who was still frozen from the skill. A red laser seared him dead on. "Ah!" shrieked the player, right as I heard a dull explosion. It looked like Chicken Speck from ALS. He blasted off his feet and collapsed on the ground. One of the HP bars from Team C went down into the yellow zone, over halfway to 0. His friends helped move him over to the wall, but it would take some time for him to heal up. "Maybe we should retreat for now, Kirito," Asuna said, sounding tense. I bobbed my head somewhat awkwardly. It was clearly the right option. The boss was invincible, and we didn't know how to undo it. Letting the battle drag on in this state was inevitably going to lead to some disastrous results. But I spun around and caught the side of the doors, which were shut tight. Asuna gasped. She hadn't realized they'd closed. "We don't know for sure they won't open again," I said, out of hope, if nothing else, and raced for them, crossing the 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and practically slamming my free hand against the door. The thick bronze metal rattled a tiny bit, but did not bulge. It was locked. Suddenly, a series of pale lights flashed across my vision, and I turned away. I held my breath, thinking it was an attack from the boss, but I felt nothing. I looked back and gasped again. Numbers. There was a grid of light glowing on the surface of the door in Arabic numerals and boxes. They were in the same font as the ones used in the boss's cube body, but they were more blank squares than squares with numbers inside. I took a step back and with a better look, right as Asuna arrived behind me. Together, we shouted, "A Sudoku puzzle!" There was no doubt about it, the exact same kind of puzzles as in the teleport square in Statuen, but filling the entire width of the massive door. "So if we solve this, the doors will open?" said Argo over our shoulders. I think so," I said uncertainly. "But there's just no way." It wasn't my style to give up before even trying something, but there was no other option this time. This puzzle had 27 rows and columns of Sudoku puzzles, each one in the 9x9 format, for a total of 727. That would be one more than in the square in Statuen. But the layout was identical. In my mind, I replayed something Asuna had said 4 days earlier. "At a glance, these look like maximum difficulty, so even an expert would take a good 20 minutes to solve one. Multiplying that by 728 would be 14,560 minutes. Divided by 60 makes 242 hours and 40 minutes. 242 hours. A little over 10 whole days. That would be an entire day if split between 10 people. And trying to do them while avoiding the boss's attacks the entire time? Impossible. "I'm guessing that even the number layout are exactly the same in Statuen Square," Asuna whispered, her voice hoarse. "We should have solved the puzzles in Statuen, then come up to this room by the end of the day. That was the minimum requirement for fighting this boss." "But how would we know that?" I tried to say. But I remembered looking up at these doors from the other side and seeing the grid pattern on the relief. It was a 9x9 grid. If I had just made the connection to Sudoku, I could have remembered about the teleport square in Statuen. Damn! I was about to slam my clenched fist against the cold, glowing puzzle when I heard a voice behind me. "Do we just need to solve these puzzles, Kirito?" My hand paused midair. I turned around and saw Mia, her gas mask off, staring at me with big eyes. You can solve this?" "Yep," she chirped, much more appropriate for her age now that her mother was around again. She trotted up to the door and reached for the puzzle in the bottom right corner. Her finger traced the empty slots with dizzying speed until she selected one of the glowing space to tap. When a window appeared with all the digits to choose from. She picked a 7. The other spaces disappeared, replacing a single large 7. It took her a total of 10 seconds. "Whoa, what? How did you do that so fast? I gaped. Mia spun to face me and beamed.
Well, ever since I was little girl, I solved these puzzles in the town square with my mother every day.
That explanation didn't cover the speed she exhibited, but then I remembered something. Kismel had no major connection to puzzles, but she had solved the 15 puzzle secret key in dungeon in a matter of seconds. If an AI could solve an NP high problem that fast, these Sudoku puzzles must be no harder than simple arithmetic equations to them. I'll help you too, of course, said Fiano, who stepped up next to Mia. I looked from their faces to the puzzle behind me at the back. At 10 seconds per puzzle, it would take 7,290 seconds to solve 729 of them. That would be a bit over 120 minutes. With the two of them, that would be 60 minutes, an hour. Maybe there was a chance. Please, Fiano and Mia, do your best. They nodded, set up the right and left corners, and began solving, their fingers flying. I grabbed the shoulder of my still stunned partner and said, Asuna, we got to grab that boss's attention. Our assignment is to dodge it for the next hour somehow.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
What should I do? Asked Argo. When Mia needs to solve the problem higher on the door, lift her up, I shouted, and started to run with Asuna towards the center of the chamber, but I hit the brakes just as suddenly.
What's the big idea?
Hey, listen, I said. If you select the right number from a pull-down menu, can't we just go and select every number from the starting one? The fencer gave me the most annoyed look in our entire personal history together, and shoved her face so close to mine, our nose nearly touched. If they set up the puzzle that way, it's obviously going to fail as soon as we make the mistake. Oh, right. Chastised, I allowed us to run back to the boss for real this time. The hour that passed after this point was the longest and hardest hour of all that many I'd spent in Aincrad so far. The boss battles of the second and fifth floor had been tough, but I just focused on fighting the enemy that didn't process the passage of time. Those were fights to win and move on. This was different. We were evading attacks for an entire hour just to escape the room. Watch for the aiming beams of the 8 corners of the irrational cube, then dodge. That was all involved, but the finders were hard to see. And their timing and location were nastily designed. Often you would strike the place you dodged at a time delay. It tried to gather multiple players in one place to collide it with one another. Sometimes it incessantly went after a single individual. Whatever the thought process it followed, it didn't seem like a simple algorithm. When Asa and I joined the frontline battle, we explained the situation to the ALS and the DKB. Of course, it had been a undeniable effect on the overall morale. Until that point, everyone had assumed that if the numbers were rotated enough, however it was supposed to work, they would eventually be able to inflict damage. But the intended numbers were a mystery to anyone who were disappointed to learn that they needed to dodge for an entire hour just to escape. And if your level of concentration dipped, so did your mobility, making the danger rise. The next thing I knew, over 10 of the 36 other raid members were back along the wall after taking direct laser blasts. The Rational Cube hadn't moved far from the center of the room because that was where the majority of the players were. The more people who retreated to the walls, the sooner the boss would start to target them too. And the wider its movement range would be more likely to stray towards the entrance of the door where it could attack Mia and Fiano in the act of desperately solving of all the Sudoku puzzles. That was the only one thing we had to avoid. Asa and I shared thoughts with a single instant eye contact, and I gave the boss a 3-part sharp nail sword skill. The HP bar didn't bulge, of course, but the hate buildup from the cube caused all 3 targeting lines to aim for me. By that time, however, Asa had already lifted me into her arms and raced off with me while the skill delay was active. There was an explosion behind us, but we suffered no damage, just a little prickle of heat on the back. Next, Asuna gave the boss a 3-part triangular skill, and it was my turn to move her. That should be enough to keep the enemy focused on us too. Naturally, the algorithm wasn't so simple that it would solely focus on players with the highest hate quotient, and it occasionally strayed to go after others. But if we could draw half the lasers with our high agility, that would give other 6 parties major breathing room to left. Kirito, ahead to the left! I followed Asuna's direction to avoid aiming the beam I couldn't see and dashed in that direction. When applicable, I returned the favor. After this was repeated enough times, something strange began to happen. Every once in a while, before I even heard Asuna's voice, I felt like I knew which way to go. It happened to her, too. More than once I called out, "Right!" after Asuna was already jumping that way. It was as though our minds were connected on some other channel beyond just voice and ears. It was a painful fight, knowing that it would not end in triumph, but I did feel an undeniable kind of elation as I dodged and wove around the target lines. When I had a moment to check my window for the first time in a few instants, the boss traveled away from me. The minutes crawled agonizingly slow. But finally, a few minutes after 10 in the evening, "It's the last one, Kirito!" came Mia's young but firm voice from the back of the chamber. I leapt backward on instinct and glanced at the door. Nearly all the Sudoku puzzles on their surface had the correct numbers on them, leaving only the central puzzle, which the Anno was in the process of solving now. She hit the key box and selected a number from the pull-down menu, and promptly enlarged and began to glow. As expected over the course of the hour, they solved the 729 puzzles. A rumble ran through the doors, and the rest of the chamber as well. A light appeared through the center of the closed doors, and there was a loud clicking sound of a lock unlatching. Letting us escape the route was opened at last. "Let's retreat into the hallway. Members undergoing healing, get outside first," commanded Lin, swinging his scimitar. A dozen plus players drinking potions along the wall stood up and began to run towards the door. Even the irrational cube, which had been wildly firing its lasers just a second ago, stopped in seeming recognition of the open door. At the very least, we wouldn't have to worry about the entire frontline group weighing out. It sucked that we couldn't knock even a single pixel off the boss's HP bar, but that was because we were missing a crucial piece of information. If we went back and cleared out all the quests in Stachin or Murutsuki, we would find out whatever we were meant to line up the boss's numbers. "Kirito?" Asuna whispered, grabbing my elbow. I saw that she was looking at the doors, which were still closed. She was sensing something, but she couldn't tell what it was, her body language said. I stared at the huge double doors 20 meters away, feeling the time gradually lengthen. 729 puzzles had turned into 729 numbers that glowed silently at us. 729, which was 27 squared, 27 rows and 27 columns, a 3x3 grid and a 9x9 number blocks. I craned my neck, looking back at the floating irrational cube in the center of the room. Then the door again. It sucked in as much air as my lungs and handle and screamed, "Stop!" The players just a few meters from the door stopped reaching for it as it turned direction of my voice. The DKB Shivada was closest to me. He looked aghast. "What's wrong? Aren't we getting out of here?" "Wait, I think those numbers..." I shot Asuna a look and started running until I had to thrust myself in front of the door with my hands out to signal everyone to keep back. Then I waited. If my hunch was correct, this puzzle wasn't meant to create an escape route. Clearing it would open the door, but it was probably a trick. If we just waited, I was certain. The raid party's confusion, irritation, and haste grew thicker and darker by the second. 5, 6, 7... When nearly 30 seconds had passed, the Anno finished the last puzzle. It finally happened. The 729 numbers suddenly flashed. Over the half, numbers vanished, as though burned away by the light. In various blank spots of the grid, there were faintly glowing boxes. Lastly, 4 of the grid lines thickened, cutting the entire pattern to a 9x9 chunk. "Ah!" Asuna gasped behind me. To my sides, Mia and Anno were equally shocked. It wasn't a random, meaningless string of numbers, arranged in 27 in columns. It was a set of 9 Sudoku puzzles. A tremendous sound, somewhere between a machine and the roar of a living creature, shook the room. I spun around and saw the irrational cube was moving again. And not just that. 3 of its 4 vertical faces were now growing long arms made of dozens of small cubes. The last face began to glow brightly. "It's coming!" bellowed Cabal from the back. Readying his sword, Lind issued a similar order to his followers. "Retreat cancelled. Keep healing if you're damaged. Come back and remake formation if you're fine." They too had sensed that the boss's attacks were going to intensify, but that meant there was now a chance to actually beat it. "Mia, Fiano, handle these puzzles too," I shouted. They sprang into action. As the doors began to slide their palms over their much larger puzzles, 10 seconds later, they pressed the key boxes in unison and selected their answers. Those numbers grew larger and shone brighter. Mother and daughter completed their puzzles at the exact same speed, Fiano taking the higher puzzles and Mia going for the low ones, 4, 6, 8 as they completed, leaving just one more to go. There were fierce blasts, crashing, and sounds from behind them, but they did their best to tune it out and focus on the moment. Fiano put her hand in the center of the puzzle and selected 5 from the menu. The puzzles expanded to fill the place. The moment all the puzzles were finished, the door shone with even more light than a previous time. I took several steps from the back and memorized the order of the 9 mammoth numbers on the door. "Thank you. We'll handle the rest," I told them, turning back. I raced towards the raid party and shouted as loud as my throat can handle. "From top left across, it's 8, 3, 4, 1, 5, 9, 6, 7, 2. There was a moment of silence. A dull roar rose across all around. With the numbers we needed to reveal, the lower morale began to rise again. In this situation, the teamwork and coordination of the 2 major guilds were at their best. Even without members in the process of healing, they got into formation that quickly surrounded the boss. And yet, lining the numbers instead of the colors was much harder than one might imagine. The numbers only had to be arranged in the one face that was lit up, but each row moved 3 numbers together. You had to be constantly aware of what numbers were on each face and read several moves ahead of the present arrangement. 3 minutes after the combat resumed, my figures turned out to be prescient. The rearranging of numbers was not moving quickly. They got the first 4 pretty smoothly, but then once moving caused others to go out of alignment, and irritation began creeping into Lind and Cabal's voices. If we whacked in a hunch, we'd eventually get it, but the boss's long arms were not to be taken lightly. On the top of the lasers, we now had to watch out for slams and swipes from the arms, which steadily ground down the HP of combat members. I wasn't sure whether to leap into the front row, or if that would only ruin the teamwork the 6 parties were using. "Okay, I've got it," Asuna said abruptly. She shot me a glance. "Kirito, I'm gonna focus on giving orders. Can you handle the boss?" Yeah, of course." We gave each other a nod and moved simultaneously. And Asuna leapt forward to the front line and brandished her rapier. "Knock the lower block to the right." "Got it!" Hafner replied from the DKB. He hoisted his greatsword, circled around the right side of the boss, and swiped sideways. Once again, it did no damage, but the lower block did loudly rotate to the right, as Asuna instructed. "Now knock the left blocks down." "Roger that," replied ALS Okutan, whose halberd shone. The left column of the blocks rotated downward. At this, the irrational cube must have sensed a difference. Because it let out a discordant metal shriek, it swung 2 appendages made of cubes, hurtling them down at Asuna. I promptly leapt forward and activated the sword skill Vertical Arc, which was a 2-strike combo of downward and upward slices, and it knocked the 2 arms away. Behind me, Asuna did not move a single step. Once she focused solely on numbers, Asuna's orders were frighteningly precise. With each block rotating, we could sense it growing closer to completion. but just as the boss could sense it too, its vicious repeatedly went after Asuna, who was not physically attacking it. I could knock the arms away with sword skills, but the lasers were trickier. Each time the aiming beams swept toward her, I picked her up and jumped out of the way, but that even got harder when it did a delayed combination of lasers and then physical attacks. The raid members looked desperate, but if they tried attacking the boss to draw its attention, the cube formation we'd been working so hard on would be ruined. And if too many tried to surround her for protection, she wouldn't be able to see the numbers. And yet another backward leap to escape my lasers. My back struck hard against a flat surface. Somehow I'd been pushed up against a wall without realizing. 2 arms went flat, swiping motions from my sides, right on cue. I could strike back on them, but not both. "I'll get this one, Kirito," said a voice. I shouted back, "Do it!" and focused on the arm coming from the left. After I knocked it away, with horizontal, I turned to my right and saw Theano thrusting the other appendage away with her sword. The strength of 100, I marveled silently, prepping for the next attack. Meanwhile, Asuna continued giving orders, which the stout warriors of the raid party faithfully carried out. Occasionally, they made the wrong input, but undoing it was as easy as reversing the last strike. The damageless assault on the boss lasted for 20-something moves, when Asuna's clear voice called out, "Next one is the last! Strike the center blocks down!" "We got it! You're on!" Lind and Cabal had no intention of letting the other have the honor of the last blow. They charged from either side and slashed the center block column with a scimitar to longsword together. Don't push it, Lind and Cabal, I thought, but their aim was true. The center column rumbled and rotated, revealing the order of the 3, 5, 7. The 9 numbers on the front face of the boss shone so brightly I couldn't look at them directly. "We got it!" someone shouted, which was nearly drowned out by a deafening rumble as 26 cubes and 3 arms that made up the irrational cube's invincible armor crumbled away. Countless shards melted into thin air, revealing that pitch-black cube. After a half-meter to a side, in the middle of the side that faced us, we could see a smaller item, the cube that Theano put in there. This time, 6 new black arms extended from the black cube. They made unpleasant, high-frequency ringing sounds as they writhed towards us. "This is a real battle! Take it slow and let's figure out the patterns!" Cabal boomed. Both the ALS and the DKB alike shouted, "Yeah," in response. It was a fierce battle indeed, but without its spotless armor, the irrational cube didn't have the defense to stand up to the elite fighters of the advancement group, and more importantly, the level 32 mother swordswoman, Theano. Its single HP bar fell slowly but surely, past 50%, then 30%. Only in 7 minutes, it was down to 10%. Once everyone knew that the next good shot would end it, the irrational cube let out a horrid shriek that sounded like its dying cry and swung its 6 arms around wildly. All 8 of its corners sent out aiming beams. "It's going wild! Buckle down!" Lind commanded. Everyone went on guard. Within a moment, all of the arms had been deflected, and all the lasers dodged, and as though its batteries had run dry, the bosses of the 6th floor of Aincred fell to the floor with a thud and ceased moving. I relaxed my shoulders, thinking it was finally over, but there was one stubborn pixel of remaining HP bar. "Wait, hey, what gives? Is it gonna self-destruct?" Cabal wailed. I wondered the same thing. The raid members nearest to the landing sprang away and buckled down against their explosion, but nothing happened. The boss's golden cube pointed in my direction. It was silent. "That reminds me, Argo said something about this," I recalled. Something about the reverse side of the cube. At that moment, someone leapt forward to the cube. Whoever it was assumed that there would be no self-destruct and wanted to seize the last attack bonus. He was dressed in silver and blue, the DKB. Lind would probably scold him later, but this would be at last the end of a long battle. "Huh?" Asuna gasped at my side. I suddenly realized what she was looking at. It wasn't a weapon-running player that had its hand. It was a narrow piece of metal only a few centimeters long. A throwing needle. No, a key. Time froze as the slender player crouched behind the back of the cube and stuck the key in the keyhole, where I couldn't see it, and a faint click. The golden cube slid out of the block, tumbling onto the floor. Theano let out a sharp breath and jumped forward. I raced after her. The DKB member stood up. He circled around the block and scooped the cube off the floor. As she ran, Theano silently drew her rapier. The DKB member raised the cube high in both hands and shouted, "Bind!" There was a sound of slicing air, and a ring of golden light shot forth from the cube, swallowing Theano and me as it passed us. My feet suddenly stuck to the floor, and I tipped over spectacularly. I thought I was going to tumble, but because my feet were stuck to the ground, I only leaned at an extreme angle before bouncing back upright. Theano was similarly rooted on the spot. Stunned, I looked down to see the translucent cubes growing out of the floor, engulfing my feet. On instinct, I checked my HP gauge. To the right of the list of buffs, there was a new icon that hadn't been there a second before. It was an unfamiliar debuff, a human silhouette with a square border. Why? Why would you do this? I tried to yell, but then I belatedly noticed that I had no voice. My entire body, legs, arms, even fingers, was as heavy as lead. Even in the midst of this emergency, a part of my mind was occupied with a different question. Theano's level was quite high, but not enough to obliterate the monster of the tower in one hit. She must have used the power of the golden cube to freeze or bind the Ophidians. Suddenly, I realized the boss chamber was filled with silence. I could hear no voices, nor even the scraping of metal armor. Golden light filled the vast 50-meter chamber from corner to corner. Every last raid member must have been bound. I couldn't move my right hand, so I couldn't even open my window. It was the ultimate immobilization debuff, far beyond even paralyzing poison. The mystery DKB player slowly lowered the golden cube. He wore a Saleh helmet that covered the top of his head, leaving only the mouth visible. The cursor over his head was orange, the criminal color, certainly because of the debuff he just used. His name was Buxom. I couldn't recall ever seeing that name in the raid fight before. Buxom's mouth abruptly curled into a savage grin. The moment I saw it, I knew. He was with Morche and Joe. He was one of the Black Poncho followers. At some point, he had infiltrated the DKB, waiting for this very moment to strike. If it were Morche, he'd laugh his dry laugh and spout some of the theatrical lines at this point. But Buxom just leered and said nothing instead. He transferred the large cube to one hand so he could draw his longsword. It was immodestly made, but the wet gleam on the thin blade spoke of stats that were no joking matter. The sword dangled from his hand as he strode right towards Theano. He's going to kill her, I realized instantly. Whether he was going to kill an entire raid party, starting with Theano, or just an NPC on her own, I wasn't sure. But even in the latter, I couldn't passively watch it happen. Mia was behind me. There was no way I could allow a 10-year-old girl to watch the mother she had just been reunited with be helplessly slaughtered. No way at all. Silent air escaped my throat in place of a scream. I used every bit of force I could summon. My avatar's muscles quaked and my joints creaked, but the invisible shell surrounded me did not bulge. Buxom came to a stop before Theano. He lifted his sword and aimed carefully at her, preparing to finish it all in a single blow. Move, 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 move. It was only word that came to mind, the boundaries between the start and end blurring into one pattern of sound, losing meaning. A high-pitched ringing sound rose from deep within me, spreading from my fingers to toes, and then I saw it. The bind debuff icon was blinking. A new icon began to flicker next to it, a silhouette of a person in a Zen meditative pose. It was not the meditation buff. The design was the same, but there was now a golden ring behind the silhouette. I thought I heard something break. My right foot pounced off the floor, instantly launching me over 10 meters forward. Drawn by invisible strings, I swung my sword of Eventide. Buxom noticed my charge. His eyes widened through the slits in Saleh helmet. With the remarkable reaction speed, he lifted his sword and took a defensive position. "Rah!" I bellowed, swinging my sword on a direct line at him. King! It almost sounded like a scream. Buxom's longsword split above the hilt, and so did his left arm behind it, and nearly to the elbow. Momentum carried me straight past Theano and Buxom. As soon as I landed, I spun 180 degrees. It was fast enough that I normally would have tumbled, but it was inertia it no longer existed. The twisted smile was gone from Buxom's face. Now that he had lost his sword and arm, his good arm, he lifted the cube again. But before the word got out of his mouth, I swung again. Like the left arm, his right was severed at the elbow, and has vanished pitifully on the spot. Without its support, the golden cube thudded to the floor. For even an enemy, I had to admire the quickness of which Buxom reacted after losing both arms. He promptly spun around and raced with tremendous speed to the exit. "Oh, no, you don't!" I yelled, but the strength had gone out of my legs, and I felt my knee to the right spot. The icon buff resembled meditation buff blinked and went away. I managed to get to my feet, but by that point, Buxom was already at the door. He slammed into it, pushing it open, and vanished into the hallway. There was no way I could catch up to him at that speed. A few seconds later, one of the HP bars from Team F on the left side of my view neatly disappeared. Struggling against the stifling weight that seemed to be physical cost a mystery buff, I surveyed the boss chamber. Theano, Asuna, Argo, and Mia, and all the other raid members were all still under the effect of binding spell. Surely it wasn't permanent, but how to undo the paralysis? The answer was obvious, however. I sheathed my sword and scooped up the cube off the ground, then walked towards the black block. There was still 1 pixel of health and HP bar hanging it over the air. I knelt in front of the boss and gazed at the golden cube. In my hands at last, this object had changed the lives of many people. Silent, Theano, Mia, Taro, the gardener, and probably Pythagoras' too. Now it was time for it to be destroyed. I snuck the cube against the hole and blocked and pushed it. Smoothly it slid inside on its own. I waited until the surface was sheer to draw my sword again. Using the pommel rather than the well-worn blade edge, I struck the top of the black cube. That was enough. Cracks spread on the spot, and blue light spilled out from within. At that moment, the irrational cube boss of the 6th floor of Aincrad was out of HP, and it crumbled into pieces, including the golden cube within. Only the steel key escaped that fate. It tumbled lightly on the floor. I plopped down on the seat, and my pants as the last message proclaiming the last attack bonus appeared overhead. A moment later, the raid members released from their negative status and uproared promptly rose. Some people collapsed on the ground, others flipped over. Cabao turned on Lind. The boss chamber is now light, as though waking from a nightmare, and full of lively sound. I looked up when I heard footsteps approaching and saw Theano coming over. It wasn't just her. Asuna, Mia, and Argo were all rushing towards me. Enveloped in an irresistible blanket of fatigue, I could do nothing more than lift my right hand and wave at my beloved companions. 15. Whew, we finally made it back. Asuna stretched luxuriously as I opened my menu window, but I couldn't even be bothered to keep my hand lifted, so I let out a dangle. It was 12:40 a.m. on January 5th. I waved my left hand to dispel the window and surveyed my surroundings. Despite it still being early in the night, by online gamer standards, the teleport square of statue in the main town on the 6th floor was nearly devoid of people. There were 2 reasons, by my reckoning. The gate on the 7th floor had been activated, so tourists were up above, and all the Sudoku puzzles had been filled and the square were completely gone now. There was little lingering affection for the puzzles in me, but Theano, who stood in the far side of Asuna, looked out at the blank tiles with a reflective expression. Resting on her back was Mia's adorable sleeping face, with the gas mask sitting atop her head. Only 2 hours had passed since the defeat of the irrational cube of the 6th floor boss, and in that time, the trek back through the desert of the 5th area, the passage over Lake Talfa, and the shortcut through the woods of the 1st area had taken no time at all, actually. Instead, we climbed the spiral stairs that descended from the ceiling of the boss chamber up on the 7th floor. walked to the main town there, activated the teleporter, and took it back. Then made Mia and Theano. That made Mia and Theano, as far as I was aware, the first quest NPCs to use a teleporter gate to travel between floors. In fact, I was even worried that the two might not even make it through and would simply be stuck on the 7th floor. But the SAO systems was more generous than I imagined, though there was always a chance, like Litton's infinite ore bug, that it would be patched out later. As for Theano, she was no particularly interested in the magical gateway she walked through. Instead, she stared at the square and the town in the distance in silence. Eventually, she walked over to Asuna and gave us a bow, with Mia still being carried on her back. "Kirito, Asuna, you have truly saved me. Not only did you keep Mia safe, but I am certain that I would not have been able to defeat the guardian beast and destroy the golden cube on my own." Mia is a higher level than us, right? I wanted to ask her, but wisely refrained. Instead, I shook my head and said, "Please, if you and Mia hadn't solved the puzzles on the door, we would have been trapped inside the chamber and died there." "He's right," Asuna added. "I think I'm pretty good at those puzzles, but I could have never managed one in 10 seconds. Theano smiled weakly. She readjusted her sleeping daughter's position and turned around to view the rising stair-step layout of the statue. At the end of the main street, the Lord's mansion shone in the moonlight. There was no light in the windows, making its lack of resident clear. What's going to happen to the mansion? The entire town?" I asked. I couldn't help it. In a sense, the town in an RPG was operated by the game system, not by the mayor who lived there. So Silent's absence shouldn't actually have any effect on the town itself, but I couldn't miss the indescribable sadness in Theano's face as she stared up at the mansion, which prompted my question. Without turning back to us, she whispered, "I think nothing will change, except for the puzzles that being gone. It was Lord Pythagoras who built Statuen and saw to its management. He challenged that fearsome guardian beast alone, extracted the golden cube, and used its power to break, reducing all the stones and plant matter into cubes, and bind to stick those cubes together with an unbreakable force, so to build this great settlement." "What? So bind was supposed to stick the cubes together?" Asuna asked, startled. The lady sword fighter looked back and nodded. "That is its intended use. But when a living thing is within its radius, that being will be bound as well. According to Lord Pythagoras, the golden cube was a prototype tool of war fashioned by the mages of the Alliance of the Nine, that one existed in lost lands." I looked at Asuna. Kismel told us of the story of Aincrad's creation myth, the Great Separation, but I assumed it was just an elven legend. Who was this Pythagoras guy anyway? I wondered. Well, after the fact. But I wasn't in the mood to dig up the Curse of Statuen quest now that we finished it. There were plenty of other things to worry about. For example, the fact that the fallen elf Kaisara had stolen our 4 sacred keys we collected. And even worse, the mysterious Buxom, who used the golden cube to immobilize us all in the boss chamber and tried to kill Theano at the very least. And possibly the rest of the raid party as well. The ALS and the DKB were going to hold an emergency meeting in that chamber, but Asa and I didn't want Theano and Mia to hear about our death game predicament, so we escorted them directly to the 7th floor. The situation couldn't be ignored, however, so I knew that I would need to gather the principal members of both guilds and explain everything I knew about the man in the black poncho and his cohorts. After they had witnessed Buxom's deeds for themselves, it shouldn't be hard to convince them that there was a gang of PKers on the loose. 10 years it has been since Lord Pythagoras died, Theano said, picking up where she had left off. I had to switch gears to focus on her story. In that 10 years, the mysterious power that protected the cube seeped into the town, bit by bit, growing puzzles on every door and statue, just like the Pillar of Heavens. But I do not know how Pythagoras was holding the power of the cube back, but I always hoped that work with Silent would discover it, and we could remove the puzzles that tormented the townsfolk. But she hesitated, darkness blotting her features. In a quieter voice, she continued. But I could not forgive Cylon for killing Lord Pythagoras in that fit of anger. We had promised to share our future together, which is why I wanted him to admit his sin, to repent, and think about what one must do to truly become town lord. For 10 long years, I waited for the day he would come to visit me. As I watched her shake her head, I felt a frequent question come to mind, and without really thinking, I gave voice to it. Theano, what was it about Cylon that made you... Asuna elbowed me in the side, which made me realize I'd been asking a potentially rude question. But Theano just smiled wistfully and looked somewhere far off. Ever since childhood, he was weak-willed, suspicious, yet proud, and always fighting with the other children. Since childhood? They were childhood friends? I wondered, then realized it had to be true. The biggest city on the 6th floor was only 600 meters north and south as far wide. Every single child in the same generation would have known one another. But really, he was very kind. From early on, it had been arranged for me to serve Lord Pythagoras' mansion. I was worried, but in order to cheer me up, he said, "Don't worry, I'll pass Lord Pythagoras' test and become his apprentice. Just hang in there." He kept his word and dreamed that eventually he would become the next lord of the town, marry me, and we would live in the mansion together. But when he learned that he would not be chosen, the shock and disappointment must have been great. But I stammered, glancing briefly at Asuna. I thought Pythagoras was going to choose you to be the next master of the town. So Cylon shouldn't have been so quite devastated. Theano looks bewildered for a moment, then shook her head rapidly. Over her shoulder, Mia murmured in her sleep, and her mother gently rocked her back to a peaceful state. Then she focused on us again, and gave another shake of her head. No, Pythagoras did teach me a servant all about puzzles, but that was more of a game to him. He did not need an heir. Lord Pythagoras was immortal, and he had lived for centuries before the town of Stachon was ever built. What? I yelped, clamping my mouth shut. Once I was sure that Mia hadn't woken up, I resumed in a much quieter voice. He couldn't die? I was beginning to wonder if perhaps Pythagoras hadn't been murdered and was still alive, but Theano made a negative gesture. No, I suppose I should have said he had everlasting life. He couldn't die of old age. When I came to the mansion, he was already a wizened old man with white hair, but the butler, who was the eldest of the servants, claimed that Pythagoras already looked that way when he was a boy, too. So when Cylon learned the truth, Asuna mumbled, and Theano nodded. He discovered that Lord Pythagoras would not die of old age, and there would be no handing down of the position. It was an anger and disappointment, perhaps even fear, that felt and drove him to that terrible act, much like this town itself. Lord Pythagoras was a man unbound by human reason. Theano stopped there, a lucid gaze in her eyes, and I sensed that I did not need to pry any further about Cylon. Instead, I felt in my belt pouch an item and picked it up at the boss at the fight, a dull metal key. You should have this, Theano, I said, handing it over. She looked at it for a moment before accepting it, holding up the key that was once in the moonlight. She said, "So this key was always meant to be won. Lord Pythagoras gave Cylon and me those keys in the last days of our 18th year, but he did not say what they were for. I could have never guessed that they made the key to remove the cube from the guardian's beast's body. Why would he give such a thing to us?" Neither Asuna nor I had answers to that question. At the end of the Curse of Stachon quest in the beta, the ghost of Pythagoras bestowed his forgiveness upon Cylon for killing him, told him to work with Theano to protect the town, and vanished. In other words, the Pythagoras of the beta named Cylon and Theano together as his successors. I wondered if perhaps the same thing would be true of his immortal version of Pythagoras, but I couldn't bring that up. Instead, Asuna took it upon herself to say, "I'm sure that he would have loved you and Cylon." Without a word, Theano looked at the distant mansion again. I felt as though a little glimmer of light might have appeared on the side of her face. But when she turned back at us again after a good long while, all I saw was the same smile. You might be right. Theano placed the key inside the collar of her armor, then reached back to stroke her sleeping daughter's head. She demanded that we come and visit someday before taking her daughter out of the square. Their HP bars vanished and a system message appeared on the top center of my vision, telling me that a quest had been completed. Unlike in the beta, there was no coal or items, but there was more than enough experience points to make up for it, and both Asa and I received a level up effect at the same time. I was level 22 and Asuna level 21, but I wasn't in the mood for my usual Yahoo leap. We shared a look and said, "Congrats," in unison, and shook hands. That seemed to help and compose Asuna's feelings for the time being, and she seemed more like herself when she asked, "So what now? Do we go back to the 7th floor?" "I'm shot." "Huh?" "My energy gauge is completely shot. In about 3 minutes, I'm gonna pass out and sleep for 10 hours straight." That earned me one of Asuna's usually annoyed looks. She sighed. "That's because you're out wandering about last night." "Oh, we need to go back to Castle Galley too. That old man needs an apology for the keys." "You're right, but for now, I need to sleep." "Then let's stay in the inn here tonight. Will the Pegasus hoof do?" "As long as there's a blanket and a pillow, I don't care." Asuna shook her head, then grabbed my left hand and started walking. She pulled me to the large inn just north side of the open square, and we walked up to check-in counter. I was halfway asleep as I heard her open the 3rd floor suite, after which she pulled me upstairs. When we approached the door at the top end of the long hallway, Asuna let out a faint murmur. I lifted heavy lids to see that my partner was staring at a niche in the wall next to the door. It reminded me that this was a room where we had talked with the DKB members about the guild flag on the day we arrived at the 6th floor. Lind and Shivada had struggled with the cast metal puzzle set into the niche, but now it was gone. Asuna reached out and brushed the empty alcove with her fingers. Then she pulled them back and turned the doorknob. It made a little click and the door swung open. We shared a look, then grinned and entered the room. The suite room of the Pegasus Hoof was as gorgeous as I remembered. There was a 4-seat table and a sofa set in the rather deep living room, with doors to separate bedrooms on either side of the wall. Asuna asked me which room I wanted. I could have honestly just slept on the couch, but as I knew she'd snap at me, so I said, "The left one." "Then I'll take the right. Good night, and remember to unequip your gear before you fall asleep." "Good night." I crossed the living room diagonally, essentially on autopilot at this point, and turned the knob of the door on the left wall. Inside the dark bedroom, I opened my window and tapped the undo equipment button twice and fell on the feel alone. Now, on just my underwear, I flopped face first onto the bed. As I felt my weight sink into the soft comfort, I reminded myself that the night was cold and I needed to get under the covers, but my body wouldn't listen. When I was soloing on the 1st floor, it wasn't uncommon for me to level grind for 24 hours at a time once I spotted a good hunting location. But today's fatigue was far beyond any of that. This hadn't been a monotonous hunting session, where memorizing repetitive combat patterns allowed my mind to go empty for long stretches of time. Today, I had racked my brain continuously to adapt to varied situations and threats that popped up one after the other. But the same should have gone for Asuna too. Was she in better spirits because she was used to using her brain more often than me? If that was the case, then maybe I needed to learn how to think smarter, if I wanted to continue protecting her, as her temporary partner, of course. My thoughts expanded, sinking my conscious mind below the depths into infinite darkness. "I got it! Kirito, I got it!" The door of my bedroom flew open. An obnoxiously loud cry of triumph echoed throughout the room. The room lit up as though my eyelids had rose only a fraction of a centimeter, and I saw Asuna in her nightwear leap inside. You got what? The number, and more than just that, but the number. She exclaimed, pounding her hands on the side of the bed across from the room I was lying. I wanted to tell her to save it for tomorrow, but she was too fired up for that, so I managed to roll onto my side and said, "What number?" Asuna leaned closer, her hazel brown eyes glistening with excitement. "The door to Pythagoras' secret home in Cerberus. I remember the 6-digit number on the dial lock. It was driving me crazy that I couldn't figure out what it meant." Now that she mentioned it, when I told her the code to undo the lock, she had said something to that effect, that it was familiar to her somehow. "What was it? 628496?" I said, wringing the numbers loose from my memory. She nodded twice. "That's right. That's not just random string of numbers. They're the first 3 perfect numbers." Perfect numbers? It sounded like something that I might have learned about in school. Curiosity drove sleep away, just enough for me to prop up my head with my left arm. What's so perfect about them? A perfect number is defined as an integer that is equal to the sum of its proper divisions. See, the factors of 6 are 1, 2, and 3, right? If you add them up, they make 6, and the factors of 28 are 1, 2, 4, 7, 14, which add up to 28, and the 496 is the next one. Oh, I see. It was an interesting discovery, but it didn't seem more than a curiosity. It just meant that whoever wrote the story of the Curse of Statuen quest picked out the first 3 perfect numbers on a whim for that lock. But Asuna already knew what I was thinking. That's not all of it. So, when you did the beta, you saw the cursor for the Ghost of Pythagoras, right? Yeah, I did. What was his name? How was his name spelled? Actually, I think it was just the generic title, like Restless Soul, without an individual name attached to it. So they were hiding it then, she replied seriously. Then, without warning, Asuna hopped onto the bed. She rolled onto her side next to me and opened her window so I could see. Without showing any recognition of how stunned I was, she went to the Messages tab and used a blank message field as a notepad to write in the Western alphabet. You see, I think the proper spelling of Pythagoras' name is probably this. We just never saw it written down this way, only heard it spoken. Oh, okay. I laid my head back down on the pillow to see the window, which contained the following string of letters. Pythagoras. What? Is that how his name's supposed to be spelled? Yes, going by English spelling, but this might not ring a bell for you yet. You might be much more familiar with the Japanese pronunciation, or proper Greek. The Japanese pronunciation? Truly confused now, I looked up the window again. I tried to sound out the letters in the way that the foreign sounds represented in Japanese. Pythagoras? Pisa? Wait, no. Should it be a T? Pythagoras? Wait, that's the famous 90% of my sleepiness was gone, shot through with adrenaline. I wasn't the most attuned student at school, but even I knew this name. In the second semester of my second year in middle school, just before I got trapped in SAO, I had learned about Pythagoras, the ancient Greek mathematician whose name was associated with a theorem, but about the sides of the right triangle. He was the founder of some kind of math club named after himself too, and discovered a whole bunch of mathematical properties and concepts. So he would have been the one who named them perfect numbers. So why didn't they just make it clear that he was Pythagoras from the start? I grumbled, earning a chuckle from Asuna. They probably wanted to put a little distance between the character and the historical figure, and that's why they hid the alphabetical spelling. He would have only been a model for the character after all. Was the real Pythagoras good at solving puzzles too? No, I've never heard anything to that effect, and he's never been called the king of puzzles or whatever, although I do think his focus on the harmony and integrity of numbers bears some connection to the concept of puzzles. I rolled on my back and thought back dully on the events of the past 4 days. And the real Pythagoras was killed by his own follower, Asuna muttered. Huh? He was? Technically, it was a person who wanted to join his scholastic order, whom Pythagoras rejected, so the man whipped up the people of the town to attack the order out of revenge. Although I don't remember his name was Cylon, though. Whipped them up, I repeated, thinking not of the quest, but the man in the black poncho and his friends. The man named Buxom, who infiltrated the DKB and tried to steal the golden cube, somehow knew where the use the iron key, when even Theano didn't. And beyond that, he didn't even knew how to utilize the terrible bind powers of the cube. How did Buxom get the iron key that Kaisara and the Fallen Elf stole from Mia and me? And how did Buxom and the Black Poncho man arrange their relationship with the Fallen Elves in the first place? The curse quest was over, and we beat the boss of the 6th floor without any casualties. But the mysteries and unaddressed problems were everywhere. If I wanted to solve those issues and ensure that I could protect Asuna from harm, I had to be stronger. Strong enough to fight Kaisara one-on-one. Oh, right, Kirito. The name of my name caused my half-closed eyelids to raise again. Asuna sat up and looked straight down at me. What? Let me see your eyes. Uh-huh. I blinked, unsure of what my partner wanted to do. To my surprise, she said, In the boss chamber, when you broke through the bind, I felt like your eyes were shining gold. What? Really? They were? And are they now? No, they're black. Oh. Relieved, I relaxed and let my gaze lock on Asuna's hazel brown eyes. Instantly, I felt something leaving my body, and I knew that I was really at the limit of my wakefulness now. Asuna's little smile melted into darkness through fading wits, and I heard her faint whisper, Good night, Kirito. Good night, Asuna, I said, although I couldn't be sure that it ever left my lips. End.